X. Chapter 201 Still so proud. 20,210,108. Chapter 201 Still so proud. Under the golden beam of light, the four of chaos looked down on the audience, as noble as gods. Think of the dark clouds with thunder and lightning, forming a maelstrom and projecting a golden beam of light from it, and being in it is simply the Son of Heaven. At this moment, the world's attention. Chaos looked down at the audience, looking at the pair of shocked, envious and jealous eyes, and his heart was satisfied. It's been a long time since I've made such a high-profile appearance, even though it's Gleek. But that feeling is still so dazzling. With one hand hanging in the air, the figure moved out towards the manor halfway up the mountain, and the sight and smell had covered the entire Poppy Island, and some powerful or acceptable auras were unobstructed. With the current intensity of Chaos's knowledge, aside from those powerhouses in the middle, upper reaches or top of the individual pyramids, not many people can hide. Which direction is Golden Emperor is going to attack amorous women? Many pirate groups or forces, looking at the four Chaos who flew halfway up the mountain, speculated with strange expressions on their faces, or they were sending news to the forces behind them. At this time in the town, some gambling halls or hotels, more than 20 figures rushed to the middle of the mountain, with strong and weak breaths, but they were not weak. These are all powerful men of amorous women. Usually they are all talkers on a piece of land, and there are many managing businesses on other islands, so these more than 20 talkers are only half of the women's subordinates. In the open space in the front yard of the manor, the amorous woman looked at the four Chaos from far and near, and her expression did not fluctuate too much. Or she hasn't put chaos in her eyes yet. If you look at it, you would not have annexed so many sites and forces in the red light district at the beginning. I had thought before that the Golden Emperor would come to find trouble, but the Golden Emperor has not acted. Today, if the Golden Emperor does not come, she will forget it. Since I took the initiative to come to the door, then I will accept it. Notify. In the eyes of amorous women, chaos is already in the bag. Know that this is her territory. I don't know how many thugs worked for her. As long as she gave an order, the whole island would become her minions, and the mere Golden Emperor could drown by spitting. Yes. A tall woman standing behind the charming woman nodded and dialed the phone bug. SHHHHHH. The sound of breaking through the air kept coming, and one figure after another, male or female, fat or thin, appeared around the charming woman, all of them holding weapons and looking at the four Chaos who flew over. And as the call went down, a black crowd formed in the town below, and all of them came up to the half-mountain man. This was the rhythm of making dumplings. Humph. In midair, Betty looked at the thugs like an ant colony below with disdain on her pretty face. They are all small, no matter how many people there are. It's really a bit too much. I can't see the end at a glance. But no matter what, the four of them looked contemptuous. Finally, the two sides met. Chaos looked down at the amorous woman and the men with strangely shaped weapons behind him, looking down like an emperor. Are you an amorous woman, Medusa? Golden Emperor. The amorous woman chuckled lightly, raising her head and her eyes a little cold. The current demeanor of the Golden Emperor made her very unhappy. A king of heaven, he doesn't take everyone in the eye, he is contemptuous, arrogant and indifferent, and the more he looks, the more he wants to stab him to death. Two choices, surrender or die. Chaos did not hesitate, ignoring the amorous woman and giving two choices. Crazy. I don't know what it means. Haha, what did I hear? The Golden Emperor is a fool. The amorous woman hasn't opened her mouth yet, but some of the more than 20 capable subordinates behind her sneered sneeringly. Looking at chaos is like looking at the clown. This is Poppy Island, their base camp. With just one order, hundreds of thousands of thugs can tear the Golden Emperor to pieces. It's funny. Chaos, who was originally in the air, appeared in front of a thug with a machete weapon in an instant, pointed a finger at his forehead, and tilted his head slightly as if he were looking at a dead man. The laughter of the machete thugs stopped abruptly, a drop of cold sweat ran across his forehead, and his body was even more rigid and unable to move. Damn. How did the Golden Emperor appear? Puff. The machete thug's eyes gradually widened, and he only felt that his head was torn alive. As the bright red liquid mixed with brains flowed down, the whole head was penetrated and the scenery behind him could be seen. Eventually disappeared. Younger. The corpse fell to the ground, and the pungent blood spread to the audience. Many pirate thugs were horrified, and they did not respond. When he was about to make his move, the Golden Emperor had disappeared back into the air again, and everything just now seemed to be in vain. Catch him alive. The amorous woman gave a gloomy face and gave an order. The Golden Emperor was so rampant that he even killed her subordinates in front of her. At the same time, she felt a little heavy because she didn't see Chaos's movements clearly. Kill. In addition to the more than 20 capable subordinates, a large number of thugs also emerged halfway up the mountain, and all the bullets and artillery fire rushed towards the Four of Chaos. This siege scene is very grand and shocking. Crack. Chaos snapped his fingers, the war BGM, the victory began to resound, the momentum was mighty, full of high, blood and spectacle. The golden goose feather coat danced wildly behind him, and Chaos had a look of disdain on his face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, a will of my own, like an emperor, swallowed mountains and rivers, forming an invisible shockwave that poured out without dead ends, and the entire sky was suspended in pitch black, and black and red lightning began to fall. One after another, the wind pressure is full, and the domineering rampage. Bang bang bang. The earth-shattering screams of killing began to come to an abrupt end, and the thugs who rushed forward fell one after another as if reaping wheat. The amorous woman took a step back, her long green hair was dancing wildly, and her eyes were full of horror and fear. The more than 20 capable subordinates all tightened their bodies and broke out in cold sweat, gritted their teeth and insisted. Boom. The arrogant will to rule the world, with Chaos as the center, is entwined with black and red lightning circle after circle, an unstoppable radiation going forward. Chaos landed vertically on the ground and walked towards the amorous woman step by step. One step or two, as the distance got closer, the amorous woman's body stiffened and the hairs began to explode. Who killed him? 10 billion. Yinpei rose straight up. Even if the amorous woman tried to calm down, she couldn't hide the panic. Kill. Wealth and silk move people's hearts, people die for wealth and birds die for food, and there are always thugs who are not afraid of death. But except for a few people, the other little ones simply can't enter the range of the Overlord, and as soon as they enter, they will fall to the ground and lose their minds. Overlord. Very far away, Slippery Men and other familiar guys looked at the storms and lightnings halfway up the mountain with a heavy face. In the face of man with the aptitude of a king who has the appearance of an overlord, it is useless even if the number of ordinary little people is too large, and they will be killed before they even start. Golden Emperor, go to hell. There are still a few people who can withstand the overlord. Just. Puff. With the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh and blood, a 3-meter-long golden sword fell, pinning the thugs who came to Chaos to the ground in one fell swoop. Chaos didn't even look at it. He still walked towards the charming woman. Starting point, deep buckle S in my dream, stolt, 1,500 starting point coins, das Han is so stupid, 300 starting point coins. X. Chapter 202 _ There's a smell in this woman. 20,210,109. Chapter 202 _ There's a smell in this woman. Blue. New World. Totland. In the central castle of Cake Island, a rush of phone bugs rang. Mom, the amorous woman is in trouble. I hope we can send someone there. Charlotte Yaxiu, the fourth daughter of Big Mom, has a lady's cigarette in her sexy red lips. Entering a room with a phone bug at the moment, inside Big Mom wearing a pink baggy dress, with a big belly, is constantly eating, all of which are some dessert moz. The Big Mom in this period is not as fat as the future, and the face value is still bearable. If you look closely, there is no mature charm, and the figure is only slightly fat. It's just that the bulging belly is a little scary. It is estimated that it is like a pig, and there are several litters. This is a ruthless woman who has built a huge force through childbirth, and will still be one of the 4 emperors in the future. When it comes to female emperors, Big Mom on the Sea can be said to be the only one. Among the characters that Chaos admired was Big Mom. Well? Hearing Yaxiu's report, Big Mom stopped eating and looked a little confused, obviously thinking about who the amorous woman is. Mom, it was given to us a few years ago. Yaxiu explained it appropriately, otherwise, my mother might not really remember who the amorous woman is. Mom. After Yaxiu's reminder, Big Mom remembered who the amorous woman is. Since a lot of treasures and sweets have been sent, then send category to catch the Golden Emperor by the way. Big Mom hears the treasures and sweets sent by the charming woman every time, it is not a small amount. What's more, the Golden Emperor didn't take her seriously. How could she tolerate it if she knew that the amorous woman had something to do with her? Golden Emperor, she has long wanted to hold it in her hands. The Chambord Archipelago failed last time, so bring it back this time. From beginning to end, the Golden Emperor was not taken seriously. Got it. Yaxiu nodded and left the room. She was going to inform category. On the other hand, the world government also sent support. They will not watch the fall of the charming woman. The interests involved are not small, but this time the world government did not send a navy, but an espionage agency. I don't want to expose my cooperation with amorous women. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to the positive image of the world government. Knowing is one thing, exposing it is another. Face engineering still needs to be done. Not only the Big Mom pirates in the world government, but also many others who have cooperation or entanglements with the amorous woman. This move by Chaos completely stabbed a hornet's nest. Bang 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 bang. The sky with lightning and thunder continued to burst, and one after another gorgeous golden weapons of 18 types were nailed to the ground, and there were corpses in rows. The blood had stained the ground red, and the entire apocalyptic air was filled with the smell of bloody dust. The amorous woman's face became more and more ugly, and she kept retreating. But as they retreated, a faint smell began to spread out in all directions, and all the thugs who smelled that smell became excited. One by one seems to be crazy, forcibly rushed into the Overlord color range. SHHHHHH. A bullet or a rocket launcher flew, forming a huge explosion and flying sand and rocks. What's the matter? In midair, Betty looked down at the pirate thugs halfway up the mountain, all of them with blue veins on their faces, falling into madness, completely losing their minds, and rushing to kill without fear of death. That woman did it. Stuffy turned his head to look at the charming woman. As a big guy in the underground world who stomped and shook his feet, how could he not have any ability? Able? Betty sniffed and smelled an increasingly strong smell. Woman, Medusa, is the smelly person who eats the superhuman-type smelly fruit. Stuffy frowned, she didn't know what specific abilities the scent fruit had. At this time, Chaos stood at a slow pace, and had already held his breath. The gaze towards the amorous woman changed. A smell spread from this woman, and after smelling it, he actually felt a sense of dizziness and powerlessness, just like poisoning. Certainly not a simple woman. Boom. Thousands of meters above the sky, a Buddha fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. It was solemn and holy, full of Vajra eyes, and the rotating D symbols behind it all lifted into the sky and stood on the head, turning into a large number of golden glittering thin needles, revealing the coldness. Not good. The amorous woman could hardly keep her composure, watching the dense golden needles explode on her scalp. The sound like a swarm of bees shrouded, and all the fine needles fell indiscriminately. The thugs who were madly attacking were all shot into a hornet's nest and screamed. The billowing smoke shrouded the surroundings. After everything dissipated, the ground was riddled with holes. Chaos turned his head and looked to the left, where the amorous woman appeared a little embarrassed, but she was not injured. Psychedelic man. The ability to smell fruit is used, and 10 colorful clones emerge from the amorous woman under the condition that the naked eye can see, each of which is like a real person. Red, white, and green, you can tell it's not a good thing at a glance. Chaos made a single move, and a large number of gold needles on the ground were combined into one, forming 18 weapons flying, and the tip was also covered with armed colors. It shot on those colorful points, but all of them passed through the body and did not play a role. Weird. It's interesting. Chaos stretched out a mace and automatically dropped it into his hand. With the infusion of the armed color, the whole mace began to burst into flames. Looking at the real body of the amorous woman from a distance, Chaos is a stick in the air. In an instant, the land collapsed and the ground cracked, and a golden torrent shock wave was like a broken bamboo, and the mountains and seas separated from the ground and rushed towards the amorous woman. Originally a relaxed and charming woman, her pretty face suddenly turned white. Chaos's sudden big move, or sweeping in a large area, was completely unexpected. Boom. The explosion was invincible, and when everything stopped, several hills were collapsed to form a grand avenue, which went deep into the depths of the island for a long time. The avatar created by the amorous woman has completely disappeared. Chaos still stood on the spot, and with a snap of his fingers, the Sakyamuni standing in the air burst open, forming a chain of skylocks and shooting out, and the sound of breaking the air was very loud. On the Kangtswang Avenue, the amorous woman was disheveled with blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. Even though she tried her best to avoid her, she was still severely injured by the aftermath. Looking at the lock of the sky flying in the air, the amorous woman smelled the danger of death. The stick of the Golden Emperor just now left a huge shadow on her. As for those subordinates, all of them are now corpses. And those thugs who keep surging up the mountainside will be solved by Inalu, Stucci and Betty. The ground continued to burst and cocked up, the locks of the sky stretched straight, and the amorous woman ducked back and forth and kept retreating. Puff. A huge force struck, and even if the amorous woman resisted a blow at a critical moment, she was knocked away by a chain of heaven. At the same time, a large amount of gold powder floated down from the sky, rolling towards the amorous woman in one fell swoop. It was useless to have an armed defense. Those gold powder entered the body through the nose and ears as if it were alive. God's control medium was achieved. Chaos reached out and grabbed it from the air, and the disheveled amorous woman flew off the ground uncontrollably, and her face was full of panic. She can't control her body. X. Chapter 203 _ This pose is so sassy. 20,210,109. Chapter 203 _ This pose is so sassy. Chaos always maintained a stalwart posture. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the amorous woman was hanging in the air, and his face was red and blue for a while. There's so much to this pose. Style women are not so pretty. So Chaos doesn't have much interest. He thinks that he is not the kind of frivolous man who only looks at appearance. He always looks at the inside, but there is a precondition that appearance must reach more than 90%. Otherwise, how to look inside? Crack. With a snap of fingers, a golden long sword was erected in front of the amorous woman, and its sharp edge was like a scythe of the god of death, ready to harvest the life of the amorous woman at any time. Golden Emperor, you dare to kill me? Feeling the gorgeous long sword in front of her heart, the amorous woman's pupils shrank, her heart trembled. Puff. Stop. The voice of the sharp weapon pierced through the flesh, and Chaos' expression was indifferent, and he didn't even have any interest in answering the amorous woman. The gorgeous long sword penetrated the heart of the amorous woman in one fell swoop, with blood dripping from the tip of the sword behind him. The amorous woman's face was still full of astonishment, and her pale face became completely frightened with bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Her life is being lost. With her network of connections, does this man ignore it? To kill her without saying a word? Not even communicating? So cruel? She also thought about using the network to threaten the Golden Emperor. If she couldn't threaten her, she would take a step back and go to the Golden Emperor after the current hurdle. Who would have thought that the Golden Emperor was so straight that Nima would just stab her to death without even talking? When the gorgeous long sword ran through the charming woman, two camps rushed from a distance. One is the Big Mom pirates headed by Charlotte Gala, and the other is the world government headed by CP0. Now both sides are extremely ugly. They have all received news to keep the amorous woman. But now, Golden Emperor, why don't you listen to me if you stop? Gala, a large, thick man with a dark beard and dark hair, looked at Chaos with a gloomy face. Puff. Another golden longsword stabbed the amorous woman into a cold heart, and slowly the amorous woman's pupils collapsed. Are you talking to Ben Emperor? With a wave of chaos, the amorous woman was thrown on the ground like garbage, and then she turned to look at Gala with a look of indifference, very dazzling. Rampant. Galana's lush beard danced wildly. This man is simply ignorant, too arrogant and domineering. Completely ignored him. Before Gala could get angry, the black head was shrouded in shadows, and a huge Buddha appeared behind him, raised the giant palm with golden lines, and pressed it down in one fell swoop. Scumbag is also worthy of looking up to this emperor? Death. Chaos raised his head slightly and pointed at Gala with his nostrils, contempt in his bones. Boom. The roar of tearing the eardrum resounded loudly, the surrounding pieces of the earth's crust lifted up, billowing smoke and dust obscured the sight, and the cracks spread and landslides. CP0 and the others retreated, dispersing the flying sand and stone in front of them with their hands, looking at the man standing out of thin air with disbelief in their eyes. Do you know what Gala stands for? That's the Big Mom pirates. Especially those three sentences, even if passers-by hear it, anyone with a bit of temper will turn into revenge for killing their father. Lord Gala. Big Mom and all the pirates stared at the center of the dust. After everything dissipated, I saw Gala's feet sunk deep into the ground, blushing and sinews pressing against the huge golden Buddha palm with both hands, and cobweb holes had formed around her. It can only be said that he is indeed the son of Big Mom. All of them are born with strange powers. Genes are powerful. Get me up. One after another blue veins protruded on Gala's neck and forehead, and the biceps of both hands swelled, covering the armed color and roaring slowly to prop up the Buddha's palm. But Chaos dismissed him, and pressed his fingers down gently. The King Conjide Buddha raised his left hand back, and then pressed it on his right palm in one fell swoop. Arak pillars stood up all around, and Gala opened his mouth to spurt blood and was ruthlessly pressed into the butthole soil. After everything dissipated, the Buddha put away his hands, turned the D symbol on his back, and a golden halo appeared behind his sacred and solemn head, which really illuminated all beings like the Buddha's light. If you look closely, you will find that there is a peanut-sized pure gold behind the Buddha's head, and that dazzling halo-like sunlight is the golden light released by the pure gold. It is such a circle of golden halo that makes the Buddha's temperament elevated to the sky. At this moment, the Buddha is the center of the island. Lord Gala, Big Mom's face were horrified, and they couldn't believe it when they saw Gala, who had passed out with blood all over his face in the pit. Their Lord Gala was stunned by the palm of his hand. Fortunately, take a breath. Golden Emperor, I received an order to arrest you. The cold voice appeared on the side, and CP0 shot. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and Chaos didn't move, just squinting at the close CP0. Death gun. A spiral air pressure swept through the air, and at the moment Chaos calmly tilted his head, the golden earrings were flying. Chaos clenched his fist to form a black gold, and blasted towards CP0's abdomen like lightning. Can't escape. CP0's mask gradually became grim. Iron block. Compared with No. 10, it's too weak. A shockwave rushed out from behind CP0, pushing the upturned crustal rock pillars in one fell swoop, forming a 10-meter avenue and disappearing at the end. CP0 knelt directly on the ground, and the entire internal organs were damaged by bleeding from the 7 orifices. It's just a normal CP0 that can't be any more normal. It is even weaker than the CP0 that transported the gold in the sky at the beginning, and it was even compared to CP0's like saber-toothed tiger and No. 10. Even Chaos couldn't take a punch and was killed on the spot. Shasha. With a wave of chaos, the entire Buddha, including the D symbol, turned into gold powder to form waves, and spread out to the entire island with no dead ends at the center of the mountainside. Stuthi, Betty, and Anila have all gone to the Five-Finger Island. At the same time, the important sites of the Great Root and some amorous women in the New World were also attacked. The leaders are Z, Crocodile, Aquino, etc., as well as the red light district, such as Kesami, Lili, Kogos. Run. It's gold dust. At the foot of the mountain and in the town, a large number of pirate thugs looked at the golden waves swept in from the middle of the mountain. They looked so charming and tempting, but they had to run. Especially the familiar ones such as Slippery Man, seeing that golden wavy face has changed. It reminded them of the humiliation at the beginning, forced to kneel on the ground neatly, and the feeling of losing control of their bodies was too bad. Is the Golden Emperor repeating his old tricks, intending to control everyone on the island? Withdraw. The Slippery Man was neat and tidy, and withdrew with his subordinates. She is afraid of being used again. After confirming the eyes, the second meeting still can't be beat. So she plans to spend another period of time, and then she will be ashamed again. Looking up, the golden waves swept across the entire island and spread towards the Five Fingers Island. All the pirate thugs who were submerged in the gold dust reached the medium. However, the golden wave is also reduced in the case of visible to the naked eye. After all, it is consuming. As time passed, the entire Poppy Island was almost under the control of Chaos, and of course there were some people who were hiding, but it didn't matter. Starting point, Shenku, Shop Dust White, 3,000 starting coins, Stolt, S in my dream, 1,500 starting coins, Big Mountains and Mountains are so stupid, Tiger Roaring, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 204 Entrepreneurship is already on the right track. 20,210,111. Chapter 204 Entrepreneurship is already on the right track. Golden Emperor, Mother won't let you go. There were pirates from the Big Mom pirate group, kneeling on the ground in rows, looking at Chaos with anger on his face. Chaos turned his back to several people with one hand and looked down at the town below. The golden beam of sunlight never dissipated, making Chaos extremely stalwart and unfathomable. Even the sky is setting off. But be a little rusty. Charlotte Ling-a-Ling? Chaos turned around, his golden goose feather coat and vertical hair fluttered, and his voice contained 3 points of contempt, 3 points of playfulness, and 6 points of ridicule. Although he admires Big Mom a little, what he admires is that this woman can give birth. Throughout the world, no woman can do this. No woman can reach the level of achievement like Big Mom. In Chaos' view, Big Mom is the thumb among women. Even the future world's #1 beauty, Boya Hancock, can only be ranked behind. This world has to speak with strength. Those women who are beautiful are only playthings of some strong people after all. Boss Stuffy, Betty, and Anila flew over from the other Thumb Islands one after another, and almost all of them dealt with some recalcitrants. It's over to you two. The next step is to take control of the entire Poppy Island, but these troubles are all things of Stutchy and Betty. What Chaos has to do is to wait for the troubles that the Big Mom pirates and the world government are about to send, as well as other forces that have entanglements with the amorous woman. The Poppy Island thing is just the beginning. As the news of the Golden Emperor's attack on Poppy Island spread, more and more forces began to act. However, after it was determined that the amorous woman had been killed, chaos began to occur in many islands around the world, all of which were annexed. The power to bring down the stone is unknown. Are you sure about the news? In the base camp of the President of the World Economic Society, a fat human-shaped albatross wearing a dress and a top hat, sitting on a soft chair in the office, answered the phone with a dignified expression. Big news, Morgans. One of the future kings of the underground world. This is big news, and the Golden Emperor did not disappoint me. After listening to the report in the phone bug, Morgans was a little excited. Hanging up the phone and dialing again, all the news staff who came and went outside the office were answering the phone, and it was the Ministry of Information. Boss. Let Yeager and Chenille come to my office. Yes. The phone bug hung up. Morgans was holding the quill, and he was already thinking about tomorrow's news headlines, and he had to contact Poppy Island's men to try to get the next news. Do not go there yourself. Morgans doesn't think the Poppy Island incident will end like this, but he knows the relationships behind the amorous women, so big things may happen next. As expected, the Golden Emperor will not stop and keep a low profile, and this time he is ready to make trouble again. In order to be safe, I still go there myself to get the first-hand news. It's all money. He has a feeling that the pattern of the underground world may change dramatically, and as long as he seizes the opportunity, he must have a place. Boss. Just as Morgans was thinking, the office door was pushed open, and a human-shaped vulture and a human-shaped parrot man came in, which was very impactful at first glance. Jaeger, fauna, bird fruit, vulture form. Chenille, fauna, bird fruit, parrot form. It is Morgan's apostrophe right-hand man, because he maintains the human beast form like Morgan's all the year round, so the human body is rarely exposed. Sit. Morgans came back to his senses and pointed to the sofa. Continue to speak. The news just came from Poppy Island that the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos killed the amorous woman Medusa, and now has control over Poppy Island. If it is not bad, the Golden Emperor should want to swallow the amorous feelings. The power of women. The reason is that some time ago, amorous women swallowed up a lot of sites in the red light district of the Queen of Joy. Morgans put the message in plain and simple. What do you mean, boss? Chenille is holding the head of the parrot, bright and cute, blinking his eyes. This matter is not over yet. The charming woman has something to do with Wang Yuo and the world government. Neither the Wang Yuo nor the world government can give up the interests of the white. So they may take a shot at the Golden Emperor. This is our chance. There are quite a few forces that are undermining them now. Although we are engaged in news, the more the real business, the better. Morgans pounded the table with his wings, intending to take a share. I will personally go to Poppy Island to follow up on what happened next. If the Golden Emperor survives, then the red light district we swallowed up before. Morgans didn't finish his sentence, but Chenille and Jaeger understood. Their main business has always been news, intelligence, and media. As for red light districts, drugs, they can just develop a little bit. The increased income is not as much as the amount of money published by a newspaper. You must know that their newspapers are sold all over the world. One piece only costs 100 Baileys, but it cannot hold up the huge volume. Great Root, some island. Smoke billows from the messy ruins, and a large number of corpses are buried in it. The scene is very dilapidated and messy. Many thugs held weapons and looked at the majestic man standing on the ruins with a look of fear. At this time, the man opened his hands, and a house-sized air bear's paw was being compressed. Once released, there would be a huge explosion. Now this ruined piece of ruins was just created. Haven't gotten through to Poppy Island yet? A man who looks like a leader, holding a long knife with blood on his face, panting and looking at the figure on the ruins. The richest group is in charge of Bug, the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. When they first came looking for trouble, everyone was contemptuous. After all, the tyrant only offered a reward of 96 million, but when the man fluttered out a palm-sized air bear paw, a mushroom cloud rose in an instant, and the entire venue was immediately reduced to ruins. At the same time, the death was heavy. No one answered. Damn, how could the richest group take action against us? Don't you know that this is Lord Medusa's territory? Swept up all of us with just one person. What to do now? This scene is not just happening on this island. Zing, Ivankov, Achino, and Crocodile were divided into 4 groups, and only one person began to harvest some important sites of amorous women. They only cleaned up some recalcitrant elements, and the remaining ones were solved by some small leaders in the red light district. Boom! A mushroom cloud stood up, and the huge shockwave was overwhelming. When everything subsided, a big pit was left in place. Bear was expressionless, took out gloves from his pocket and put them on, blocking the meatballs in his hands. This is only the first island, and he will go to other places next. But just as he was about to leave, the bear stopped. A dark green cloak was lifted by the strong wind, revealing a face with no eyebrows and an extremely vicious expression. Bartholomew Bear. Long also just passed by this island, and did not expect to meet that guy's subordinates here. His entrepreneurship has initially been on the right track, but he has been looking for like-minded partners, but it has not been smooth. Ultra fruit, parrot fruit, copybook reviews. Butterfly. X. Chapter 205 _ source. Everything is to be a man again. 20,210,111. Chapter 205 _ source. Everything is to be a man again. At night, the Star River hangs upside down. The atmosphere of the entire Poppy Island is very depressing, and the air is filled with gunpowder or blood. After a whole day of the day, Stussy and Betty had initially stabilized the entire island, and all the hard-burned guys had turned into corpses and went underground. The work is far from over, on the contrary it has just begun. For at least the first week, Stussy and Betty don't want to sleep. Not only to deal with the local industry of Poppy Island, but also to other places captured by Crocodile and others. There are calls to report the progress almost every 10 minutes or half an hour. Anyway, Stussy and Betty were busy like dogs. As for the hands-off shopkeeper Chaos, he was taking Anilu in the bath. Poppy Island also has a red light district. It was once owned by Stu Seymour, but it was forcibly occupied by a charming woman when the accident happened. The powers of those bigwigs in the underground world are also intertwined. You have me and I have you. Poppy Island not only has a red light district, but also an entertainment city, a slave market, a pub, a casino, etc. The prosperity is no worse than the Chambord Islands. At this time, in a bathing center in the red light district, in the top suite, Chaos was soaking in the bathtub, and various rose petals were floating on the water. Several girls with outstanding figures and looming veils were relying on the super high. The craftsmanship dredges the meridians for Chaos, promotes blood circulation, and reconciles chi and blood. On the opposite side, Anilu only had a kawaii face left on the water, looking at Chaos, who was enjoying with his eyes closed, his mouth pouted in contempt. Oh man. He just refused service. I thought this man would take him to a fight, but he came to take a bath. How boring. Just as Chaos and Anilu were enjoying, in a luxurious room of a hotel, Betty became more and more impatient, and finally her temper exploded. Don't do it. With a slap on the table, Betty stared angrily and panted. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Why is she dealing with all this mess here, while the man went to take a bath? Abominable. Compared to Betty, who was agitated, Stuffy was much calmer. Sitting on the chair behind the desk, pushing the glasses on the bridge of the nose, the slender legs in black stockings are stacked, and the high-heeled sandals can't cover the naughty pink toes covered with red nail polish. This professional attire is very mature and seductive. Can kill all men in seconds. Very elegantly. He took a sip of coffee, raised his head and glanced at Betty, and said calmly, "Didn't you ask to manage the power of amorous women? It's only been a few hours, can't help it." Listening to Stuffy's words, Betty was uncertain, and she felt that the woman was mocking her. "Oh, it's just a trivial matter." Taking a deep breath, Betty sat down again. "Whoever said that this is the path you chose, since you have chosen it, you will not regret it, and you can't lose to this woman if you lose to anyone." In the next few hours, Betty's scolding came from time to time in the room, and then stopped and continued to deal with things. The time came to 12 o'clock in the evening. Squeak. The door was opened, and Chaos walked in refreshed, followed by Anilu carrying a large amount of supper. "Come on. We have worked hard for our looks and sexy. Let's stop our work first and come over for a late-night snack." Zoe, put on the supper. Sitting on the sofa, Chaos first greeted Stuffy and Betty, and then waved to Anilu. As soon as he heard this name, Anilu Kawaii's pretty face collapsed all of a sudden. But held back. "I can't stand it. I have to endure it." Compared with the title of Zoe, another title made him angry. "Zoe Jang, open it up." Betty ran to the sofa in a gust of wind, not even wearing high heels, and happily squatted on the desk looking at the various late-night snacks in the convenience bag. Her eyes widened. "I've been busy today, so I just ate one meal." Compared to Betty's rash behavior, Stuffy stood up from the chair, brushed the hair from her forehead to her ears, and walked over lightly with cat steps. Every move was pleasing to the eye. Elegance never goes out of style. "Open by yourself." As soon as he heard the title of Zhao Jiang, Anilu wanted to stab this woman to death with his eyes. But the most annoying thing is the perverted Shemay, because this name was originally called from the pervert's mouth, and then the two stupid women followed. Fortunately, Bear, Crocodile, and Aquino have always called Inilu or Zoe after Chaos, otherwise Inilu would have even died. 1 year. He swears that in just 1 year, he will definitely beat the perverted Shemay to the point where he can't take care of himself, and these two stupid women who fan the flames and get into trouble, as well as others, none of them can be spared. If he doesn't fight, he will not be able to master his thoughts in this life. And if he wants to have the power to defeat these people in just 1 year, he must put in 1000% of his efforts to cultivate. But he is not afraid. No matter how hard or tired he is, he can bear it. Everything is for revenge. Be a man again. Anilu already had a plan in mind. In the first year, he cultivated until he had the power to defeat that pervert, and the next step was to capture these 2 stupid women, as well as Z, Crocodile, and Aquino. As for the big boss of chaos, I am afraid it will take 2 to 3 years. Still a long way to go. Crack. Betty slapped Anilu on the back of the head, stood up, and the 2 halves now balls on her chest jumped, like a big sister. The small fist was raised and pinched. A blatant threat, unabashed. Are you trying to provoke this queen? Stupid woman, I fought with you. Unable to bear it any longer, Anilu exploded on the spot. For a while, the 2 were chasing and fighting in the room. They are all wearing seafloor stone bracelets, so they can only rely on physical techniques. Have they heard any news from the bears? Ignoring the 2 who were fighting, Chaos personally put the supper on the table and handed the cutlery to Stucci. He is a good boss, and only by caring about his subordinates occasionally can he be one for a long time. Stuffy took the tableware with a smile, and was already familiar with the occasional abnormality with Chaos. This abnormality is very comforting. Everything is going according to plan, and it's going well so far. Stuffy eats gracefully and is very ladylike. Chaos leaned back on the sofa, crossed Lang's legs, took out a cigar and set it on fire, took a sip, nodded, stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed it in front of him, just in time to catch the bench that flew over. You 2 stop making trouble. Seeing Betty and Anilu, who were disheveled, showing most of their spring, and pinching each other's faces, Chaos put down the bench to stop the fuss between the 2. Please. He's a normal man. Although they don't eat grass, there is still demand. These 2 guys were half covered because of the fight, and the temptation was really not small. Humph. The 2 of them snorted and sat on the sofa without tidying up. Betty took the tableware handed over by Chaos and started to eat, while Anilu looked at Chaos blankly. Boss, get some training equipment. This time, he lost the fight again. So no more time to waste. Chaos didn't answer, but a large lump of gold soon flew out of the window and turned into various training equipment. That's how Anilu began to practice. He's going to be angry. Starting point, Shenku, deep book shortage patience, Das Han is so stupid, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 206 Sun in the dark. 20,210,111. Chapter 206 Sun in the dark. The moon and stars are rare, and the night is quiet. The time came to 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. The entire Poppy Island has fallen silent, and despite the starry sky above, the distant sea level is still as dark as ink, and some are just the sound of the gust of wind and the rippling sea water. Suddenly, a thumb-sized point of light hits. As it got closer and closer, the thumb-sized spot of light continued to expand, eventually forming a scorching sun to dispel the dark night, allowing the light to shine on the sea again. The scorching sun was burning with a raging fire. It was only the size of a house, but it had an evil crescent moon and eyes and a mouth, and a tall and straight figure stepped on it. Well? Stuffy, who was still dealing with things all night, looked up at the light coming in from the window with a heavy expression on his face. On the opposite desk, Betty fell asleep on her stomach at some point. Many people who fell asleep were awakened by this fiery light. What's that? The sun? The sun in the dark night. A pair of eyes looked at the blazing sun in the midair, with an evil smile on his face, which was very visual. Charlotte category. Standing on the windowsill, Stuffy brushed his short golden hair from his forehead to his ears, recognizing the figure standing on the sun. One ghost has indeed sent people. Squeak. The door to the side hall of the office was opened, and Chaos walked out with bare feet and gold beach pants. Boss. Stuffy turned back and looked at Chaos's strong and well-proportioned figure with admiration in his eyes. Let's rest first. Chaos first looked at the hot coffee rising on the desk, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. In the fiery midair, Chaos appeared out of thin air. Looking at the figure standing on the sun, he stretched out his hand and fluttered his vertical hair back, the gold earrings on his ears swayed from side to side, and the golden goose feather coat and light wheel on the sofa in the room under his feet also chased out and returned to their original positions. Gaia Chaos. Category stood on the back of Prometheus. His expression was arrogant and cold, because the white scarf covered his mouth. He looked very handsome overall. The dress is still full of strong black metal wind, black headgear, black jeans, black spur boots. As expected, Chaos was not surprised by the arrival of Category. Big Mom can dispatch at the moment our Category, Cricket, Perospero and others. The current Wang Yuo is completely supported by Big Mom alone. Category and others are still a little too young and need time to become stronger. Just like Sarkaski, Polsalino and others. These future bosses are still growing. Hand over Gala. Category lowered his eyes, focusing first on Charlotte Ga, not on capturing the Golden Emperor on this mission. In his eyes, brothers and sisters are more important. Already dead. Chaos spoke indifferently, watching Category's blood begin to boil. He wanted to fight this man. He wants to experience the extended ability of seeing and hearing, predicting the future. However, at this time, Category should not have successfully cultivated. Boom. The air exploded. When Chaos spoke, he was kicked by a pair of black spiked cowboy boots at a very fast speed. Category, who was originally very calm, has become extremely frightening in his eyes. Facing this quick blow, Chaos danced wildly with his hair on his head, and his right hand covered the armed color to block in front of him. With the heavy collision, Chaos flew out and pierced through the houses, and was finally buried by the rubble. Boss, haven't you woken up yet? I don't know when Betty also woke up, and stood next to Stucci with Anilu, looked at Chaos who was kicked away by Category, and yawned. Charlotte Category is the most talented of the Charlotte family. Then what? Stuffy rolled his eyes, too lazy to talk to this stupid woman. What is that fire? Anilu looked at Prometheus in midair, and it was the first time he saw this magical creature. The hole is like a big fireball, but it has an evil face. Son Prometheus, one of Charlotte Ringling's 3 Moses. Boom. The strong wind and waves swept through, and all kinds of ruins flew into the air. Chaos stepped out of it and reached out to pat the dust that did not exist on his shoulders. Category also fell to the ground, looking at Chaos with cold eyes. Click. The sky did not know when the black clouds rolled down, and as a black and red thunder smashed down, two wills that looked down on all things rose from the two at the same time, instantly forming an invisible shock wave, and the air pressure began to push around, causing a large number of black and red lightning is densely spreading. With the two as the center, a world of black and red lightning was formed. Except for a few strong-willed people within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the others passed out. Even in sleep, he was abruptly fainted. At this time, the entire sky was changing, and huge storms were constantly sweeping. Stuffy and Betty's expressions became heavy, and their eyes were fixed on the two figures in the center who were approaching. From a distance, they looked so stalwart and domineering. Anilu blushed, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes widened and his teeth clenched. He had been stunned once, and there must be no second time. This is big news. I didn't expect to encounter a tyrannical collision when I first came here. On a hilltop, Morgans had two video phone bugs on his shoulders, while the camera in his hand was constantly snapping. Sure enough, it was right to come non-stop. As soon as I landed on the island, I encountered the news. Charlotte category. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. Two young people of the new generation with the qualifications of kings, who wins and who loses. Wow. A trace of sand and dust swept up in the strong wind, like a fuse. Category and Chaos rushed out at the same time, and then the tunnees collided, and the ground exploded in all directions. Chaos only felt a pain in his knee, and then a huge force almost made him unable to resist. Category S armament color is really hard enough. In the original work, Category S talent is in seeing and seeing, such as predicting the future. In fact, his armed color is also the top, as well as the Overlord color, Devil Fruit ability and so on. It's just that predicting the future is too dazzling, so it will be ignored. Fortunately, Category is only growing now. If this is changed to more than 20 years later, Chaos is estimated to be a little overhang. Whoosh. The two appeared 100 meters away, forming an afterimage collision, and a storm rose on the spot. Pieces of earth and rocks were raised all around, extremely horrified. One after another black and red lightning splashed from the collision, flickering and flickering, very frightening and violent. Chaos has risen's team, and he has entered the return of life. The air burst into a mighty blast, Category swept out a huge kick, and Chaos also swept out a kick, and then the two appeared on the top of a mountain. With the sky-shattering hills and storms, they appeared in the next instant. On a building. An uppercut hit, and Chaos leaned back to dodge, but at this time Category suddenly changed his elbow and pressed down, causing Chaos's A's to jump. Chaos responded quickly. Dodging between the lightning and flint, he swept towards Category at the same time, and Category just raised his hand to stop it on his head, resisting Chaos and pulling away. After several backflips in midair, Chaos stood on the ground and shook his hand. A little numb. X. Chapter 207 _ You have a talent for piracy. 20,210,111. Chapter 207 _ You have a talent for piracy. Click. Thunderclap. The dark clouds hung upside down, and the black and red thunders bathed in Poppy Island. In midair, Prometheus was burning like the sun, and it brought a touch of warmth to this scene of lightning and thunder, but this warmth was a bit fiery. Some places are already starting to melt and burn. Now the whole island is watching the two tall and straight figures in the center, one tall and one short. The two looked at each other with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. In just a few short collisions, the fact that the other party is hard stubble has been drawn. To be honest, aside from the Sengoku and Carp who are too strong, Chaos is more willing to meet opponents like Category, Sarkowski, and Pulsalino. After all, the gap between the two sides is not very big. Fight hard. In the face of the powerhouses at the top of the pyramids in the Warring States period, it is completely crushing. As far as the battle is full of enthusiasm and fun, there are opponents of the same level or pressure that are still in the range, such as Category in front of him. There is an urge to let Chaos fight well. Category felt the same way, only more angry. Because Chaos touched his bottom line. Although Category looks arrogant and cold on the outside, he is the kind of man who cares about his family and subordinates. And calm, has a strong ability to deal with emergencies and a very high combat IQ. They don't like others to interfere in their own battles, and they are very respectful in the face of strong enemies, and they want to compete fairly with each other. But now it's different. Chaos killed the family he cared about most. This is absolutely intolerable. For a moment, the two moved. One after another, they flew to the ground, and Chaos was covered with steam. He not only entered the life return, but also used the goldenization, and collided with Category's knees violently. One after another, black and red lightning splashed, and all the surrounding surfaces exploded and rolled, and the annular shock wave came one after another. Chaos's hair and golden goose feather coat danced wildly, looking up at Category, who was full of arrogance. With a cold face, Category swept out his left foot with an armed color. Chaos was very calm and kicked out the same way. Carcass's ordinary touch, but it caused a sense of sight of landslides and fissures. A storm swept up, and Chaos flipped backwards and hung in the air. With a kick of his right foot, the air was torn apart, and the crescent-shaped slashing slash swept out. Magic rice cake. Category left 2 traces in the trap of his feet. He stopped and watched Lanzo's entire arm swell. A circle of glutinous rice donuts appeared on his right shoulder. Forcibly breaking through Lan's feet, the two collided again. Chaos stretched out his hand, and a golden mace fell from the sky, grabbed it in his hand and quickly covered the armed color and turned black and gold, splashing flames and rising steam. At the same time, the whole earth trembled. The solemn and sacred giant Buddha stood behind him, the D symbol that stood up was flowing. The mace that formed the thorn fangs was also held in his hand, and he leaned back high and looked at Carter coldly. Curry. Category also stretched out his right hand, and the trident in his body came out and was caught in his hand, and the ground around him quickly turned into glutinous rice, forming a huge glutinous rice giant behind him. No 2. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. The strange power rice cake, sticky sticks. The mace collided with the trident, and the golden Buddha and the glutinous rice giant behind the two also collided. Suddenly, 2 sky-shattering explosions resounded, and the terrifying waves formed to halos, and the whole coastline was shaken. Withdraw. Stuffy, Betty, Anilu and some people who were close to each other all turned their faces in shock and quickly retreated, watching the shock wave that hit the mountains and the sea, and everything disappeared wherever they went. This is really big news. Morgans was a little crazy, his eyes fixed on the dimly lit scene. On the ground, Category and Chaos collided, and on top of their heads, a huge Buddha collided with a giant sticky rice, full of visuality. ZZ. The wind howled, the thunder burst, and the ground was constantly raised and cracked, rising up hills and ravines one after another, changing the landscape in the blink of an eye. I don't know when the corners of the two people's mouths are bleeding. Category still had a cold face, but Chaos smiled nervously. The huge force of the rebound was recovered, the mace in Chaos's hand was damaged, and he stepped back a few steps with the golden Buddha and grabbed a new mace in his hand. The trident in Category's hand also almost collapsed, but he grasped it as his arms became longer. Puchy Tilda. A large number of flames continued to splash, and Chaos lifted into the golden Buddha's forehead, and the thorny fangs mace in his hand began to flow red, surrounded by a lot of steam. From a distance, it looks like a small volcano. Category raised his head and looked at Chaos on the golden Buddha's forehead. He almost couldn't resist the blow just now, and he resisted it completely, so that his internal organs were a little suffocated. Is this a direct fight? That being the case. Following his example, Category's body melted into the ground, and when he reappeared, he was already on the forehead of the glutinous rice giant, and the huge right hand squirmed to form a trident, which began to burst into flames. Category, you have a talent for piracy. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. Baked rice cakes, sticky sticks. Chaos still swept the army so simply, while the trident in Category's hand spun and burned with flames, like a meteor stabbing out in one fell swoop. At that moment, the whole sky was as bright as day. A huge mushroom cloud stood up, pushing away the dark cloud layer to reveal the gradually brightening starry sky. Half of the Poppy Island began to shake, and the violent shock wave spread all the way, and the entire hill and town had disappeared. The coastline was once stripped away, and all the sea water turned up and went forward. Dong dong dong. Thunder roared in the center of the storm, and the golden Buddha and the glutinous rice giant fell uncontrollably to the ground. From the perspective of size, chaos had the upper hand. Half of the huge mace has been missing, and half of the giant glutinous rice in the distance has disappeared. Clang clang. The metal collision of the golden horse and the iron horse turned the entire Buddha into a variety of 18 weapons, shooting at Category in one fell swoop like a meteor shower. Mirror cake. Category bleeds from the corners of his mouth. The glutinous rice giant and the assimilated ground all flowed to form waves to protect the top of his head, and all the golden weapons shot on it were all stuck. But at a critical moment, all the weapons exploded and turned into gold dust. From a distance, the glutinous rice waves turned golden white. Category frowned, and his heart sank even more. Because the sticky rice he controls is not so smooth. Glutinous rice contains gold powder. If it is ordinary, it can be completely assimilated, but now it has been greatly hindered. Not only can it not be assimilated, but it is also affected. He manipulated the glutinous rice to the right, but there was an opposite force that wanted to go to the left. Sure enough. Chaos' eyes lit up, and his move was just a test. Unexpectedly, it can really affect the other party's control of glutinous rice. This is to break into the enemy's interior. You have me and I have you. X. Chapter 208 When you meet in the crowd, it's dry. 20,210,112. Chapter 208 When you meet in a crowd, it's dry. This effect causes Category's awakening to weaken, which can be regarded as weakening the combat effectiveness. Then it will be easy to do next. With steam rising all over his body, Chaos appeared using shave, and the mace in his hand slammed into Category in one fell swoop. It was no longer the golden molten fire mode. After all, that domineering was consumed too fast. At the same time, the high BGM of League of Legends Welcome to Planet Earth Welcome to Manatee Star sounded. For a time, the blood boiled and the passion burned, and Chaos was as excited as spring. Boom. There were hills standing tall and straight all around. The black gold mace collided with the trident, and a large number of black and red thunders splashed around. SHHHHH. The golden halo behind Chaos turned into a flying knife, like a flash of light. Category is very calm, and uses his knowledge to dodge left and right. Although he has not awakened to predict the future, his knowledge is far superior to ordinary people. Even if the flying knife is very fast, the running trajectory can still be detected. Chaos never thought that he would hurt Category. If he could hurt the opponent so easily, it would not be Charlotte Category. His feet exploded in shock, and Chaos followed behind with his mace, sweeping the air in one fell swoop. Category's eyes turned cold, and the trident swept the block, only to feel a violent force hit, and went backwards without noticing. Land feet. Chaos kicked out his right foot quickly, breaking the ground to form a crescent-shaped slash. Category dodged sideways, and at this moment there was wind in his ears, and the black gold mace came horizontally, but Category responded quickly. The entire upper body leaned back as if there were no bones, forming a U. The shape dodged, and the trident in his hand spun and thrust out. Chaos's eyes jumped, and he ducked sideways in a dangerous way. The terrifying explosion shattered the ground, and the billowing dust obscured the sight. It was impossible to see what was going on outside, only the sound of the collision of weapons. One explosion after another, the distant sea horizon gradually brightened. It's almost dawn. But the battle is still heating up. Are we going to help? It's almost noon again, 7 or 8 hours have passed, and the battle is not over yet. Ainilu yawned, and at first he looked bright, but now he's a little tired of it. Looking around, cracks spread across the avenues, and there are even more potholes. The entire mountainside has disappeared, and most of the town has been damaged. There are ruins everywhere. Now the battle between the two has gone to the back of Poppy Island. It was an uninhabited mountain area. A lot of black and red lightning still exploded inside, and there were still waves of wind pressure, and the ground never stopped shaking. Don't help in this situation. Stuffy stared straight into the depths of the island, and he couldn't see clearly whether he was seeing or seeing, and the battle between the two had already turned into a fever. How? Think he can't beat it? Still need help? Where does this make Chaos face? As a woman, she is still a very smart woman, and she knows her boss. At this time, unless Chaos asks them to do it, Stuffy will never step on the mine. She knows how strong the vanity of that man is and how much he loves face. Zhang, if you go to help, that man will definitely give you a blow, or the kind that won't keep his hand. Betty patted Anilu's head, smiling and shaking her head. Sure enough, I haven't grown up yet, I'm just a little boy. I'm wrong, it's a little girl. Anilu's face collapsed all of a sudden, looking at Betty with angry eyes, and slapped the hand above his head with a slap. He doesn't want to talk now. Blue blue. A burst of phone worms rang in vain from the deep ditch of Stuart's two murder weapons, and Stussy reached out and connected. When he heard the report inside, whether it was Stussy, Betty, or Anilu's face sank. Go back to 5 hours ago. The Great Route, Gortat Island. The scorching high temperature filled the air, and the ground in a radius of 100 meters had melted into magma. Aquino was covered in the steam, and looked at the man in front of him, who was dripping with magma and wearing a justice coat. His face was full of madness. He was originally here to deal with the influence of amorous women on Gortat Island, so that the red light district could take over smoothly. Just as he was finishing the matter and preparing to leave, a warship appeared on the sea. It's Sarkarsky. This guy has also come to the New World. It was just near Gortat Island. When I heard that the Golden Emperor's subordinate, the Sun King, was on it, the first thought was of course to solve it. So this is the case now. In the distance, there were many sailors and people from the red light district, all looking at the two people in the magma in the center. Whether it's Aquino or Sarkarsky, his temper is quite hot, and it's just a glance in the crowd, that's dry. Don't even need to say a word. Hot wind fist. Clenching his fists shrouded in a crimson aperture, Aquino punched Sarkarsky from the air, and in an instant, a shockwave of heat waves separated the magma like a broken bamboo. Humph! Sarkarsky snorted coldly, the magma in his right arm swelled, and he didn't even think about avoiding it. The entire magma field exploded, and Sarkarsky countered with a punch, and then quickly rushed towards Aquino, as did the latter. Sun Apollo. Ming Dog. A round of crimson sun collided with the lava arm, and the area in a radius of 1,000 meters exploded. Puff. Aquino spewed blood from the corner of his mouth, and flew out in one fell swoop, leaving a lava gully, lying at the end coughing constantly. A simple collision, he lost. The opponent's explosiveness is stronger than his. Both parties are not afraid of the temperature of baking, so the competition is explosive power and domineering. Obviously Aquino is a lot worse. A mere 210 million pirates. Sarkarsky swaggered, his face dripping with lava, and his sharp pupils were full of indifference. Completely ignored Aquino. Call out. Aquino got up from the magma and quickly appeared in front of Sarkarsky with the shave. The index finger and the middle finger were folded together, condensing the super high temperature, and it was red and white. High temperature gun. The powerful penetrating force shot in one fell swoop. A hole appeared in Sarkarsky's heart, and he could see the scenery behind him. Not good. A crisis rushed to the sky, and it was too late for Akino to retreat. K9-toothed red lotus. Sakazuki ignored his face and punched Akino. Akino defended it the first time, but the explosive force of the landslide was too strong, and the sound of bone cracking came from his chest, and then he shot out uncontrollably, and fell to the ground through the ruins and couldn't get up for a while. Sakazuki's heart magma returned to the cage, and it didn't suffer much damage at all. He was elementalized in advance. And Akino's armament color is too weak. Cough cough cough. Falling to the ground and coughing blood continuously, Akino looked at Sakazuki, who came over, and shook his head even more frantically. As long as there is a trace of strength, he will continue to do it. Apollo. I don't know whether to live or die. Looking at the human-shaped sun like Akino, Sakazuki's eyes widened, and the entire right arm burst into lava. X. Chapter 209_Loka. Did this guy run away? 20,210,112. Chapter 209_Loka. Did this guy run away? Poppy Island, the battle is still on. Most of the area has been changed, and the center is still the thunder and the storm. Stuffy hung up the phone and turned into a broken cloud and flew to the battle center. Betty and Anila followed. At this moment in the sky and the ground, the sound of the golden leather colliding with the weapons was loud and mighty, the surrounding mountains burst and leveled, and there were potholes and cracks of different sizes everywhere. A raging wave swept through, and the two retreated one after another. There was very little smoke on Chaos' body, his chest heaving and breathing constantly, and he spit out the blood from his mouth. The same is true for Category on the opposite side, with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, short of breath. Now the two of them can be said to be half a catty, and neither of them has taken too much advantage. Boss, Oldston has been captured by the Navy's Sakazuki. On a piece of the Earth's crust, Stuffy condensed his body and shouted at Chaos. Very loud sound. Now black and red lightning spreads throughout the barren mountain canyon, waves of wind and waves fly sand and rocks, and the two overlords are still constantly colliding. With his mace in hand, Chaos danced wildly with his hair on his head, and stopped to prepare to attack when he heard Stussy's words. Old card, it seems that today's battle is over. Chaos frowned, looking at Category and planning to retreat. Category did not speak, and his expression was a little ugly. Not to mention that he got the name of an old card inexplicably. He killed Gala with this man, and he would not let it go. And his mission this time is to capture this man back to Totland. I won't let you go. Category held the trident diagonally, and his tone was sonorous and powerful. Chaos didn't answer, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden and white glutinous rice waves, and all the gold powder turned into a golden Buddha again, and crashed down behind Chaos in a sacred and solemn manner. Betty, add buff. Turning to look at Betty, who was standing with Stuffy, Chaos planned to hit Category heavily with one blow, and then left to save Akino. No problem. Betty pulled out the golden flagpole, used the devil fruit ability, and began to give Chaos a buff. Under the circumstance that the naked eye can see, Chaos's body suddenly expanded in a circle, and the steam around the body was profuse, and the breath was rushing upward like a rocket. This made Category's heart skip a beat. What happened? The aura that had been consumed not only returned to its peak, but instead strengthened a lot. Old card, you should feel honored, since you developed this trick. You are the first person to try it. Don't die. Chaos flew off the ground and looked at Category with a sinister smile, and then melted into the Buddha's forehead. Category looked dignified, and with a single step on his right foot, he awakened, and the same glutinous rice giant appeared before. Light. The ultimate light illuminates the entire sky with thunder and lightning. As Chaos merged into the Buddha's forehead, The right eye began to recycle all the rays of light like a black hole. These rays of light seemed to be generated out of thin air, and they were continuously compressed into the eyes and radiated. The terrifying energy keeps rising. Category S face changed in shock. He sensed great danger. Never kill, golden fire. An extremely high and boiling voice shouted from the Buddha's mouth, full of coldness and looking down on all beings. Swish. A dazzling laser shot out from his right eye, and the speed just came to him in a trance, like a meteor flashing away in the dark night. Baked rice cakes, sticky sticks. A cold air rushed to the sky, and Category controlled the glutinous rice giant, holding the glutinous rice trident like a small mountain range, and swirling and thrusting out in one fell swoop. It must block this laser, otherwise... Puff. Without the slightest hindrance, the dazzling golden laser smashed through the glutinous rice trident in one fell swoop and went straight to Category himself. The splendid brilliance disappeared from behind the glutinous rice giant, and then the distant sea level began to collapse. A crimson mushroom cloud slowly rose, surrounded by two halos, and pushed the clouds horizontally, setting off a tsunami of dozens of meters that shook the world. The air seemed to be evacuated all of a sudden. Betty and the three opened their mouths slightly, looking at the mushroom cloud expanding on the horizon, pushing the fiery halo across the sky one after another, and before the tsunami came, a strong wind shock wave destroyed it. It was a doomsday scene. Boom. The glutinous rice giant collapsed suddenly, and Category was half kneeling on the ground, looking down at his chest, where he could see the scenery behind him. His entire face suddenly turned pale, he couldn't help vomiting blood, and his breath plummeted. Curry. The evil face of Prometheus became tense, and he flew to Category for the first time, grabbed it and fled to the sky. It was so neat that it didn't leave the water at all, and even the three of Stucci didn't react. After all, they didn't care about the existence of Prometheus at all, that is to say, they completely ignored it. Where to run? When Anilu reacted, he was about to turn into lightning to chase after him. Stop chasing. At the critical moment, Chaos stopped Anilu. Although Category was severely injured, it was not without his backhand. In addition to Prometheus, if Anilu caught up, he might be killed. The current Anilu is still too weak. And there is no need to catch Category, he still appreciates this man. If you want to do it, you should wait for the other party to wake up and predict the future. If you catch it at that time, you can force him to ask about the practice of predicting the future. It's useless to catch it now. On the contrary, it will attract the cruel bitch of Big Mom. Therefore, the pension card has to be scattered for a period of time. Wait for the fat, and then go to the wall. Defeat Category now, and the Big Mom pirates should stop in a short time. Big Mom is either giving birth or on the way to giving birth, so it is impossible to come in person. Since Category is defeated, there is no need to send others. So the next step is to deal with the world government and other forces. The grudge is over. Why? Anilu looked at Chaos, who was gasping for breath, and expressed incomprehension. Such a great opportunity after all. You're still too young. Chaos straightened his hair, wiped his hot sweat, and then looked at Stucci. You stay at Poppy Island to continue processing. Betty and I go out, and you stay too. Shakyamuni collapsed and turned into tributaries, flying towards some hotels on the island. When he returned, he brought all kinds of food, and Chaos needed to supplement his consumption. Get back your lost stamina as soon as possible. Call out. After a while, Stucci and Anilu looked at the light spot that disappeared in the sky, and returned to the residence where they should work and practice. Thousands of meters high in the sky, a golden phoenix waved with long tail feathers, and it pierced through the clouds with a flick of its wings. Chaos was sitting on a golden back and was eating. His flat stomach was like a bottomless pit, No matter how much Chaos ate, it didn't bulge. As he ate more and more, Chaos's complexion began to improve. This is the domineering of the return of life, which can quickly digest food and get nutrients from it to quickly recover physical strength, injuries, etc. Blood Dilda. Betty was sitting there too, but was on the phone. Hip hop. As soon as the phone worm was connected, Ivankov's perverted voice came from inside. How did you solve it on your side? Betty and Chaos could hear the faint sounds of battle, as well as all kinds of curses. Hip-hop, sheme boxing. It's almost there. Ivankov kicked a thug and replied. We'll be there in about an hour. Hip-hop, got it. The phone bug hangs up, and Betty continues to contact the others. Crocodile answered. Budzing's phone call failed several times. This made Chaos frown. Could this guy run away? Starting point, Shenku, I name it casually. I really want to be a jerk. Deep book famine patient. Das Han is so stupid. 100 starting point coins. X. Chapter 210 Old Dog, we are best friends. 20,210,113. Chapter 210 Old Dog, we are best friends. The next day was cloudless. Gortat Island. After repairing, today Sarkarsky and his party are ready to leave. He was originally going to kill the Sun King, but Milinfando had news that he was escorted to the advancing city, so he was ready to return to the voyage. The Navy has replenished the supplies and is boarding the warship in good order. Under the cabin of the warship, Aquino was imprisoned with halo stones on his hands and feet, and was still in a coma. The injury was too severe this time, so I could only breathe a sigh of relief. After all, as long as he can get up, he will do it to the end. You can still live now, you can say that the vitality is tenacious. Major General Sarkarsky, we can go. A lieutenant walked into the office, and Sarkarsky was sitting behind his desk smoking a cigarette. Let's go then. Sarkarsky didn't look up, looking at the wanted order in his hand. All of them were the pirate groups that had been arrogant in the sea recently, and the richest group, the Golden Emperor, was number one. There are also many other pirates, such as Moonlight Moriah, Buffalo Arquette, Obsidian King Mojta, Maker Kakat and so on. These pirates better pray they don't get caught by him. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. Sarkarsky snorted coldly, looking at the face on the wanted list. He had already remembered that it was the guy who was defeated in Magic Valley Town, but he didn't take it to heart. Paul Salino seems to have fought several times, but he has not won. Really useless? Boom. The entire warship suddenly shook violently, and the coffee spilled on the table, which made Sarkarsky's face sink. At this time, a large shadow covered the sun outside, and the huge palm was raised and slammed down. The sailors on the deck all opened their mouths wide and stared at the 200-meter giant Buddha, which was bathed in golden Buddha light. Shoot! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Many naval generals roared, looking at the palm that fell with a bang. The lines on it were clear and full of oppression. Bullets and slashes shot on it, except for a trace of sparks. They couldn't stop it at all. With a loud bang, a huge magma fist burst out from the cabin, and slammed into the Buddha's palm like a volcanic eruption. Not only that, but also knocked back the golden Buddha one step. Sarkarsky walked out of the burning office with an expressionless face, looked at the huge Buddha standing still, and looked up to the sky, where three figures slowly landed on the Buddha's head. The man at the head was wearing a golden goose feather coat with a golden halo behind him, looking down at everyone with a contemptuous smile on his face. On both sides of her side is a woman wearing various gold accessories and a gold flag at her waist, dressed very revealing. As for the other, don't mention it. Just perverted. The richest man group boss Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. Sexy, Bello Beatty, the queen of dancing. The pervert, the shell-making embryo Ivankov. Many sailors on the warship looked heavy, but they didn't expect the Golden Emperor to come so soon. Especially the Golden Buddha is the most shocking. She seemed to be a goddess before, but now she has become a Buddha. Old dog, Ben Emperor's best friend, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Chaos set down a cigar and looked at Sarkarsky with a smile. Many sailors were stunned, and their eyes were a little weird. Judging from the expression and tone of the Golden Emperor, he seemed to be friends with Major General Sarkarsky. To make friends? This relationship is no ordinary friend. With the character of Major General Sarkarsky, how is it possible? Just a pirate. Sarkarsky's face sank. He had already sentenced Chaos to death. Do you think the set will let you go? Ridiculous. He hates the name Old Dog. Like scolding him. Don't be so raw, just call me Gaia. Back in the Magic Valley town, we had in-depth exchanges. Chaos blew out smoke rings and said something serious. Whether it is the Navy side, Betty or Ivankov, they are all a little skeptical. Looking for death. Sarkarsky suddenly disappeared from the warship, and when he appeared, he was already in midair, and the magma in the entire right arm swelled and erupted violently. Chaos did not panic at all, and the Buddha raised his black and golden palm like a fly. Sarkarsky snorted coldly, and immediately changed the target of the attack and slammed into the black old Buddha's palm. Very rigid. The terrorist force erupted in one fell swoop, and a large amount of magma turned into shells and fell to the ground. Sarkarsky exploded into elements, and was already on the ground when he appeared. When the Buddha's palm was retracted, there was a lot of smoke, and the center was almost penetrated. Sarkarsky is still the same Sarkarsky, and his explosiveness is really not covered. Puff puff. Sarkarsky stood on the ground, dripping lava covering the surrounding ground, and the temperature went up all of a sudden. You go and save Olton. Chaos left a sentence, jumped off Sakyamuni's head and landed on the ground, blowing smoke rings and looking at Sarkarsky with a smile. He was defeated in Magic Valley Town. This time he wanted to see the difference between the two. Boom. Chaos's eyes widened. His arrogant overlord color turned into invisible waves, and drowned towards Sarkarsky in one fell swoop, and the clear sky suddenly turned into lightning flashes. Sarkarsky's face was expressionless, and the justice coat danced wildly behind him. Just this tyrannical look is not enough to suppress him. Clang. The sound of the golden leather resounded continuously. Chaos raised his feet and opened his hands and walked towards Sarkarsky. With the BGM of League of Legends Welcome to Planet Earth, Welcome to Planet Earth, all kinds of golden guardians flew from the sky. Arms, chest, goggles, boots. It seemed that the living body automatically surrounded Chaos and began to assemble. During the period, the sound of the collision of the armor, coupled with the high BGM, and the scene of lightning flashes, made Chaos's temperament skyrocket. Being wise and martial, heroic and talented, and swallowing mountains and rivers are not enough to describe. The platoons are as garish as ever. Straws of high-temperature steam also began to splash from his body. The most important thing was that a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up behind Chaos, just like the halo behind Sakyamuni. It was the light of pure gold. The high-temperature steam is matched with the dazzling light, so that Chaos's face is hidden in the halo, and he can only roughly see the human shape, like a shadow under the extreme day, with only one outline of the facial features, which looks full of mystery and subversion. This shape is sacred and extraordinary, like a god. Fake a ghost. A lot of magma flowed, and Sarkarsky was full of disdain. In his opinion, Chaos is just a silver-like wagon head, which is useless. But just as Sarkarsky's words fell, an unprecedented crit struck. Half of his body disappeared in an instant, And I don't know when Chaos appeared in front of Sarkowski and forcibly swept half of Sarkowski's body away. Chaos moved his eyes with play, leaving an afterimage on the spot, because half of Sarkowski's body turned into lava and dripped on the ground, and at the same time his real body appeared behind his back, and the whole right hand turned into a hellhound and penetrated the card. The afterimage left by Sarkowski is completely contempt for the enemy tactically, but the real situation has always been vigilant and kept elemental at all times. How could he be a fighting idiot if he could become one of the 3 generals in the future, or even a marshal? Looking at the afterimage of Chaos because of the speed, Sarkowski's face was solemn. This guy can actually know styles, and even awakened and returned his life. Must be dealt with. X. Chapter 211 For the first time, never favored anyone. 20,210,113. Chapter 211 For the first time, never favored anyone. Golden fire, ordinary punch. The scorching heat was constantly expanding, and Chaos used the shaver to appear behind Sarkowski. The entire right hand, which was wearing a golden gauntlet, burst into flames with golden red, and the burning arm domineering entered the golden melting mode. Just like the thundering gossip, as long as there is gold, Chaos can achieve the golden melting fire mode by burning domineering, which will greatly increase the attack and destructive power. Combined with physique, it is flawless. The premise is that you must wear golden armor. If you only rely on the golden body, Chaos has not yet developed it. After all, every time you perform a gold melting fire attack, the gold as a carrier will be damaged. It can be said that it is a one-time attack. This move also consumes gold and domineering. When Chaos came up, he was genuine. It could be seen from Sarkowski's dilated pupils that he felt a huge threat. The overwhelming force rolled in, deafening. Sarkowski didn't even think about it, and elementalized it for the first time. Chaos' attack was too fast. Poof! The whole face was paralyzed and his face was distorted. Sarkowski's eyes turned white. His mouth and nose spurted blood, and then his body turned into magma and forcibly burst. Boom boom boom. The whole earth was crumbling, and countless crusts were turned into mountains, and there were continuous cracks all around. As a storm rose, a canyon tunnel appeared in front of Chaos, and it spread to the sea, leaving a trail. Deep ditch. There was hot magma in the surrounding gully, and Chaos's sight spread, and he noticed Sarkowski's breath in a magma river 100 meters away. It seems that it is impossible to kill Sarkowski or seriously injure him with one punch. Cyclops Gold Fire was given to category for the first time, Sophist Gold Fire was given to Sarkowski for the first time, which was fair, and there was no preference for anyone. Look at this power to know how passionate it is. The entire right arm was golden and red, the Shy automatically dropped a pair of arm guards, and Chaos disappeared in place and appeared above the magma river. Suddenly the entire magma river boiled, a magma beast rose from the ground, and a hot magma fist came on the face. Chaos didn't expect that Sarkowski would come to this move, so he could only resist in a hurry, turned into a rainbow on the spot and smashed to the ground, constantly rolling over and leaving a huge ravine. Some were lying in the ruins in a state of embarrassment, with white smoke on their bodies, and their hands were aching. Faced with the explosive force of a volcanic eruption, it is really hard to bear. Sarkowski was also genuine when he came up. The Great Spitfire. Sarkowski's lower body connected to the magma river and turned into a monster. He aimed at Chaos and smashed two giant magma fists the size of mountains. That destructive power is enough to shatter everything. Chaos did not resist hard, he rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, and the entire surface collapsed. Standing under the top of the cloud, Chaos looked down at Sarkowski, and Sarkowski also looked at Chaos. The air was hot. Golden fire ordinary kick. The golden light wheel on the back slowly turned, and Chaos rolled over and fell down. His entire right foot entered the golden molten fire mode. The flames splattered and carried the tail feathers. The atmosphere rippled along the way and made sonic booms, like a comet piercing the sky. Extraordinary spitfire. The entire magma river wriggled, and finally, like a volcanic eruption, it turned into a giant fist soaring into the sky, covering the entire sky directly. The world collapsed, and everything lost its color. Chaos apostrophe ordinary punch and ordinary kick put a lot of pressure on Sarkarski. Hip hop, is this about murder? Ivankov held a chino in his hand, and stood with Betty surrounded by a large number of Marines, but at this moment, everyone looked at the scene of the comet falling, all with horror on their faces. The entire sky was already glowing red. The sky seemed to be burning, countless fireballs turned into meteors, ripped apart the atmosphere and scattered across the earth, and the most central surface layers collapsed and turned into basins. Surrounded by canyons, the center of the storm seemed to be white light from the sky, and a comet forcibly penetrated the magma fist and finally stepped on Sarkarski's chest. The terrifying tsunami turned the world upside down, and a mushroom cloud rose up in the center. The entire island of Gortat is on 30th missing. As the natural disaster continued to spread, the originally prosperous towns and coastlines were all wiped out. Cough cough cough. It shook like moving mountains and filling the sea. Ivankov stuck his head out from the ruins, spit out the dirt in his mouth, and his face turned pale. The shockwave just didn't kill him, but he was lucky to run fast. Pulling up the half-chino from the broken wall, Ivankov's right fingernails instantly became longer and stuck directly on Ichino's waist. Not far away, Betty also came out, a little embarrassed. At this time, looking at the center of the storm, she couldn't help but take a breath. Many other sailors survived elsewhere. But most of them are strong, but just such a shock wave has already made them lose their combat effectiveness. As a large amount of seawater poured into the central area, the entire Tianqing basin began to emit white mist, and the collision of seawater and magma showed water vapor. Chaos jumped out of the white fog and stood in the air. His right foot was abnormally twisted and red and swollen, and even the calf bone was pierced through the skin and exposed. His whole face was distorted, and he went too far with this blow. Strongly holding back the pain, the return of life was fully used, and the right foot began to click and squeak under the condition that the naked eye could see, and finally returned to the right position and slowly healed. The sky has also dropped new golden leggings and boots. Looking down at the smoky field, Chaos felt it, and suddenly left an afterimage on the top of a hill. In the next second, a giant pillar of lava penetrated the afterimage. Cough. The coughing continued, and the smoke Rizakaski came out, but the situation was very bad. His ragged clothes had collapsed on his chest, his 7 orifices were bleeding with dirt, and he vomited a mouthful of blood that contained fragments of internal organs, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Sarkarski did not die as Chaos expected. After all, monsters in this world have a characteristic, that is, their physique is beyond common sense. As expected of the Emperor's best friend, the old dog, he can easily resist mighty blows. If the old ape is here, he will definitely say something terrible. Chaos fluttered his blonde hair upright, raised his head slightly and squinted at Sarkarski with both eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sarcastic remark. Because of the pure gold light, only the outline of Chaos's expression could be seen, but this contempt could be felt without looking at it, so Sarkarski couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blue veins and blood vessels bulge out, and the eyes are full of killing intent. Looking at Sarkarski's angry expression, Chaos's vanity was satisfied. B. Installed without leaving any traces. Half of domineering is also consumed, so let's end the battle with the third move. Chaos shook his hands. The ordinary punch and ordinary kick just now consumed half of Chaos's domineering, so he planned to inject all the domineering in the last blow. If Sarkarski has not fallen, then only the second option can be taken. Boom. The gravel and sand were flying, and a golden mace was beside him. Chaos grabbed it, raised his foot, and walked towards Sarkarski. Flowing like lava. Black and red lightning flashed in the sky above. As a result, the present chaos is full of sacredness. Sarkarski's eyes were cold, and when he stood up, lava was dripping all over his body. Starting point, deep buckle, to eat meat with spicy, 1,500 starting coins, ahead of the boss, 1,000 starting coins, I really want to be a jerk, 200 starting coins. X. Chapter 212 Bendy's best friend. 20,210,114. Chapter 212 Bendy's best friend. Puff puff. A large amount of hot magma dripped from Sarkarski's body. This emperor's best friend Tilda. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. Chaos whispered, and with the explosion under his feet formed a big pit. He rushed out in one fell swoop, holding the golden molten fire mace in both hands, overwhelming the sky and sweeping the army. Gaia Chaos, you will stay with me in the advanced city for the rest of your life. The great Spitfire. Sarkarski was furious and rushed out as well. The entire right arm formed a giant fist of lava that collapsed and fissures, moving forward in a mighty way. The violent force contained in it is like a real volcanic eruption. Boom. The whole world lost its voice, and the endless storm spread in an instant, and all the ruins and broken walls in all directions returned. With the towering of the vast mushroom cloud, most of the island began to shake. Ka ka ka. The dense black and red thunder snakes splashed, two halos surrounded the mushroom cloud, one pushed the black cloud in the sky, and the other swooped into the ground to form a basin. To the end. Hip-hop. Ivankov hugged the solid object to prevent himself from being blown away by the violent wind and waves, but just stared at the mushroom cloud in the center. This destructive force is too powerful. Not on the same level as him at all. He really didn't understand the real combat power with chaos. But today I feel it. He can't beat it. In addition, Sarkarski is worthy of being one of the 3 major rookies in the Navy, and the natural ability is really strong. Compared with Sarkarski, Ivankov felt that in the richest group, only Crocodile could compete. This is just about the devil fruit. If you put aside the devil fruit and only use physical skills, the stupid woman of Stuchy is not as mature and elegant as she looks on the surface. After all, he is proficient in C forms and life return. Cough 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 tilde. It should be over. Betty's open-chested trench coat danced wildly, the 2 snow-white murder weapons kept beating, and her slender hands were pulled away from her eyes and looked at the center. Her heart was shaking. A Chino also crawled out of the ruins not far away. After Ivankov's treatment, his body was recovering rapidly. Major General Sarkarski. There are also Marines staring closely at the center of the explosion, praying for Sarkarski's victory. Marin Vando has been notified. It just takes a while to get there. But the key is that the Golden Emperor didn't give too much time. As soon as he came up, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Click. A thunder struck, and the storm gradually dissipated. The billowing smoke and dust dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was a huge basin, with one end forming the Kangtswang Avenue extending to the sea, and the view from the top was like a huge spoon, which was full of crimson magma. Clap clap clap. There was a raised rock in that magma, and Chaos stood on it with disheveled hair, and the armor all over his body was tattered. He was holding a mace with only the handle left in his right hand. The breath also dropped to freezing point. Although he had only made 3 moves, he had already exhausted all his armament colors, and even his stamina was low. The undulating chest was steaming, and there was a smell of meat, and it even sank. The golden goose feather coat and golden halo did not know where they had gone, so that Chaos was now wearing a pair of tattered golden beach pants, with the dragon tattoo on his upper body naked, still full of domineering imperial spirit. But things are not as good as they seem. But even so, the demeanor cannot be lost. Reaching out his blood-stained left hand, he flipped his golden hair up, his earrings fluttered, and looked down at the magma field with extreme contempt. He knew that Sarkaski was not dead. If it's that simple to die, it's not Sarkaski. Time is always fair. When you become stronger, others also become stronger. Whoa! As Chaos guessed, Sarkaski was not dead. Just badly injured. A large amount of magma rolled, and Sarkaski stood up from it, gasping for breath with blood on his face. His image was much more miserable than that of Chaos. Especially the right arm, standing with broken bones and tendons. But compared to Chaos's little stamina, and his exhausted armament, Sarkaski still has spare energy. In this comparison, although he suffered the most injuries, the final result was the upper hand. If there is no external intervention, this battle will be a disastrous victory for Sarkaski. Clap clap clap. Chaos also knew that, so he couldn't help but applaud. As expected of the Emperor's best friend, he is indeed the most resistant. Sarkaski really is a monster. Thinking about the future, in the time of war, the fist that resisted Whitebeard, if it was replaced by Polsalino and Kuzan, it is estimated that he would have received a lunch, but not only did this guy not die, but he still had room for it. No matter what. Chaos is a hooker. This battle, I lost again. In this way, I gave it to you the first 2 times, and I'm looking forward to whether you can still prevail the 3rd time. After all, compared to Magic Valley Town, the gap between us this time seems to be very small. Chaos flicked the earrings and showed a half-smile, which made Sarkaski look very annoyed. There's no next time, you're going to die here today. Sarkaski's left arm wriggled with magma, staring at Chaos with murderous intent. Not necessarily. Chaos snapped his fingers and said suddenly, Betty, add buff. Received. On the shore of the basin, Betty pulled out the golden flag and began to use the power of the devil fruit. At that moment, Chaos only felt a force emerging from his body. His blood was boiling like drinking a glass of ice cream in winter, and all the pores on his body were opened. Feeling the breath of Chaos is rising upwards, although it did not return to its beak, it also recovered to half. Sarkaski's hair exploded, and he launched the final blow at the first time. K9-toothed Red Lotus. Facing the menacing attack, Chaos raised his head and looked down with his nostrils, and disappeared in a flash. What the lava dog had attacked was only the afterimage. See types of profound truth, Emperor Spear. With a bone-chilling voice behind him, Sarkaski was stiff, not waiting for a force of landslides and fissures to strike. Click. With a clear sound of bone cracking, Sarkaski leaned back. His lumbar vertebrae ruptured immediately. His eyes widened to tear the flesh of the orbital wall, and finally blood spurted out of his mouth, and an invisible shock wave was even more powerful. The abdomen appeared, rampaged all the way to separate the magma, separated the Spoon Mountain wall, and finally formed a canyon and disappeared at the end. The blow was solid. With the final blow, Chaos fell into the lava gasping for breath, and even stood a little unsteady. This blow relies entirely on Betty's inspirational power, which is equivalent to overdrawing strength and potential. It is a miracle that he did not fall down immediately. At this time, at the end of the canyon, Sarkaski was deeply bruised and fell into a coma. Breathing is like a gossamer. Boss. The 3 of Betty stepped on the moon and fell, looking at Chaos, who was coughing and bleeding continuously, and the canyon that could not be seen, and their eyes jumped. "Old one, give me a shot." Withdrawal from the return of life, Chaos's face was white and scary. "Hip-hop." Ivankov said no problem. The fingernail turned into a thorn in the waist of Chaos. Visible to the naked eye, Chaos' complexion began to recover. X. Chapter 213 Turned Sarkarsky into a woman. 20,210,114. Chapter 213 Turned Sarkarsky into a woman. Major General Sarkarsky. Damn it, Major General Sarkarsky was defeated. In the canyon, the messy ruins were crimson red, and the temperature was like being in a volcano. The surviving Marines looked worried and looked at Sarkarsky, who was covered in bruises and fell into a coma. All of them can't believe it. After all, since Sarkarsky's debut, unless he encounters an older generation of powerhouses, the same powerhouses have never been defeated. But today's first time was broken by the Golden Emperor. Some heartbreaking, some embarrassing. I have informed Marin Vando that Major General Pelusalino is on his way. A chief officer, Colonel, was holding a phone bug in his hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. At the beginning, he never thought that Sarkarsky would lose, and it is really unexpected at present. Not only did Sarkarsky lose, but he lost very quickly. It collided with the Golden Emperor for 3 moves, and then the battle ended. If you change to other powerhouses of the same level, they all start with the sky. The Golden Emperor is good, it's a big move when he comes up. How can there be such a fight? No virtue at all. Remove first and then talk. The other chief opened his mouth, glanced at the few Chaos who were far away, and confirmed his eyes, but he couldn't beat it. Only withdraw. Then the group carried Sarkarsky and prepared to evacuate, but call out. There was a sound of breaking in the sky, and a round of the sun crashed to the ground. Aquino was in the high-temperature steam, and he couldn't see the outline of his face. There was also a loud bang on the left and right sides, and Betty and Ivankov walked out of the dust with half a smile. "Want to go? Have you asked me about the dancing queen?" Betty fluttered purple short hair, very arrogant. "Hip-hop." Ivankov put on a ho-tight boss. "What do you want to do?" A senior officer pulled out his long knife. His expression solemn and not afraid, on the contrary, he regarded death as home. Those who can become Sarkarsky's subordinates are all people with upright characters and hatred of evil. They may not be as paranoid as Sarkarsky, but they are definitely not good. They are cruel to pirates without showing any sympathy. Only this kind of like-minded navy could follow Sarkarsky to run at sea for many years, otherwise he would definitely be cleaned up by Sarkarsky. "Yumin, call me the sexy queen. Lord Dancing Queen will do too." Betty was angry, and the consequences were serious. These idiots have no eyesight at all. Hip-hop, it's a mouthful. Ivankov pouted and changed into a new perverted posture, but still complained about Betty. "It's not because of Stuchy that I care about those titles. Oh woman. Really careful. What the hell are you saying?" Betty turned her head murderously and stared at Ivankov. As long as the pervert said another word, she would twist the two groups of 36E into a twist. I like the title of Dead Pervert. Ivankov blinked his long eyelashes and swung his fat ass from side to side in a gesture to smack you carefully. Vomit. Not only is it humiliating, but it is also lethal. The group of sailors couldn't bear it anymore, and they bent over and almost spit out the bile. Too bad Nima. Betty trembled even more, and goosebumps appeared. Deng deng deng. There was a sound of footsteps coming from far and near, and the sailors resisted their nausea, holding weapons in their hands to protect Sarkarsky behind them, and looked at the man in front of them vigilantly. "Huh." With a cigar in his mouth, Chaos spit out a smoke ring and looked at the vigilant sea soldier. His eyes widened, and the arrogant and domineering overlord rushed out in one fell swoop. Rampage is like a beast of will. The faces of the two chief officers in front were pale, and they were trembling after taking a few steps back. Some of the rest of the sailors collapsed to the ground, while others resisted forcibly with their weapons. Just that no one fainted. They are all generals with strong will or strength, otherwise they would not be able to stand here alive to withstand Chaos's tyrannical impact. The sailors under the old dog are really different. Chaos looked at these sailors with admiration, and each of them gritted his teeth and glared at him. "Don't be so nervous. Take it easy, take it easy." The overlord's came and went quickly, and Chaos pressed his hands like an old friend, and continued to say, "I and the old dog are best friends, and I won't kill him, but will save him." Stop. The two chief officers clenched their long knives tightly, not believing Chaos's nonsense at all. God is such a good friend. Best friends would label people like this. Seeing that there is only one breath hanging. So hypocritical. Wootilda. Chaos' originally smiling face turned gloomy, faster than turning over a book. Let them get down on the ground. Breathing out a smoke ring, Chaos looked at the group indifferently. For a while, Betty, Aquino and Ivankov started, and the whole scene sounded all kinds of fights and screams. The sky fell on the golden throne, and Chaos sat backwards on it, with Lang's legs crossed. His physical strength and armed color were still there. Recovering. Almost 10 minutes later, all the sailors were lying on the ground with bruised faces, but their eyes were still full of anger. Chaos turned a blind eye, looking at Sarkarsky, who was thrown over like garbage by Aquino. His eyes were erratic and he didn't know what he was thinking. "Boss, do you want to kill it directly?" Aquino's face was expressionless, and he didn't want Sarkarsky to die here. To die is also to die at his hands, killed by him in battle. He was very unwilling to lose this time. If Sarkarsky died here like this, he would feel a pity. He admired this man who was just as tough and violent as him, even if the two sides were of different camps. It's a pity to kill it like this, or leave it to that guy Lao Sha. Let him give a lecture. Betty's mind flashed, and she wanted to include Sarkarsky. This is a genius idea. It won't work. Chaos also thought about it, but it was very unrealistic. This is Sarkarsky, one of the most paranoid bigwigs in the Navy. Just relying on Crocodile's half-hearted pass, he will definitely not succeed. Taking Sarkarsky away ultimately has only two effects. First, Sarkarsky would rather kill himself than give in. Second, it will completely anger the Navy, and it may eventually develop into a rip-off with the world government. At present, Chaos does not want to rip off his face. Regardless of whether it is from his own consideration or from other perspectives, Chaos will not kill Sarkarsky now. He still admires this man. Killing is not killing, but it left Sarkarsky the most profound and unforgettable trace, which is also a series of good stories. Looking down at the unconscious Sarkarsky, the corner of Chaos's mouth grinned a bit. "Boss, why are you laughing so evil all of a sudden?" Betty was stunned. The people in this group, from head to toe, are not normal people, except for herself. Lao Wan, turn him into a woman. Chaos rolled his eyes gently to Betty, and then looked at Ivankov with a bad taste. He wants to change the trajectory of Sarkarsky's life, starting with gender first. I believe it will be fun. If possible, turn Paul Salino and Kuzan into women, and then all the three admirals of the Navy will be women? It's exciting to think about. Since he came to this world, what kind of transmigrator is he who does not stir up the smog? A static world is not interesting at all. He had never forgotten the ambition of crossing at the beginning. As for the consequences, it is nothing more than being hunted down. Just like him. This is killing two birds with one stone, perfect. Starting point, Schenku, das Han is so stupid, 100 starting point coins. X. Chapter 214 _Sarkaski, who did it? 20,210,610. Chapter 214 _Sarkaski, who is who? Who did it? The golden light condensed in midair, and Paul Salino looked at the barren mountain and canyon that had changed the landscape below, and his brows turned into light spots and dissipated, and when he reappeared, he was already on the ground. Major General Paul Salino. The two pale-faced chiefs breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Paul Salino appear. The Golden Emperor is gone? Paul Salino looked around, but did not feel the breath of that arrogant guy. It seems to be late again. The Golden Emperor saved the Sun King half an hour ago. One of the chiefs, wrapped in bandages, coughed. Where's Sarkaski? Paul Salino was a little surprised. After all, that guy was still very ferocious. He thought that these sailors had been killed, and it seemed that there was not much loss now. It is estimated that Sarkaski resisted the offensive of the Golden Emperor. This stilled. Faced with Paul Salino's question, the expressions of the two chief officers and the remaining sailors changed back and forth, as if they were in a state of difficulty and a little awkward. Well? Paul Salino was stunned. Could it be that Sarkaski is dead? However, as all the sailors parted ways, Paul Salino looked down the aisle, and the wretched face gradually became startled, and then his eyes enlarged with a ghostly expression. At the end of the aisle lay a very embarrassed woman. His long black hair was messy, and his delicate face was a little resolute. Even if there was dirt, it couldn't cover up the heroic spirit of a woman who didn't let his men down, and his skin was even more delicate. Even in Akuma, there is a heroic temperament. At this moment, he is covered with a justice coat. Even so, his chest is tall and straight, at least 36 CS murder weapon. His exposed legs are also slender and round. Along the gap of the justice coat, there is a sense of temptation to find out. Paul Salino's face changed constantly as he approached. Looking up and looking at a group of Marines, he saw the confirmation from the inside. Is this woman who is 80% similar to Sarkaski? Don't tell me it's Sarkaski. Paul Salino still opened his mouth to make sure. The surprise came too quickly, and he wasn't ready yet. Yes, we saw with our own eyes that the Golden Emperor's subordinate, the Shemaling, injected something into the body of Major General Sarkaski, and then... The sergeant couldn't speak anymore. He couldn't imagine what would happen when Sarkaski woke up. And they have already determined that Major General Sarkaski has really turned into a woman, whether it is appearance, murder weapon, or the creek in the Black Forest, it is only a woman's possession. As for the handle, it's already... Tilde. Paul Salino couldn't help taking a deep breath. What a proud and strong man Sarkaski is, if he wakes up and finds himself turned into a woman, then... Paul Salino could not imagine that he would suddenly become like this. Suddenly shivered. He dared not think any further. Major General Paul Salino, what do we do now? The two chiefs were completely indecisive. Luckily Paul Salino is here. Otherwise, when Major General Sarkaski wakes up, he will not have to clean them up. All the sailors turned their attention to Paul Salino. The meaning is already obvious. What should I do? You keep talking, you are the biggest here. Paul Salino's eyelids twitched, it was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Inexperienced. However, Sarkaski, who has become a woman, has a unique charm. Look at this face, this body. Let this kind of thing be left to Marshal Kong. Paul Salino chose to leave the problem to Sora. And the first person Sarkaski saw when he woke up must not be him. Then trouble Major General Paul Salino. All the sailors breathed a sigh of relief. While Sarkarsky is still awake, I will send him back. Porusalino coughed, picked up the unconscious Sarkarsky, and disappeared as soon as he flew into the sky. 10 minutes later, the clouds at a height of 1,000 meters receded rapidly. Porusalino looked down at Sarkarsky, who looked like a sleeping beauty, as if he was about to wake up. It's worth it. Without the slightest hesitation, Porusalino turned it over and was a one-it knife, the kind that was very forceful. Sarkarsky, who hadn't woken up yet, forcibly passed out again. Time passed slowly, and when he saw Marin Vando, Porusalino flew directly to the headquarters building. At the moment in the Marshal's office, Sora was discussing some things with Crane, and when he saw the door was rushed open, he cast his eyes. Porusalino, who are you? Sora's expression was stunned, and he looked at what Porusalino was holding, tied with the coat of Chief Justice, with only a long black hair hanging outside. At this glance, it was obvious that Porusalino was tied up with a woman. Porusalino didn't speak, just turned Sarkarsky's face towards Sora and Crane. The whole office smelled of needles falling at once. Whether Sora or Crane frowned, this woman seemed to be familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. The two didn't think about Sarkarsky at all. Until Porusalino speaks. This is Sarkarsky. The bomb that struck like a thunderbolt made Sora and Crane stiff. What did you say? Sora doubted that he had heard it wrong. But when Porusalino said this, it seems that he is really similar to Sarkarsky. I can't accept it for a while. Even the Crane was stunned. It's the Shemaking under the Golden Emperor. Porusalino shifted what he heard from the chief, and then sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. Sora's face was always cloudy, thinking about what effect Sarkarsky's becoming a woman would have on the Navy. After all, whether it is the outside world or the inside of the Navy, everyone knows that, whether it is Sarkarsky, Porusalino, or Kuzan, they are all training in the direction of generals. In fact, it is possible to become a general regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. As long as you have strong strength, sufficient prestige, and sufficient political awareness in certain aspects, you can take the position of general. It's just that a straight person like Sarkarsky wakes up and finds that he has become a woman. This blow is not something that ordinary people can bear. Maybe Sarkarsky's mentality will collapse directly, and he will never recover. Just past the easy discount. So Sora was a little worried. Looking at the Crane, both of them began to think of a way. Suddenly, the unconscious Sarkarsky sat up from the sofa. His body was hot and began to flow lava, and he burned the justice coat all at once, standing up full of precautions. He actually lost. How could he fail? Back then, the other party in Mogu Town didn't even have the qualifications to lift his shoes, but this time it turned out to be. The situation doesn't seem right. Here it is. Sarkarsky calmed down when he saw Sora, Crane, and Porusalino. How did I get back? As the lava flow disappeared, Sarkarsky stood naked in the office. Sora and Crane glanced up and down, expressions a little weird. Those two groups of weapons, at least 36E. No sagging. Really turned into a woman. Seeing the wrong expressions on Sora and Crane's faces, Sarkarsky also discovered the problem, and his chest seemed to be a little heavy. Look down. At that moment, Sarkarsky's expressionless expression began to change from astonishment to doubt, to who did it? Who did it? Touching the two soft objects and the absolute realm, Sarkarsky's hands trembled and his entire face was contorted. X. Chapter 215 Sarkarsky's Hysteria, Gaia. 20,210,610. Chapter 215 Sarkarsky's Hysteria, Gaia. Damn. The hysterical roar alarmed the entire headquarters building. And then the volcano erupted, and a large amount of magma swept across the office, turning into lava bombs scattered in all directions. Anger, endless rage. One after another, the magma erupted. The golden light condensed in the air, and Salino swallowed. Sora and Crane also stepped on the moon to hang in the air, watching the continuous eruption of magma. The entire headquarters building had been destroyed. Marshal Kong? Lieutenant General Crane. There is an enemy attack. Magma, this seems to be Sakazuki's ability. Many lieutenant generals and major generals came, looking at the rioting force in the center. At first they thought it was an enemy attack. Gaia. Chaos. The roar resounded through the sky and spread along the erupting magma. That was Sakazuki's substantial killing intent, which was more tyrannical than the revenge of killing his father and killing his family. Major General Sakazuki, what's the matter? The sound is wrong, it seems to be a woman's voice. Many generals are not nervous when they see the vacancy. It's just the heart-beating roar in the magma. The more you listen to it, the more wrong it is. Although it makes people shudder, full of destruction and killing intent, no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like a woman's scream, and the high-pitched sound is not something that ordinary women can shout. The sky and clouds were washed away, and Sakazuki stood naked in the magma, his face soaring into the sky. He only has one idea now, to kill the Golden Emperor. The magma on the soles of the feet continued to spray, and Sakazuki used this propulsive force to quickly fly towards the sea, almost losing his mind. Sora frowned and disappeared. Call out. The next second, Sakazuki turned into a cannonball and fell to the ground, causing a huge roar and dust splashing. Sora fell from the sky, walked into the dust and looked at Sakazuki, who got up. His eyes were a little erratic. After all, Sakazuki was naked now. That murder weapon is too full. The triangle area is also looming. Sakazuki, calm down. I'm going to kill him, kill him. Sakazuki was insane. His eyes were red in hysteria, but the words stopped abruptly. The Air Force operator knocked Sakazuki unconscious. At this time, the crane came in and took out a suit. After the dust dissipated, a large number of Marines had gathered around, and everyone looked different, all with doubts and unbelievable conjectures. The ability of Rockberries is unique in the whole world. Who does not know the ability of the three major Rockies in the Navy? Sakazuki, but why does this woman who has never met have Sakazuki's abilities? A closer look reveals that he has an 8-point resemblance to Sakazuki. It's all gone. Sora grabbed Sakazuki, gave Crane a look, and went to another building. After changing the office again, this time not only Sora, Crane, and Salino, but also many lieutenants, but now everyone is looking at the unconscious woman on the sofa strangely. Marshal Kong, is this Sakazuki? A lieutenant general frowned, obviously a veteran lieutenant general with extensive knowledge or experience, and quickly guessed that it was Sakazuki. Sora didn't speak, just nodded. This time the atmosphere in the office became subtle. The ability to change gender seems to be caused by the ability of the devil fruit. There is another lieutenant general speaking, very sure. It's the perverted responsibility of the richest man group, the Shemaking embryo Ivankov did it. Golden Emperor's subordinates. The office was silent again. Whoever did not know about Sakazuki's temperament in the entire Marinvando was even more cruel than killing him. Any normal man can't accept it, let alone a guy so arrogant. Don't get discouraged. Just lost my mind. The heart-beating soprano was murderous. You all go to your own business. Yes. As Sora spoke, the entire office was left with only Zuru, Salino, and Sora. And the unconscious Sakazuki. An hour later, the violent magma rose to the ground, and there was a hoarse roar. With a striker knife, Sakazuki's soprano came to a screeching halt. Another 2 hours later, Sarkaski woke up for the third time. The fourth time. The fifth time. Every time I woke up, I screamed furiously, but the high-pitched sound gradually decreased. Until this time, after waking up, he sat silently on the sofa, his face was expressionless, bloodshot in his eyes, and a violent aura spread all over his body. Looks calm. Sora sat in the back of the office and saw Sarkaski calm down and spoke indifferently. Paul Salino had left at some point, so only the crane was left in the entire office. I'm going to the new world. Feeling the heaviness of his chest and the coolness between the two spans, Sarkaski clenched his hands tightly, holding back his anger. No. Sora directly refused. Although Sarkaski is trying his best to restrain himself now, he has not completely calmed down at all. To know that this time Sarkaski was going to die. But in the end it was just a woman. I don't know whether to be happy or worried. Others don't know, but it's definitely life or death for Sarkaski. Wait until you've calmed down completely, not now. Sora looked at Sarkaski with a blank expression, and his tone couldn't be denied. Sarkaski stood up abruptly, the temperature on his body continued to rise, and he looked at the pair of deep eyes above, and finally left with a cold snort. It seems to be all right. Looking at Sarkaski, who left in a rage, Crane rubbed his forehead. With Sarkaski's character and temper, he won't be so impulsive when he calms down. At least until the richest group is destroyed, before he turns back into a man, he will definitely live tenaciously. Revenge. Enough to support him to endure all outward glances and words. For example, now, when Sarkaski walked out of the building, some generals watched secretly, but no one dared to look in front of Sarkaski. Didn't you see Sarkaski's black face, an expression that would explode at any time? However, is this really Major General Sarkaski? It can't be wrong. Marin Fando has spread all over the place. It seems that it was done by the Shemailing, a subordinate of the Golden Emperor. It's incredible to be able to switch genders. I didn't expect Major General Sarkaski, who turned into a woman, to be so beautiful and handsome, looking at the way that long hair flutters. The breasts are so big that I'm a little jealous. That waist, upturned white skin, slender eyebrows. Some men are unbelievable, and some women are envious, and the whispered remarks continue to spread in secret. Returning to his independent residence, Sarkaski closed the door and sat on the sofa, his face grimacing as his chest exploded. You don't need to guess to know that the entire Marin Vatican knows it. Now maybe everyone is talking about him. Damn dog thing. He raised his hands and squeezed them tightly. Compared with the rough and big hands in the past, the hands are now very slender, and the skin is smooth, tender and white, and it is a woman's hand at a glance. Abominable. I really want to chop it off. Sitting alone for a while, Sarkaski came to the bathroom, looked at the face and bumpy figure in the mirror, and glanced at the cold room. Exquisite face, white neck, big murder weapon that jumped out after ripping off clothes, flat stomach, slender long legs. It's a woman's feature no matter how you look at it, and everything about him as a man has been erased. In addition to mental and psychological, he is now a woman. Boom. The entire bathroom exploded, and the magma splashed and smashed into the houses. Sarkaski bathed in the magma with a sullen face, gritted his teeth and roared every word. Golden Emperor. The enemy of your life is inseparable. Starting point, Shenku Huimo 001, deep book shortage patient, 500 starting coins, I really want to be a jerk, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 216 _ Don't panic. 20,210,116. Chapter 216 _ Don't panic. New world, a certain sea area. A piece of fine sand condensed into his body. Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth, wearing a black fur coat with a big back and a D-shaped sand symbol on his back, looking at the two people in front of him with great contempt. The brainwashing responsibility of the richest group has offered a reward of 560 million to Tsar Crocodile. The business here is ours to the pirates. Give you a chance to leave, otherwise just stay. A slender man wearing a strong suit with a turban on his forehead, holding a long knife in one hand, looked at Crocodile indifferently. The second head of the Chong Chong pirates, Playboy Rick Mai Mai, with a reward of 490 million, is a top swordsman. Next to it is a huge centipede holding more than 20 various long knives, axes, and pistols. It is the third centipede king of the Chong Chong pirates, Mingateet. It is an animal type with centipede fruit ability. A reward of 420 million is offered. The Chong Chong pirates landed in the Chambord Islands incident. Its captain is the great pirate Shock King Temetlin with a bounty of 731 million. He is a superhuman type with the ability to shock fruit, and he is quite well known in the New World. In addition to the second-ranked Playboy Rick Mai Mai and the third-ranked Centipede King Mingateet, his subordinates also have a first-ranked giant pig El Kaka with a reward of 560 million. In the New World, the Chong Chong pirates can still be ranked in the middle. Wootilda. Crocodile fell to the ground, blowing a smoke ring with a cigar in one hand, with a contemptuous expression that didn't take these two people seriously at all. This is the fourth island he has cleared. The first three have already cleared some of the important sites of the amorous woman, and the red light district forces above are responsible for the aftermath of the annexation. I did not expect to come to this island and meet the Chong Chong pirates. It also took the first step to control the power of the amorous women on this island. Not only this island, but the forces of the amorous women all over the world began to ante or snatch after knowing that the amorous women were dead. There are also many amorous women's right-hand men and subordinates who have started to stand on their own. At present, the power of amorous women is extremely chaotic. Real interests, no one cares about them. To unknown people. Dare to challenge me? Kill you today. Crocodile's right hand rose into the sky, and a large amount of fine sand appeared and began to entangle, and finally rose into the clouds to form a treasured knife, overwhelming the sky and pressing towards the Playboy and the Centipede King. That arrogant gesture immediately made the Playboy and the Centipede King burn with anger. Rampant. Boom. In a radius of 1,000 meters, the sand and stones were flying, and the Playboy and the Centipede King joined forces to block Crocodile's extremely contemptuous attack, and immediately began to counter-attack. Humph. Bizarre. The whole arm was deserted. Looking at the rushing Playboy and the Centipede King, Crocodile was pressed to the ground in one fell swoop. In an instant, the entire field was deserted. A huge desert hand grabbed the ground and climbed behind Crocodile from the depths of the ground. Up. Wow. The fine sand forms waterfalls that continue to fall, and a huge desert giant nearly 200 tall is almost carved out of the same shape as Crocodile, with a big back, a fine sand coat, and a D symbol on the back. The air hissed and the sun was blocked in one fell swoop. Tsar stretched out his giant hand, tore his eardrums and grabbed it towards the Playboy and the Centipede King. Cut off. The Playboy stopped rushing, and clenched the long knife in his right hand and swung it out in one fell swoop. In an instant, the 100-meter crescent-shaped slash soared into the sky, powerfully and domineeringly splitting Tsar's right hand in half, and finally slammed into the huge desert chest. But the desert giant did not stop, and continued to move forward. The wound that was cut out was soon covered with fine sand and healed. As the earth shook and the mountains exploded, the surrounding hills began to rise. The entire scene was covered in dust, making it difficult to open your eyes. Crocodile sat back very forcefully, and a desert throne automatically rose from the ground, sitting on it with Lang's legs crossed, puffing clouds with a cigar in one hand, sitting and watching the battle between the Tsar and the two. The temperament of the big guy is so hard to handle. Is this the brainwashing of the richest group? A person with natural ability is really invincible. It feels so arrogant. There were many people watching this one Neon 2 battle from afar, no matter how easy it was for Tsar Crocodile to be at ease, while Playboy and Centipede King. The bounties on both sides are very close, but the gap is a bit big. Die. In the field of flying sand and stone, the Centipede King swept past the Tsar giant, stretched out his dense arms, and all held weapons and slashed at Crocodile with murderous intent. Too weak. In the face of such an attack, Crocodile sat on the throne of quicksand without moving, flicking his fingers and flicking the soot with contempt on his face. With the movement of his mind, the sandy ground under his feet swept across in awe, forming two tributaries of fine sand, heading towards the Centipede King in one fell swoop. Hang out. Not good. The sudden and rapid attack caught the Centipede King by surprise. The two tributaries of fine sand were intertwined with each other in a twist shape, like a black hole that made it difficult for him to break free, and the most important thing was that the water on his body was passing away at an extreme speed. Even covering the armed color is the same, at most it only delays the symptoms. I can't break that bondage. Damn. The Centipede King felt the danger of death. Crocodile raised his head high, stretched out his hand to face the Centipede King and began to slowly clench it, and then the two tributaries of fine sand became tighter and tighter, and the speed of absorbing water was also faster. Stream slash. The Playboy in the distance pulled out a knife, slashing the arm of the Tsar giant in one fell swoop. He wanted to save the Centipede King, but another huge fist of the Tsar fell from the sky, which firmly restricted his movement. Die. Crocodile held his right hand, and the Centipede King was gradually engulfed by the tributaries of fine sand. Boom. Just as the Centipede King was about to be engulfed, a mighty shock wave came from a landslide in the distance, rampant and domineering. Crocodile, who was originally sitting on the sandy throne, burst into fine sand with the throne and scattered on the ground. And that shockwave is even more trending, and it directly collapsed the desertification pillar that bound the Centipede King. The Centipede King took the opportunity to escape. His entire body was much thinner, and there were still lingering fears in his eyes. Just because of a little carelessness, he almost died. Those with natural abilities are really not that easy to deal with. Honkai Avenue spread all the way into the distance, and two footsteps came from the end. Crocodile slowly took shape with a cigar in his mouth, looking at the two figures walking out of the dust. The corners of his mouth were slightly outlined with disdain. The leader is none other than the Shock King Temeclin, who offered a reward of 731 million, the captain of the Chong Chong pirates, a tall man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a burn scar on his neck, and a height of a man about 5 meters tall. Next to it is a pig's head with fangs. It was the head of the giant pig, El Kaka. There are also a large number of pirates in all directions, all of which are pirates of the Chong Chong pirates. In the face of such a situation, Crocodile did not panic at all, and he was still so proud while breathing smoke rings in a leisurely manner. Tsar Crocodile, give you a chance to surrender. The King of Shock ignored Crocodile, and he also ignored it. Even if the Golden Emperor is here today, he cannot escape his palm. X. Chapter 217 Small ability of seeing and hearing. 20,210,116. Chapter 217 Small ability of seeing and hearing. Wootilda. Crocodile took a sharp puff of his cigarette, half squinted and squinted at the King of Impact, revealing contempt inside and out. Too weak to be my opponent. Just one sentence caused the atmosphere to drop to freezing point. The Shock King's face suddenly sank. crazy, kill him for me. At this moment, Crocodile is too arrogant, and the King of Shock is also a ruthless character, and he is so angry that he will beat Crocodile to death. Even if the King of Heaven is here today. This man never wanted to leave. He attacked what the king said. In an instant, the giant pig El Kaka, the playboy Rick May, the centipede King Mingert, including the Shock King himself, covered their hands with a white halo, and killed Crocodile in one fell swoop. I heard that the Golden Emperor is rampant enough. Unexpectedly, even the subordinates were like this. People who are too arrogant often die the fastest and the worst. A bunch of weaklings. Facing the danger of rushing over, Crocodile held the cigar with his left hand in an OK fashion, and pressed his entire right arm to the ground in one fell swoop. Erost Reincarnation Great World. The extremely high move name was spit out from Crocodile's mouth, and then a storm radiated out, and the kilometer of land centered on Crocodile was all deserted to form a desert world. One after another, the desertified tributaries rose from the ground, and then began to strangle. Dangerous. Chong Wang and the others looked at the tributaries surrounding the heaven and the earth, all strangling them. As long as they were dragged in, they would be slaughtered. Shockwave. Giant pig crash. Stream slash. Centipede storm. Boom. The names of the four moves in a row were shocking, and the dazzling rays of light once blocked the line of sight. From a distance, there are only the desertification tributaries, which eventually merge into one to form a sandstorm that connects the heavens and the earth, like a wild beast that has strayed, and began to sweep the entire island unscrupulously. Run. Help. Damn. Those buildings were like paper paste, and many people were involved in the sandstorm and were torn into slag in the blink of an eye. This is a disaster. End. After everything dissipated, the results were also exposed. Crocodile was holding a cigar, a trace of blood began to spill from the corner of his mouth, and a long knife pierced through his chest, and the tip of the knife could be seen behind him. At the same time, the invisible internal organs are damaged to a certain extent. In front of him, the centipede king knelt on the ground, a blood stain on his waist spread all the way to his right arm, and finally fell to the ground on the verge of death. And the dude looked down at his chest, and a spike of sand on the ground pierced him. The giant pig El Kaka tilted his head, the eyes and ears on the left side of his face were missing, and he was bleeding wildly. Only the King of Charge stood face to face with Crocodile, but blood was still slowly flowing from his nose and mouth. This scene shows that the five fought another battle during the Calamity Sandstorm. You're nothing more than that. The Shock King's right hand was covered with a halo, and it was so close that he slammed into Crocodile. Whoa! The entire body burst, and a large amount of fine sand flew into the air. When Crocodile reappeared, he was already 30 meters away. But the situation is very bad. He knelt down on one knee on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. In the face of the combined attack of the four, he still failed after all. Especially the ability to attack King Temeclan is too powerful. If it is one ear known, or one Leontwo, he, Crocodile, guarantees his personality and can suppress it at the click of a finger. It's just that this time I faced four people, and I fell. He admits to being careless. But it also instantly made the to lose their combat effectiveness. However, he can keep fighting. Spit out the blood from his mouth, Crocodile stood up, still arrogant and contemptuous. An hour later, King Shock's chest rose and fell violently. Looking at Crocodile, who was covered in bruises and finally collapsed, his eyes were cold and he breathed a sigh of relief. How could this guy last so long? If it wasn't too rampant, he might still admire it. But that's it. He will not kill the other party, but will lead the Golden Emperor through this guy. As long as he catches the Golden Emperor, he will be able to obtain supreme wealth. At that time, it will be easy to become the king or the hegemon. I went to the Chambord archipelago to capture the Golden Emperor. It's just bad luck. I didn't expect to catch the Golden Emperor's subordinates today. It's just like stepping through the iron shoes and finding nowhere to get it without any effort. Get it working and everything is at your fingertips. Poppy Island. After Aquino was rescued, chaos returned here. Judging from the things that Stucci and Betty are constantly dealing with, the business in the hands of amorous women, the red light district is rapidly receiving. However, the harvest is not too big, but compared to those forces that started late, they at least bit down a piece of fat. The bear still can't get in touch. Chaos sat on the sofa with a cigar in one hand and a wine glass in the other. Inalu and Ivankov are fighting in the back mountain, and there is no need to guess the result. Inalu must be the one who was beaten. Aquino was wearing a bandage and went to the back mountain to practice. There were only 3 of Chaos, Stucci and Betty in the whole room, and now Betty was contacting the bear. Just contacted several times to no avail. No. Betty's face was also a little strange, and she also guessed that the guy ran away. Otherwise, why is there no news at all? Chaos put down the wine glass, leaned back against the sofa and raised his head, looking at the ceiling, wondering what he was thinking. Betty wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Stussy shaking her head. The man should be a little upset by now. I have to say that Stussy still knows Chaos very well, and even Crocodile can't compare. In this way, Stucci and Betty continued to deal with things, while Chaos took a nap on the sofa with his eyes closed. I don't know how long it has passed, but Chaos felt that someone was pushing him in a daze. Like this kind of close-up, it means that the person who comes here is not malicious, or has no evil intentions, otherwise Chaos will wake up at the first time. Even if there is a little bit of malice towards him, the news will sound a strong alarm. This little ability has not been awakened for too long. It is estimated that it is because Chaos has been releasing the knowledge color all the time, and even sleeping the knowledge color is turned on, which has almost become a habit. Gradually, I successfully cultivated this small ability. It's like an early warning system. Boss, wake up. Chaos opened his eyes, and Stussy was reflected in the dark eyes. Squatting in front of Chaos in professional attire, his career line is deep. How long have I slept? Chaos didn't get up and was still lying on the sofa. In an hour, there is news from Lao Sha. Chaos sat up, rubbed his forehead and looked at Stucci. Lao Sha had a conflict with the Chongchong pirates and was caught by the 3 captains of the Chongchong Union. Just now, the Chongchong called and asked you to go there in person, otherwise you will kill Losha. Shocking? Where did it come from? Chaos frowned, feeling unimpressed. But Lao Sha was taken prisoner? This is a big problem. Since Lao Sha followed him, his combat power has not improved a little bit, but he didn't even know he was defeated by that corner pirate. What the hell? Although Aquino lost this time, the opponent was Sarkarsky. Chaos can accept it, but the King of Shock is completely unimpressed. Is it some big pirate? Like Exploding Monarch Gotti? Starting point, Shenkui auspicious, 1,500 starting coins, Deep Book Famine Patience, 1,300 starting coins, Welcome to African Tribes, 1,000 starting coins, Pink Big Cat Kitchen, Muai Water Wooden Text, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 218 I'm just being careless. 20,210,117. Chapter 218 I'm just being careless. This is the information of the Chongchong pirates. Stussy seemed to know what Chaos was thinking, and directly picked up the prepared materials from the desk. Chaos took it, set down a cigar and started watching. Shock King Temeklin, a superhuman type with the ability to shock fruit, can emit various shock waves. with a reward of 731 million. The devil fruit's ability is very powerful. There are 3 small famous men under his banner. The leader of the giant pig, El Kaka, the animal family, ancient species, giant pig fruit, with a reward of 560 million. Second playboy Rick My, swordsman. A reward of 490 million is offered. The third centipede king, Mingateet, who has the ability of the animal system and centipede, has a reward of 420 million. 4 home. The rest are almost small exclamation. Laosha's going back the more he lives. Throwing away these materials, chaos blue smoke rings. Being beaten, if you can't do it, then run away. Brain dead. Just like Loton, he has a tough head, but his brain can't turn around. If you say that you fight alone, then if you lose, you will blame yourself for being incompetent. But being surrounded and beaten is different. Even if the individual is powerful, but there are 3 or 4 opponents on the same level, who can stand it. It's weird not to kneel. Self-esteem at work? Is it too floating, already lost? I'll fit. Standing up from the sofa and stretching, he didn't even pay attention to the so-called Chong Chong pirates. Need to inform others? No, this time I will only bring Zhao and Lao done. Good. The window was open, the breeze was blowing the thin veil, and Stuffy withdrew his gaze and returned to the office to continue dealing with government affairs. Betty on the opposite side turned her face and began to work hard. At this time, in the back mountain, in the barren mountain canyon formed by the battle between Chaos and Category, Anilu followed Aquino to practice, and Ivankov went to the small island of the Middle Thumb. In the entire richest group, Aquino and Anilu are now cultivating their lives, so the progress is very fast. Do NT cultivate yet, you to go out with me? Going there? Anilu and Aquino were panting and sweating profusely. You'll know when you go. Captain, will the Golden Emperor come? The Centipede King, Mingateet, was wearing a bandage and his face was a little pale. The Shock King just notified the richest group through Crocodile's phone bug. A woman answered the phone. Not sure. The King of Shock is not very sure. After all, the Tsar is only a subordinate of the Golden Emperor. If he is the general boss, he will not necessarily come to rescue. The younger brother is a cannon fodder, something that can be ordered at will. However, I admire this guy. In the face of the siege of the 4 of us, he can not only persist for so long, but also hurt us. The head of the giant pig, El Kaka, looked at Crocodile, whose face was covered in blood and was held by several pirates, with a look of approval on his face. HMPH, as long as you catch the Golden Emperor, everything will be there. The second playboy, Rick McMy, just finished speaking, when the miserable crocodile vomited blood from his mouth, and said coldly and arrogantly, just because you rotten fish and shrimp. Still like catching that man? Undisguised strong contempt, full of ridicule and irony. If he is not careless, will he lose? Now that's what's angry about him, he's been captured. That man would definitely come to save him, he was sure of that. No reason, just believe. Just. He will definitely be laughed at by the guys in the group, and the thought of this crocodile makes his chest tighten short of breath. Abominable. This time the face is lost. I won't have much confidence in teaching those guys in the future, and I will definitely use this to attack him. Crocodile's pale face changed back and forth, and it was really a misstep. Sorry for the first time. A mere loser. In the face of Crocodile's ridicule, the Centipede King gave it disdain. Fighting alone, you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent, you can kill it with a flip. Crocodile raised his head, his big back hanging down, looking messy. Both eyes were as sharp as swords. Verbal confrontation? He hasn't been beaten yet. Do you really think his brainwashing eloquence is just a decoration? The mouth-to-mouth battle, it's not that he is bragging about Crocodile, he is #1 in the entire richest group. But these guys are too weak to be his opponents. The realms of the two sides were different, so Crocodile was not interested in speaking again, but just looked at a few people contemptuously. You. Boom. The Centipede King was a little embarrassed and angry, and he was very unhappy with the other party's eyes. Directly punched out, Crocodile arched his body and couldn't help vomiting blood. Okay, don't kill him, it's still useful. The Shock King frowned, preventing the Centipede King from continuing to beat him. Good luck to you. The Centipede King snorted coldly. If it wasn't for this guy's worth of use, he would have killed him long ago. At this time, Crocodile was supported by several pirates, bending his body and bowing his head, bleeding from his nose and mouth could not stop. If these guys can get out of this island alive, his name of Crocodile will be written upside down. Sunset and dusk, time passed quietly. There were more and more red clouds on the horizon, and suddenly a blue thunder flashed away, rumbled and finally stopped in midair. Clap. The 3-meter thick thunder column fell straight towards a man. With the lightning bolt, most of the mana disappeared. Who? At this moment, in the mana, King Shock came out with a group of pirates, looking at the delicate kawaii girl in the air, a little stunned. Bop. The azure blue thunder flashed from time to time on the delicate body, and Anilu looked down. When I saw the embarrassed Crocodile, I suddenly felt happy. This guy has today too. He was deeply poisoned every night, and he talked about the purpose culture. Every day in his sleep and dreams, he would dream of this guy walking around beside his bed, spitting out fragrance. It's a nightmare. If it hadn't been beaten, I would have learned a lesson long ago. I voted to raise him as a girl at the beginning, and he also had one vote. Deserved. Just one of you? Crocodile was a dog in his heart, and Anilu's undisguised gloating made his heart aches. One god is enough. Anilu held her head high and showed those long bow, her long pale golden hair that fell down to her feet fluttered, very proud and continued. It's just a few lowly bugs. You are not only defeated, but also captured alive. Shameful enough. If it were this god, I would have committed suicide long ago. Anilu's sudden venomous tongue made the pirates all over the place bewildered. Why is it being revealed inside and out that Barbados is dead? I'm just being careless. Crocodile twitched, looking at the expression that he knew of Anilu's poisonous tongue. I'm afraid he's been run on too. It should be said that everyone in the richest group has been run on by Anilu. There is such a person in the richest group? The King of Shock looked at Anilu a little weirdly. She was completely a kawaii girl. I had never heard of the richest man group having such a character. Seeing this, he still has a grudge against the Tsar, at least not very much. A mere lowly creature, dare to look up to the god. Guilty. God's punishment. Anilu raised his right hand high, and the sky, which was full of red clouds, began to roll with black clouds, and a 10-meter thick azure blue thunderbolt fell in a straight line and slammed into the Shock King and others. Crocodile is among them. If you accidentally die, there is nothing you can do. It was intentional anyway. X. Chapter 219 _ no technical content, button on the top. 20,210,117. Chapter 219 _ no technical content, button on the top. Damn. The dazzling thunderbolt fell, and the faces of the Shock King and others changed. This girl, who looked harmless to humans and animals, summoned thunder and lightning as soon as she made a move. The contrast is too great. The entire venue was dazzling, and the razors swept into a frenzy. When everything subsided, many pirates were already lying on the ground, spreading the scent of meat. The Mantis Kings headed by them also had their hair standing up in a mess, and black smoke was coming from their bodies. It's just that this thunderbolt can at most paralyze them. No substantial damage was caused. Swish! The playboy pulled out his long knife and waved it, and the crescent-shaped slash rose to the ground, cutting Anilu in half diagonally in one fell swoop. The thunder and lightning crackled, Anilu looked disdainful, and his body quickly healed. Nature Department. The playboy's heart sank, and he turned out to be a natural ability person again. As far as he knows, the richest group already has 2 natural abilities, the Tsar and the Queen of Joy. When will another one appear? Also associated with lightning. This is the rarest nature type, not the animal type and superhuman type of the bad street. I haven't seen each other for decades at ordinary times, how come I caught up all of a sudden? How difficult is the natural department? You can see from the captured Tsar, who was almost surrounded and beaten by him alone. Boom! The sky with thunder and lightning suddenly turned crimson, everyone raised their heads and opened their mouths wide, only to see a crimson sun falling straight down like a meteor. 1,000 meters of landslides and cracks, a heat wave formed a mighty shock wave, and everything it went was destroyed? Exhausted. What is it this time? Some pirates swallowed their saliva. Puchy puchy. The ever-increasing temperature bakes the earth and ripples the air. The entire ground melted visibly to the naked eye, turning into magma bubbling like boiling water. At the very center of that crimson red, a group of silhouettes in the high-temperature steam walked out slowly with their feet on the magma. Hot charge, Sun King Dunakino. The giant pig El Kaka looked embarrassed, and the richest man group really came. It's just that the Golden Emperor has not yet appeared. The sun. Apollo. The roar that burned everything, the indistinct outline was full of mania, and I saw Aquino in the high-temperature steam, holding a red ball of light in his right hand, like a real little sun. Overwhelming is just. Looking for death. Savage thrust. As soon as the head of the giant pig, El Kaka, glared furiously, his body rapidly expanded into an ancient giant pig with spiky fangs, like a cannonball flying out and crashing into each other. In an instant, a shock wave of heat wave rolled up the surface, and everyone couldn't help being blown away or backed away, staring at the burning explosion in the center. Whoa whoa whoa! The strong wind and waves continued to spread. El Kaka's elbows were covered with armed colors, and the thick skin and flesh stared at the outline shrouded in steam in front of him. Just as El Kaka was about to attack, the hair on his entire body exploded, and when he looked up, his eyes were full of horror and terror. I don't know when a sacred figure appeared on his head. His right foot was splashing with gold and red flames, and he was treading lightly on him like an ant to death. That golden goose feather coat, golden halo, and the expression of contempt for all beings, is their goal this time, the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. No one thought that the Golden Emperor would appear in this way. Or a sneak attack. Boom. Boom. Like an atomic bomb exploded, a mushroom cloud rose up, surrounding the two halos, pushing the sky and the surface, and half of the island was shaking. The crust within a radius of 10,000 meters rises up to form mountains, and the center sinks down to form basins. The storm smoothed over, and most of the town disappeared. Cough cough cough. The Shock King and others were knocked out by the air waves, and after stabilizing their bodies, they looked towards the center with an unprecedented dignified expression. After all the haze disappeared, the scene of the most central basin was revealed. With one hand on his back, Chaos stepped on the giant pig El Kaka, whose entire body was trapped in the mud and had lost his life. Aquino stood not far away, with steam rising from his body and unable to see his face. The power of one kick caused the scene of landslides and ground fissures. A pirate with a bounty of 506 million, or an ancient animal type, was trampled to death like this. Overbearing. Contempt. Ignore. Nothing is more arrogant than this. Moving his body sideways, Chaos stood 3 feet off the ground in front of the King of Charge, extremely indifferent. This Emperor's man. It's fine if you fight alone to kill him, but if you dare to bully more and beat him less, it will be a death penalty. Like an emperor, the domineering will that swallows mountains and rivers tilts out like a torrent. The Shock King's pupils shrank. He couldn't help taking a step back, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. BFFT. The other pirates who rushed to the pirate group began to faint and fell to the ground. Only a few were still supporting. Kill them and leave none of them. As soon as Chaos's words fell, Anilo and Aquino rushed out, staring at Playboy Rick Mima and Centipede King Mingateet respectively. At the same time, a huge creature fell from the sky, and the King of Shock looked at the shadow shrouded on the ground, which was the outline of a huge Buddha. The sound of breaking the air slammed into the head, and the Shock King glared angrily. His right hand was covered with a white halo and turned back with a punch, forming a shockwave that collided with the golden patterned giant palm. Hills rose up all around, then were devastated by the storm. The Shock King's feet were deep in the ground, and his face gradually turned red. Clang clang. The D symbol behind the golden Buddha turned, shooting out 2 heavenly locks, with a sonic boom like a broken bamboo. A gust of cold air rushed to the sky, and the King of Charge roared. His left hand clenched his fist and enveloped the white halo, forming a shockwave to forcibly repel the Buddha, and dodged with backflips one after another. Hoo! The King of Shock stood on the ground, his chest heaving and panting heavily. Looking at the Buddha, who took 2 steps back, and looking at Chaos, who was staring at him indifferently not far away, the pressure skyrocketed. At the same time, there was an uncontrollable anger. Turn into a Buddha on the top. The solemn and sacred voice uttered from the Buddha's mouth, and in the horrified face of the Shock King, the huge D-shaped light wheel turned into golden Buddha hands, or palms or fists, or fingers, or doing all kinds of twisting flower gestures. Shot densely towards him. And the fingertips are golden and black, and they are covered with armed colors. This kind of fancy scene has to be said to be very intimidating. Shocking. In fact, it means changing the soup without changing the medicine. Like the 1,000-hand guardian of the goddess of God, it has no technical content, but it is still very visual from the appearance. Shockwave. The Shock King quickly retreated, and the giant hands behind him pressed down, and everywhere he went, the earth-shaking explosions continued. From time to time he would fight back. But the effect is not great. However, the King of Shock also saw that it was useless to smash the Golden Buddha. The actual controller of the Golden Emperor had to be defeated. So he ran towards Chaos. Facing the stinging King's self-defeating approach, Chaos just stretched out his hand, and a golden mace fell in his hand, and then began to turn red and splattered with flames. The ambient temperature went up all of a sudden. Shock away. The Shock King glared angrily and used the most powerful attack. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. Chaos fluttered and called out the name of the move, and then swept the army with an ordinary blow. In an instant, the red-white shock wave collided with the golden torrent, and a mushroom cloud stood upright. X. Chapter 220 Marin Van Du Most Beautiful Woman, Sarkarsky. 20,210,118. Chapter 220 Marin Van Du Most Beautiful Woman, Sarkarsky. The mighty disaster rampaged, and wherever it went, pieces of the Earth's crust lifted into the sky, forming a unique ride on the Canyon Avenue, and eventually disappeared across 1/10 of the island and disappeared into the sea. All fighting has stopped. A pair of eyes began to stare dully at the broad and long avenue, and the sparks inside were a little crimson. Chaos danced wildly with his hair standing on end and the golden goose feather coat. He threw away the handle in his hand, and moved his feet off the ground and slid into the Grand Avenue. At a distance of 300 meters, he hit the king lying on the ground, covered in bruises and half of his body missing. Disheveled hair could not stop the bleeding. One move, just one move. He was beaten like this. Too weak compared to Category and Sarkaski. Chaos stood in front of the king of shock out of thin air. His eyes scorned and did not fluctuate at all. The superhuman type shock fruit is a very powerful devil fruit at first glance, but the development of the shock king is not very good. Compared with the shock wave of the Warring States period, the shock wave emitted by the shock king is simply the difference between the little witch and the big witch. Boom! A golden spear fell from the sky, piercing the shock king's head in one fell swoop, sending him the final ride. On the other two sides of the island, one after another was red, and the thunder surged. Chaos didn't intend to intervene in the battle between Aquino and Anilu, just to let the two become proficient in fighting. It's okay to arrive at Aquino, mainly Ani Road. Too much combat. Lao Sha, you are embarrassing enough this time. After finishing the attack king lightly, Chaos flew towards Crocodile, and in the middle of the sky, a golden weapon fell from the sky, nailing the other pirates of the rushing pirate group to the ground. Facing Chaos's teasing, Crocodile twitched his lips with a pale face. Now he doesn't want to talk. Seeing Crocodile's dark face, Chaos waved his hand gently, and the golden table and chairs fell from the sky. The two sat on the ruins of the canyon, drinking and eating, waiting for the battle between Aquino and Anilu. There is no difference between Sakyamuni and the goddess of God. Chaos has stored some wine and food in his body for emergency needs. Time goes on. The battle intensified, and with the explosion of a cloud of crimson mushrooms, Aquino returned unsteadily. He tackled the opponent. It's not very difficult, and the injuries are not too serious. In this way, there is one more person on the golden table. 3 hours later, Anilu came back in ragged clothes, dragging his bruised body. Although he was very embarrassed, his energy was very high, and this battle made him unforgettable. It was tough, but he won. Instead of facing Chaos and the others, it is difficult to see hope of victory. Just as Chaos was about to return to Poppy Island, a phone worm called. Immediately afterwards, Chaos's expression became a little weird, and then it was a black. Go to Music Island. Hanging up the phone bug, the golden dining table flew into the sky and blended with Sakyamuni, and then several people quickly flew towards the great route. Dawn breaks, a new day is coming. Marin Vando, the residence of the generals. In an independent villa, Sarkaski opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, suddenly sat up and looked down at his two trembling weapons, which were huge. No sagging at all. Strong and powerful. How he wished it was just a dream. But the two shaking weapons told him that it was all true. The heroic and delicate face suddenly turned hideous. Even after a night, he was still a little unacceptable. Suddenly, there was a tumbling in the abdomen, accompanied by pain relief and nausea, and then something seemed to come out of the lower body. It was blood, but it was dark and sticky. And the smell is very strong. Sarkaski was stunned and looked down between his legs. What's the situation? What's going on? Damn. Roaring up to the sky in hysteria, Sarkaski's face turned white all of a sudden. 10 minutes later, Sarkaski came out of the toilet. I am very haggard, my body is also relatively tired and weak, even my waist is sore, and my abdominal pain is unbearable. The most important thing is that he can no longer stand conveniently. Just 10 minutes in the toilet was desperate for Sarkaski. Major General Sarkaski, Marshal Kong asked you to come to the office. Outside the villa, a sailor stood with a serious expression. I heard that Major General Sarkaski has become a woman. Yesterday, I only saw the back from a distance. It was really bumpy and warped, but I didn't see it from the front. So the sailors are still looking forward to it. If he could, he really wanted to ask what was the difference between being a man and a woman. Got it. Just when the sailors were thinking wildly, a heroic female voice came from the villa. I don't know if it was an illusion. From that voice, one could hear 3 parts of moaning, 3 parts of sorrow, and 4 parts of weakness. Sounds so good. Hai Bing shook off the thoughts in his head and waited very seriously. Almost 5 minutes later, the door was opened. The sea soldier turned his head and looked completely stupid. Immediately afterwards, blood spurted from the tip of the nose, and the whole heart was beating. At this time, Sarkaski was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt, the kind with an open chest. Thanks to the 2 weapons, the buttons could not be buttoned at all. Coupled with that messy long hair, it is simply beautiful bubbling. Obviously so heroic, but it reveals 3 points of laziness, 3 points of softness, and 6 points of temptation. In the eyes of the sailors, even Chief Chen is not as beautiful as Major General Sarkaski. The man in front of him was definitely the most beautiful woman in Marinfando. Rebuttals are not accepted. Not good. Murderous. A chill shot straight into the sky, and the sea soldiers shivered. His eyes kept rising, and when he met the eyes of the pair of blades, he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart, lowered his head and didn't even dare to wipe his nosebleed. Will die. Humph. Sarkaski sank his face and snorted heavily. Passing by the navy and walking towards the headquarters building, the strides were the same as before, but it was very different to outsiders. Be bold. All the sailors were stunned in the middle. Enduring the shocking and bizarre gazes, the fire in Sarkaski's heart grew stronger and stronger. PFFT. When Sarkaski pushed the door open and entered the empty office, several pairs of eyes came over, and Karp and Kuzan, who were drinking coffee on the sofa, sprayed out directly. This made Sarkaski's face darker. Ha ha ha, I really turned into a woman. It's still so beautiful, with such a plump figure. Karp appeared in front of Sarkaski as if he had discovered new world, and his eyes were full of flashes as he glanced up and down. Stupid for a while. Get out of here. After regaining his senses, he punched Garp with a ferocious face, and those big eyes were full of bloodshots. In the face of the sudden punch, Garp didn't dodge, he flew out and smashed into the wall next to Kong, in a large trap wall, but his mouth was still grinning. The whole office began to heat up, and lava began to bubble over Sarkaski's body. It's a rhythm that's going to get out of hand. Sarkaski, calm down. Sora spoke solemnly, admitting that he had just lost his mind for a moment. X. Chapter 221 he's playing the bully again. 20,210,118. Chapter 221 he's playing the bully again. Whoosh. Sarkaski was panting heavily, sitting on the sofa with a sullen face, and his whole body exuded that strangers should not enter. On the sofa opposite, Garp was trying to hold back his laughter, and Kuzan also looked impatient. Before they came back from the New World, they had already learned that Sarkaski had become a woman. They didn't believe it at first, but they heard more and more people mention it, and finally they were dubious. Now they believe. Still believing. Just. The surprise came so fast. The key point is that Sarkaski becomes a woman and is still very beautiful and plump. Even if you look at the entire Marinvando, Sarkaski is in the top 3. The proportions and face of the body, as if carefully crafted. It is indeed carefully crafted. After all, Ivankov was transformed according to the template given by Chaos. Can't this be changed back? Kuzan turned to look at the crane. Crane has the ability to wash fruit. Not only can he wash people like clothes, but he can even wash the evil slightly weaker. Maybe it can be cleaned, but not necessarily. Sarkaski's body is indeed a woman's body, except for the mind, and my abilities can't work. It's not that the crane didn't have this idea, so he went to Sarkaski's residence in person last night, but unfortunately failed. Now Sarkaski is a woman from cell to body structure. Her ability is not that powerful yet, and she directly transforms a person's fundamental gene. Kuzan is silent. Apart from becoming a woman, have others been affected? Carp ate the donut and kept staring at Sarkaski. No. If that's the case, then be a woman. Garp is not so entangled. Since it does not affect the combat effectiveness, there is no difference between men and women. Anyway, it is not that he has become a woman. Sarkaski stared at Carp with a gloomy face, his big eyes faintly breathing fire. Is this what people say? Dare the fire of love did not burn on yourself, so you have nothing to fear? Even Schadenfreude. If it doesn't work, he must hammer Carp. Okay, this matter can be solved as long as you catch the Shemaking. Is the situation getting worse when you come back to the new world this time? Sora knocked on the table, ending the topic of Sarkaski becoming a woman. Yes. Garp's face became solemn and he said, maybe the Roger pirates will collide with the Flying Sky pirates soon, and the Beast pirates and Whitebeard pirates are a little restless. The Island of Music, the island where Chaos once recorded BGM. Didn't expect it to come so soon. Compared with the original, the Island of Music has not changed, and it is still so prosperous. Because of the BGM recorded by Chaos, those musicians have made breakthroughs and are now more highly regarded. In an open-air coffee shop halfway up the mountain, the dragon and the bear are drinking each other. Since the last time he saw the bear, the dragon invited the bear to travel with him until he came here. That's right, the dragon felt like the bear hit it off, so he wanted to dig a foot in the wall. It just hasn't been successful. He could sense that the bear hated the world government and was of his kind. My own invitation bear was also very interested, and even considered it. But in the end he shook his head and refused. This made Long sigh in his heart. After all, it is difficult to meet a like-minded person. Come on. The dragon turned his head to look at the sky, and the man came. Be a partner. After all, he even gave himself a title, Emperor. Puff puff. At this time, on the coastline of the Island of Music, Chaos took an Ilu, a Kino, and Crocodile with a sullen face. Wherever he went, whether it was a pirate or a civilian, they all fell to the ground and fainted. He, again, is playing a tyrannical mess on the blind chicken cake. All the way to the middle of the mountain, when he saw the dragon and the bear sitting together, Chaos narrowed his eyes and stared at the dragon dangerously. This guy actually wanted to dig his corner. He has always dug others, but if others dug him, he would be very upset. He is such a double standard. Never hide it. Long time no see. Long was not at all embarrassed, and reached out to greet Chaos. After all, he personally notified this man to come here. It's been a long time, but what I'm thinking about now is whether to kill you here. Chaos was sullen, as if he was joking. Long raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this guy's reaction to be so big. Do you have to be thankful that you didn't dig successfully, otherwise you will be the enemy of life and death? This man has never changed, he is a neurotic as always. I don't know what to do next moment, my brain circuit is completely abnormal. A little bit of a big thing, like a feud of genocide, is too much of a fuss. There is no kingly spirit at all. Anyway, they are partners, just drinking coffee together. Long Key is much more rational, and there is no posture to be angry. After all, he is normal. What's the matter with me? Chaos sat down calmly, as if it was just a joke. I'm short of money, so I came to you, the Emperor of the Revolutionary Army. Long is a matter of course, not secretive. Even the title of Emperor is very easy to say. As long as the money is in place, let alone an emperor, even a super emperor can accept it and shout it out. So soon? Chaos frowned. The gold worth 10 billion last time was lost in such a short time? It's just the beginning, so it costs a lot more. Long took a sip of coffee and looked at Chaos calmly. Since you are a partner, don't mind me learning about your business. Chaos crossed Lang's legs, and money was a small case for him. He mainly wanted to know how Long entrepreneurship was doing. Currently. Long still did not hide it, and began to talk about the Revolutionary Army. As for whether it is not clear. Chaos also knew in his heart that the dragon definitely had reservations. But it doesn't matter. He supported Long to establish a revolutionary army. Apart from not lacking money or interest, he was only a dispensable ally. An hour later, Long Miziji left with the gold. The two legs of Shakyamuni. Halfway through, Z, Crocodile, Aquino, and Anilu didn't speak. Crocodile knew the cause of the incident, and the remaining three knew nothing, but now it is a preliminary understanding. Dong dong dong. Chaos set down a cigar and tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically. The atmosphere suddenly became depressed. Losha, tell us about the group's purpose and culture. Just when Anilu didn't dare to breathe, Chaos spoke up. Good. Crocodile's face was still a little pale. Obviously, the injury on his body had not recovered. He got up and used his abilities to form a sand table and began to talk about the purpose culture to the four present, including Chaos. Half an hour later, Crocodile sat down silently after speaking. Now everyone can feel that something is wrong with Chaos. After getting along for so long, Crocodile knows that this man is very angry. Bear, why didn't you call back? The sound of fingers tapping on the table disappeared, and Chaos turned his head to look at the bear. Facing Chaos' question, Zing remained silent. My bottom line is betrayal. This time you hesitated. I don't want a next time, or you die. Chaos's eyes were cold, without the slightest emotion. This time the dragon dug into the wall, and the bear was obviously hesitant. He was very upset. These arrogant guys seem to have to beat them from time to time. Starting point, Shenku, deep book shortage patience, 1,500 starting coins, book friends, 500 starting coins, I really want to be a jerk, Lady Mudong, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 222 _ It's all gone viral now. 20,210,119. Chapter 222 _ It's all gone viral now. Boom boom. The deafening roaring motor sound, one wave after another. On the vast and boundless sea, a golden Malasati suddenly turned 180 degrees, made a large drift, and flew to a height of 100 meters. Rapid fall. I saw an extremely high BGM sounding in the car, full of speed, passion, explosion, hardcore, explosion, fearlessness. BGM, boy Danny. Listen to the coolest song, drive the fastest car, live in the best hospital, and use the fastest Wi-Fi. This is a new BGM recorded by Chaos during his one-day stay at Music Island. The hardcore of the audience, except that speed is speed, makes people's blood surge, and belongs to the romance of men. In Malasati, Chaos holds a cigar at the corner of his mouth, holds the steering wheel with one hand, and shifts gears quickly with his right hand. In that passionate BGM, whether it is the sky or the earth, it belongs to his road. The company pilot got on Crocodile and leaned back on the seat, with a gold seat belt tied to his chest, and behind him sat Bear, Aquino, and Anilu. The four of them listened to the exciting BGM, and their sense of direction was turned upside down. 90 degree, 180 degree, 360 degree, soaring, vertical landing, spiral rollover, Z-shaped elegant, S-shaped curve, swinging freely. Very high. Just a little nauseous. But this BGM is really wild. Driven all the way, under this BGM, it took only half the time to return to Poppy Island. The music stopped abruptly, Malasati stopped at the destination, and Chaos opened the door and got out of the car in one go. Ghoul, Crocodile, Zing, Aquino, and Anilu also walked out one after another, but their faces were a little blue. On this road, Chaos did not follow the usual path, and the various show cars were topsy-turvy. A little dizzy. Boss, Big Mom from Outotland has called in an hour. As soon as Chaos entered the door, Stuffy, who was dealing with government affairs, raised his head and looked at Chaos with a slightly solemn expression. Charlotte Lingerling? Chaos didn't take it too seriously. A few crocodile walked in behind him, sitting on the sofa smoking cigarettes, drinking and drinking. Zing remained silent, looked at the newspaper on the desk, picked it up and took a look. It was also related to them. For example, the battle between Chaos and Category was completely reported. There is also the current chaos in the underground world. The richest group eliminates amorous women, causing the entire underground world to fall into chaos, involving more forces than imagined. Especially the few forces headed by them are all giants. What did that old woman who is either giving birth to or on her way to have a child say? Look at both of you looking wrong. Chaos was also sitting on the sofa, picked up the newspaper and glanced at it, then looked at Stussy, and Betty, who had an angry and frosty face. HMPH, threatened us. Betty was very upset, and the little tantrum became hot on the spot. How did it threaten? Chaos looked at the news without looking up. The current situation in the underground world is not as smooth as imagined. Regarding the power of amorous women, the richest group just ate a piece of meat first, and the rest was divided up by other forces. Somewhat difficult. We are asked to offer fifth-level interests, otherwise, we will be destroyed, and we will not be taken seriously at all. The more you think about it, the more angry you are, boss. How about we go and kill the Big Mom pirates now? Kill Wang Yuo Totland. Betty raised her small fist, fierce and irritable at first, but her eyes glowed as she spoke. Great idea. Before Chaos spoke, Crocodile next to him crossed Lang's legs and breathed out smoke rings in agreement with Betty's idea. No matter what the sky is not afraid of, he will not lose to anyone. No comment. Aquino doesn't matter, as long as there is a fight, it's the right thing to do. It doesn't matter if you're Big Mom or Charlotte Ringerling. Anilu was even more eager to move. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Only Jin was silent, watching the news quietly by the side. Hip up, boss, you guys are back. Just then the door was slammed open, and Ivankov danced ballet and came in circles. As soon as Ivankov appeared, Anilu's kawaii face instantly became gloomy. Chaos squeezed his hand and motioned for Ivankov to sit down, burning his cigar and puffing his face with a frightening expression. Boss, what we need to consider now is to occupy the territory of the amorous woman as much as possible, and the current relationship with the Big Mom pirates is not worth the gain. Stuffy was deeply afraid that Chaos would agree with Betty. After all, this man could do it. Nothing else, it's just a matter of face. Really? What she was worried about still happened. 3 days later, I will go to Wang Yuo, and I want to see how Charlotte Lingerling is going to destroy us. Chaos' face was full of coldness. Dare to threaten him, if he can bear it, he is not the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. Vanity and face did not allow others to threaten him, and he swallowed it. What's more, the current Big Mom pirate group is not too strong. It may be a little troublesome to replace it with Big Mom, which has become the four emperors more than 10 years later. After all, neither Big Mom nor Kaido's power has risen yet. Whether they admit it or not, this era belongs to Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, Carp, and Sengoku. In contrast, Big Mom and Kaido are still a lot worse. Stussy covered his forehead and sighed inwardly. She knew it would turn out like this. No one in this group is normal. How could they be Loki and not cause trouble? As in the Tenet culture, Loki is not their style. Only high-profile and crazy death can realize the true meaning of life, and this is the colorful life. It's okay, I will take the initiative to cause trouble. Forget it. Each of them is a dead little expert, only she has worked hard to manage the power, who calls herself a good-looking person. Boss, it would be better to go in 10 days. Betty's eyes rolled, making everyone look at her. I heard that Big Mom will hold an annual tea party in 10 days. There will be many New World pirates and forces present at that time. It will be no better to slap the face at this time. Betty's words brightened the eyes of Chaos, Crocodile, and Aquino. Unexpectedly, Big Mom was already preparing for the tea party at this time. As expected of our sexy responsibility, enough for the society. It seems that you have already understood the purpose culture. Chaos made no secret of his praise. Betty's bee is the real bee. After all, bee also needs green leaves to set off. How can such a scene be without the audience? Then go to Wang Yuo in 10 days and let the whole world know the force of our richest group. The world will be turned upside down because of us. Chaos slapped the table and decided, standing up and opening his hands. His sharp eyes were unprecedentedly excited. This gesture made Stussy sigh again, and even the bear twitched the corners of his mouth. Only Crocodile, Aquino, Betty, and Nilo were all about to move, and there was Ivankov who didn't know what he was thinking. At night, the starry sky falls. Poppy Island has restored order on the bright side, but there are still some undercurrents in the dark. Chaos stood in front of the window, looking down at the night in the distance. A phone bug was talking in his hand. What's the call? There was a dull, suspicious voice on the other end of the phone. I'm going to the Universal Conference Charlotte Ling in 10 days, and you'll take someone there too. Chaos flicked the soot and opened his mouth as a matter of course. The other end of the phone was quiet. But only for 10 seconds. Can't you be a little more Loki? Can hear the headache on the other end of the phone. My Golden Emperor only has a high profile, not a low profile, remember 10 days later. After saying that, Chaos hung up the phone directly. In addition to the issue of face, Chaos has other purposes for this shot against Big Mom. For example, press yourself to see if your combat power can be enhanced. At the same time, the chicken Big Mom is used to frighten some clowns, so that some forces in the underground world can weigh them. It is impossible for him to solve them one by one. Those small forces are okay, but some forces need to be careful. In the end, his popularity seems to have dropped, and now he has fallen off the hot search. How can this be done? Of course, mainly because Big Mom is currently a soft persimmon. The experience of scouring the wool brush is simply not too suitable. Even if he fails, he has the confidence to leave. I haven't installed it for a long time. Will be rusty. At the same time, on the other side of the sea, in an island tavern. Artilda. Looking at the hung-up phone bug, someone rubbed his forehead. Is this the Emperor? There were several people sitting next to him, all looking at the phone bug. They have always been very interested in the Emperor who has no tail in the organization. It looks like the answer will be forthcoming soon. Starting point, Shenku, deep book shortage patience, 1,500 starting coins, store dust white, 300 starting coins. X. Chapter 223 _ Who was not beautiful when they were young. 20,210,119. Chapter 223 Who was not beautiful when they were young. Wangyo Totland, known as the Kingdom of Dreams in the future, is dominated by a large island called Cake Island, surrounded by 34 islands of different sizes scattered round. And this sea area is extremely special, because the islands that exist here are mainly islands of food, such as cakes, fruits, chocolates, biscuits and other delicacies. Because of Big Mom's dream, there are many races living in the world. It can even be said that the races living in the 10,000 kingdoms have basically covered more than 50% of the world, and it is conceivable to imagine the magic and inconceivable here. It will continue to rise in the future. At the same time, because of Big Mom's devil fruit ability, a large number of troops with chess soldiers as the main body were also created. They consisted of white chess-themed army soldiers, wearing plaid robes, grey pants, white gloves and boots. These chess soldiers are divided into 5 levels, and each level increases in combat power and power. Infantry soldier with orange coat and pink heart shield. The main soldier, with a red coat and a yellow diamond shield. A knight with a green jacket and a blue shield. Charioteer, with a lilac coat and a green shield. Queen's soldier, with blue top, yellow cape and pink tie. King's soldier, with a yellow tunic and a blue cape. The order of the entire world is guarded by these chess players. In addition to this, there are biscuit soldiers, who are responsible for patrolling the island and are made of crackers. As the time for the tea party drew nearer, the entire world began to get busy. There is another day, the tea party prepared by my mother is coming, and which pirates have not come. Let me record them one by one, and dare to ignore my mother's tea party, then there is no need to exist. The center of the world. At the mouth of the Cake Island coast, rows of soldiers patrolled back and forth. A short, chubby man wearing a fur hat and a round-eyed, triangular-shaped nose mask, carrying a giant machete, and shaking his head as he spoke, warned those around him who recorded that the heat was going in and out. Support staff. Lord Bobbin, don't worry. No one dares to ignore Mom's tea party. Now all the pirate groups in the waters of Wangyo have landed on Cake Island with gifts. N. Give me a strict inspection during the tea party. Mom's tea party must not be disturbed, otherwise you will know the consequences. Yes. But I don't think anyone dares to come to Totland to make trouble. Good job. Bobbin nodded with his hands behind his back and gave a good look. This phenomenon is not the only one port. If you look up from the sky, you will find that there are a large number of pirates in all directions, all heading towards Cake Island. Because tomorrow is the tea party held by Big Mom. All the forces that have contacts with all nations will be invited by Big Mom as long as they can still make it to the top. Maybe Big Mom has not yet become the 4 emperors, but in the sea area of Wangyo, it already belongs to the overlord level. As the time for the tea party is getting closer and closer, the whole world is very lively, and it is very novel to see all kinds of races here. The central castle, all kinds of decorations, render the whole palace garish. It can be seen everywhere. The wild grass and flowers outside the palace are all alive, dancing all kinds of dances, and even some special buildings show their faces and make sounds. These may be regarded as monsters in any place. After all, this kind of life is a bit strange and magical, but everything is normal in all countries. In the castle, there is a person sitting first. She is Big Mom, the future 4 emperors Charlotte Lingerling. Tall, plump, and several times larger than normal people, he is completely a little giant, and he also wears thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, and wears a pink dress. Although the current Big Mom figure has begun to lose shape, but not as exaggerated and ugly 20 years later. Who wasn't a beautiful young lady when she was young? Although Big Mom was very fat when he was a child, he still maintained a slim figure and good-looking years as an adult, such as when he was on the Rocks Pirates. The reason why the body will be out of shape in the future may be because it is as productive as a sow, so it will become so ugly and fat. Mom. Strange laughter sounded, and needles could be heard in the entire luxurious hall. The first person to go to Big Mom leaned forward, holding a cake with rich expressions in his hand, with a big smile on his face. "Baron, how are you preparing for tomorrow's tea party? All ready?" "Mom, this time the tea talk will be foolproof." A young man with sunglasses, a pink long coat and eggshell-shaped trousers, and holding a cane, heard Big Mom's question, and hurriedly stood up and reported it. "Hasn't the Golden Emperor of the Richest Man Group come to plead guilty?" Big Mom was caught off guard by the change of topic, and glanced at Category sitting below inadvertently. More than 10 days ago, Category went to Poppy Island to solve the affair of the amorous woman, and failed. Her proudest son was defeated by an unknown clown. This is a huge stain on Big Mom. "Mom, no." Dan and Baron reported with some caution. When Category came back from an injury 10 days ago, it scared the entire Charlotte family. You must know that in the entire family, except for her mother, only Category is the most powerful, but this time she was seriously injured and escaped. Mom got angry twice because of this. The first time was when Category came back, and the second time was when I saw the news about the Golden Emperor fighting Category, which was a shame. Mom. Big Mom burst into laughter inexplicably, stroked his bulging belly with his right hand, and his eyes were full of deep cold. She is about to give birth. It's been a long time since I left Totland. The next day, cloudless, was a rare good weather. The cake island was full of people, and many maids walked back and forth, constantly arranging the things needed for various banquets, and everyone's face was full of smiles. This tea party was arranged outside. There were chairs on both sides of a long table several hundred meters long, and many people began to sit one after another. Those closest to the first place are generally those with the highest strength, status, and ability in the Big Mom Pirates, and then they get weaker as they go down. In addition to the Charlotte family, there are many other forces, or pirate groups that are attached to the nations. There are hundreds of millions of bounties. The time for the start of the tea party is getting closer. The entire long table was filled with people, but they were all serious. Until the appearance of Big Mom. Mom. The unique laughter made everyone stand up, daring not to have the slightest disrespect. Today's Big Mom has two clouds floating on his shoulders, one flashing thunder from time to time, the other burning flames, and wearing a double horn hat on his head. This is Moz at the highest level. Thunderclouds Zeus, Sun Prometheus, Napoleon. It is the symbol of Big Mom's terrorist fighting power. Anyone fighting Big Mom is equivalent to 1v4. With these three Moses, Big Mom's combat power will increase several times. Coupled with that abnormal physique, it is not unreasonable to become the fourth emperor in the future and to reach the top as a woman. Perhaps, this is not a soft persimmon. And the reason why Chaos thinks Big Mom is a soft persimmon is because he knows the weakness of Big Mom. For example, in the photo of the nun, you can break the perverted defense of Big Mom just by breaking it, and at least it has to be lowered by several levels, instead of the armament color that requires the skill of Ryu Sekira, like Kaido to cause damage. X. Chapter 224 Charlotte Lingaling, give you the death penalty. 20,210,120. Chapter 224 Charlotte Lingaling, give you the death penalty. All sit down. Seeing a seat left, Big Mom is in a good mood, because no one dares to go against their will. The banquet begins. As Big Mom spoke, everyone sat down again, one by one, living food, coke, All jumped from the plates of their mates, and walked to each position in an orderly manner. At the same time, the music began to play. The whole venue was full of laughter, and all kinds of flowers, plants and trees opened up to form a symphony, and the atmosphere began to rise. But the tea party is not just a banquet. It is also the annual performance, reward and punishment of the world. The Big Mom Pirates are not so much a pirate group as they are a kingdom headed and ruled by the Big Mom Pirates. This kingdom is the Kingdom of Totland. The management of a country, as well as the pirate groups or forces that depend on this country, will be held accountable and rewarded at the tea party. When it was halfway through, Big Mom stopped to eat. It seems that after countless trainings, as soon as Big Mom stops, everyone stops, and some people start to sweat profusely or tremble. That is fear. Mond, who has failed this year. Without any warning, Big Mom's face suddenly turned gloomy, just like the weather. One moment was sunny, but the next moment it was cloudy. Faster than flipping a book. Pregnant women can't figure out their temper, let alone Big Mom, who has the power to kill. If one has a bad temper, he will die. Charlotte Mond, who was looking down at the moment, was her second daughter. Mom, spare your life, spare your life. Big Mom finished speaking, several figures stood up and lay on the ground, shivering and burying their heads in the ground. Silence. Everyone else turned a blind eye, because this scene has been happening since the first tea party was held. The only thing they can guarantee is that they won't have themselves next time. No one can provoke the majesty of Big Mom in the world. The words of Big Mom are the imperial edict, and those who resist are already dead. When Totland was founded, this woman killed thousands of people. In the current world, many ministers are not children of the Charlotte family. Some are still growing, and some are still very young. Therefore, many ministers in charge of the islands are outsiders. This also means that the nations are still consolidating, or growing. Until the future, all ministers will be held by the Charlotte family. Yes, Mom. Mond is a fat woman with a fat face and neck, and this fat hides the necks of the snakeheads. She has long wavy blue-green hair and wears a yellow button-up dress and a wide-brimmed black hat with pink flowers and lipstick. I don't know where to take out a list and start reporting. George of Lemon Island didn't finish the year's business. Pineapple Island. Vanilla Island. With every name of Mond, there will be a person kneeling on the ground with a face full of despair, and there are more than a dozen people at a glance. Mom. The infiltrating laughter made the faces of those lying on the ground turn ashen, and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Mom, believe me, I will definitely finish the tribute this year. Please give us another chance. Mom, we admire you, we are loyal to you, and we work hard for you. The accident happened on Pineapple Island this time, resulting in not completing the task. Please forgive me this time. Mom, please spare us once. Coconut Juice Island. In the face of these beggings, Big Mom laughed, and then said with a gloomy face, "These are not reasons. I only know that you have not completed the task, so die." As soon as the words were said, Big Mom reached out and grabbed it from the air. He activated his ability in the eyes of everyone's fear, and grabbed an illusory figure from the bodies of several people. As the phantom figure left the body, all those who made the mistake opened their mouths wide, their eyes lost focus, and their faces remained in fear and gradually lost their life. Mom. Big Mom's hands were shrouded in a layer of mist, as if he could see illusory figures struggling, but those big hands were like a dark abyss, slowly and completely swallowing everything. Terrible abilities, bizarre ways, all illustrate the terribleness of Big Mom. Category: killing a few people easily. Big Mom looked in vain at the first seat on the left. Mom. Category: stood up, calm, and there was no fear in his eyes. You've let me down. Big Mom squinted. raised his hand and grabbed a crying cake on the table, threw it in his mouth and chewed it. This is to settle accounts after the fall. I'm sorry, Mom. Category did not explain or beg for mercy. The only thing left is self-blame. Because he lost. Lost the face of the entire Charlotte family. In the Big Mom pirate group, he is second only to Big Mom's superb master, the second son of Big Mom, and one of the most powerful future generals. These are not relying on, because for Big Mom, killing his own son and daughter with his own hands is not once or twice. The reason why Category is still standing here is because of that powerful strength. Not because of the identity of Big Mom's son. If Category didn't have that powerful strength, he would definitely not sit here, and it was the first position on the left. Even if he didn't die, he would be pushed to the edge. I don't want a next time. A mere golden emperor. Big Mom leans back against the chair, and is still very satisfied with this son. But to lose is to lose. Shame is a fact. Boom. At this moment, a golden light on the distant sea horizon surpassed the speed of sound, separating the sea surface and the ground surface. The soil exploded because of the speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. Mom, be careful. The sudden attack made everyone unresponsive. Someone dared to take action against my mother in Wang Yuo. The golden light flashed for 1,000 years, carrying a sonic boom with a deafening roar. Big Mom tilted his head between the electric light and flint, the back of the chair behind him penetrated, and then a terrifying explosion ignited. For a time, sand and stones flew away, countless falling rocks and debris fell, and the entire banquet was affected. The strong wind blew some people out, and the whole venue was in a mess. When everything subsided, a curl of pink hair fell. Big Mom tilted his head and his face gradually became ugly, and his eyes were looking straight into the distance. In the back, a big pit appeared. At the very center is a golden spear, the end of which is still trembling. Needles could be heard throughout the venue, and no one dared to let out the air, and an exposed aura of cruelty was burning. They know that Mother is angry. Who is it? All the Charlotte children stood up. Their faces full of gloom and anger. This kind of face slap was too painful. This is all nations. Mum is hosting a tea party. Even if Whitebeard and Kaido come, they must pay the price today. Clap. The cloudless sky began to be shrouded in rolling black clouds, and thunder and lightning flashed in the dim sky, whistling like a storm. In the middle, a huge Buddha's head was raised, and the upper body gradually appeared, making a gesture of twisting flowers, with a cloud layer of D symbol revolving behind it, and a circle of light circles appeared behind the head, as if the sun was shining. The whole life on Cake Island was flabbergasted. That sacred and extraordinary Buddha, whose height is tens of thousands of meters, the clouds and the sun are just foils, standing in the sky like a god and demon who opened up the world. Charlotte Lingerling, give you the death penalty. The huge and majestic voice was earth-shattering, and I saw the Buddha, who did not know the height of tens of thousands of meters, raised the Buddha hand covering the clouds, as if coming from the sky, and pressed towards the Cake City in one fell swoop. X. Chapter 225 _ A full lineup of appearances. 20,210,120. Chapter 225 _ A full lineup of appearances. This scene is shocking. Also desperate. The huge Buddha palm covered the cloud and covered the curtain, bathed in electric light, covering all the light. All the people who were invited to the tea party were all shivering at this moment. Escape. This is what everyone thinks. The giant palm trembled just looking at it. If it really fell, they might die without a whole body. Looking for death. Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. Big Mom was furious, especially the contemptuous voice that gave you the death penalty, which made her furious. Even if it is a real god, she is Charlotte Lingerling. Mom. The original simple and lovely Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon changed drastically in an instant. One was burning with a raging fire, the other was free of electric light, and the other became a giant blade, and their faces were full of evil expressions. Big Mom jumped on Zeus's body, Prometheus attached to his head, held Napoleon in one hand and flew into the sky, his eyes widening and flying towards the giant palm. Emperor sword, broken blade. The flames wrapped around Napoleon, and Big Mom clenched his hands and swung it out in one fell swoop. In an instant, a terrifying flame slashed into the sky. When it collided with the giant Buddha's palm, it moved forward, forcibly separating the giant palm and stirring up the dark clouds. This scene is even more impactful. Many people who escaped stopped and looked at Big Mom in the air with awe in their eyes. Those who hide their heads and show their tails. In one fell swoop, he parted the giant palm with the thunder and lightning flashes. Big Mom looked at the Buddha, and once again swung a giant slash, a mighty force full of destruction. Even if the Buddha raised his other hand, he did not block it, and a huge wound appeared on his chest on the spot, and he could see the scenery behind him like a gap. But whether it was the giant hand that was divided into 2.5, or the chest, the black clouds quickly healed. Big Mom frowned and looked up at the top of the Buddha's head, where the dark clouds began to turn, eventually forming a vortex cast a beam of sunlight from it. At the same time, a high-spirited, exhilarating and exciting BGM radiated the entire sky like a bolt from the blue. League of Legends, welcome to planet Earth. Golden Emperor. Now everyone knows who is coming. Apart from that man in the ocean, no one's appearances are so shocking, and bells and whistles. Category S eyes were cold and stern, clenching his fists and staring at the golden beam projected by the huge cloud vortex. 8 looming outlines appeared. A golden platform fell slowly, and in the center was a throne, and a figure could vaguely see a figure with one hand supporting his chin. His legs crossed, and his whole body shrouded in dazzling golden light. On both sides of the golden throne, stood 2 concave and convex, graceful figures with alluring beauty. One of them was wearing a white mist robe behind him, and the other was holding a lady's cigarette in his mouth. A gold flagpole was flying behind him, and he was dressed very boldly and revealingly. At the same time, there is a figure smoking a cigar with a D symbol spinning behind his back. A tall man in the shape of a bear holding a book. Plus a shadow with steam and fire all over his body. In front of these people, there were 2 figures lying on a golden platform, one on the left and one on the right, with their heads on their sides. Crack. Azure blue thunder struck down, illuminating the 8 figures for a moment. This way of playing let the audience hear the needle drop. Especially with the towering Buddha as the background board, plus the golden beam of light, and the pose posed by a few people, the casualness, contempt, and indifference made the arrogance to a higher level. Full of style. The richest group boss, the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. Brainwashing, Tsar Crocodile. Being good-looking, Queen of Joy, Stucci. Hot Charge, Sun King Dunakino. Sexy, Queen of Dancing Bello Betty. Bug in Charge, Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Pervert, the Shemay King Embryo Ivankov. Goddess Punishment, Thor Anilu. Someone looked solemn and called out the identities of the 8 figures in a low voice. In the past 10 days, the richest group has added a new person to take charge of the punishment, a girl. The initial reward is 130 million, which is said to be a natural ability. Because of this, as soon as he debuted, he offered a reward of 130 million, even if he was a girl. The Golden Emperor is really daring. He only caused chaos in the underground world some time ago, and this is not over yet, and he even openly provokes the Big Mom pirates. Sure enough, as arrogant and domineering as rumored. Gaia Chaos. Boom. Big Mom stood on top of Zeus, with a raging fire burning on his head and Napoleon, and with his eyes staring at a destructive storm. He crushed the 8 people against chaos. It was a domineering will that shook the quartet, stirring the sky and bathing in thunder, unmatched. Chaos was sitting on the throne, with one hand resting on his chin and his legs crossed. The pure gold behind his head released golden light, causing the whole person to be shrouded in a halo, so that outsiders could only see a general outline. Facing the tyrannical color of Big Mom, he danced wildly with his hair upright. Ivankov and Danilou, who were lying on their sides, narrowed their pupils and subconsciously tensed up. However, there is still contempt on his face, and it is not that he has never felt it. That is to say, Ivankov and Danilou had some reactions, like Crocodile, Stuthy, and Aquino, who had no reaction at all, and looked at Big Mom with indifferent faces and no fluctuations. There is a boss who is often blind and sloppy, and he is almost immune. After all, everyone has had special training in these 10 days. Ka ka ka. The wind and clouds are roaring, and the thunder is constantly falling. Facing Big Mom's unbridled willpower attack, Chaos stood up from the throne and walked towards Big Mom step by step, just like taking the stairs in the air. Uabi has been cultivated to a certain extent by Chaos. Boom. Dong dong. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Every time Chaos took a step, there would be a loud noise, like a heartbeat with a strong sense of rhythm. Chaos was shrouded in dazzling golden light, and he carried his own style with one hand on his back. In an instant, the flash flood broke out, and the same terrifying will of landslides and fissures to dominate the world spreads, and the domineering and extremely arrogant and domineering spread, and the strong collision with Big Mom's overlord color. At that moment, the entire turbulent sky cracked open, forming a chasm that tilted upside down. One after another infiltrating black and red thunder, the thunder flashed, making the entire venue flicker. Charlotte Ringeling, that's all. I was the only one who spoke indifferently, extremely arrogant. Even if I couldn't see the face clearly, I could still feel the contemptuous look on his face. That man, from the bottom of his heart, is despising Big Mom. Attitude, too arrogant and arrogant. Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded. Category and the other Charlotte members had killing intent on their faces. Finally, Chaos came to Big Mom, and the two sides held each other 5 meters apart. In the case of visible to the naked eye, 2 storms collided and competed, among which the black and red thunder snakes spread in large numbers, and the whole scene was like hell. Compared to Big Mom's height of nearly 9 meters, Chaos 2 meters is like a small shrimp. But at this time, the height of 2 meters, no one dares to underestimate. This is a man who dares to confront Big Mom head-on, with an extremely arrogant attitude. X. Chapter 226 All Staff Highlights 20,210,121. Chapter 226 All Staff Highlights. Mom. Chaos's domineering and domineering made Big Mom laugh in anger. He held Napoleon in his right hand and burned a raging fire. Under his feet, Zeus thundered and released thunder, and the temperature around him rose straightly. No one has dared to be so arrogant in front of her for many years. Except for the few old acquaintances in the sea, there are only a handful of others. Golden Emperor, as long as you surrender to me, I can spare your life. Big Mom has killing intent in his heart. He has not lost his mind. The value of a living Golden Emperor is much higher than that of a dead one. Puchy Dilda. A chuckle, full of sarcasm and contempt. In that golden light, Big Mom saw contempt and contempt. Clang clang. Chaos didn't answer Big Mom, but raised his head slightly to despise Big Mom with emperor-like eyes. At the same time BGM converts to Boy Danny. In the fast-moving, hardcore, and wildest music, he began to transform. The wildly dancing golden goose feather coat resounded through the sound of golden leather, and sparks flashed in the collision, and finally formed various combat armor parts such as boots, leggings, arm guards, chest guards, etc., which were worn from head to toe. Wearing the golden armor of chaos, the wise, heroic and dignified imperial spirit was once enhanced. Like a god of war looking down on all living beings. Chaos in this way is too handsome, with slanted and straight eyebrows, slender black eyes with sharp black eyes, thin and pursed lips, angular outline, slender and tall but not rough body. Like a man in the Night Eagle is arrogant, but he is aggressive, and the loneliness exudes a strong contempt for the world. With the Overlord color, the 10,000-meter Buddha and the black and red thunder background board, as well as the bonus of BGM, it seems that the whole world is under control. This is not secondary. On the contrary, it is very shocking, impactful and subversive. Domineering, wise and martial, imperial, and various temperament bonuses make chaos as sacred and extraordinary as a god. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. This is the first time they have experienced such a famous scene. Including Crocodile and others who have been indifferent and paid no attention to anything. The man's platoon has been upgraded again. Crocodile clenched his hands, a little excited. He will never admit defeat. Anilu's eyes also glowed, and there was a flame burning in his heart. No reason, it's just too shocking to look at, it's very emotional. That's how men should be. Except for the twitching corners of the bear's mouth. The eyes of the others were extremely bright. Stuffy elegantly swept her hair from her forehead to the base of her ears, and her sexy red lips outlined an unconscious chuckle. Betty's eyes widened unabashedly, and her heart was surging. Chaos stretched out his hand, and the thunderous sky shot down a golden mace, which was grabbed by Chaos in one fell swoop, and quickly turned black and gold. Charlotte Lingerling, this emperor also gives you a chance to submit to me. The black gold mace began to turn red and splashed with flames, and the steam rose and rippled in the atmosphere. I don't know whether to live or die. Emperor sword, broken blade. Big Mom showed an evil face, holding the flame Napoleon with both hands, like a wild beast rushing towards chaos with murderous intent. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. Chaos widened his eyes angrily, clenched the golden molten mace in both hands, and shot out in one fell swoop. Boom. The world lost its voice, and everyone's eyes went blank, followed by a mushroom cloud that rose from the center, surrounded by two halos connecting the previous and the next, turning into a monstrous shockwave that spread without dead ends. Crocodile and others changed their faces in the first time. Before they could retreat, they felt a gust of wind hitting them, turning into flying sand or thunder clouds and disappearing on the spot. The disaster on the ground was even more serious. The surface of the earth sank in a radius of 10,000 meters, and the crustal hills rose from the ground. The pirates invited to this tea party were directly torn apart by the storm. Damn. Category sank his feet into the ground, and his entire upper body began to bend. As for the other Charlotte members, some were pressed to the ground and sunk deep into the soil, and the Kikyao bleeding was stunned by the air pressure that fell from the sky. Those who are not dead are those who have the ability. At the same time, the entire central castle has disappeared, leaving only the sunken basin. When everything calmed down, there were two broad avenues at both ends of the basin, and at the end stood Big Mom and Chaos. At this moment, blood dripped from the corner of Chaos' mouth, and only the handle of the mace was left in his hand, which seemed to have suffered a lot. On the other side, Big Mom has an evil face, still holding Napoleon and burning a raging fire, and holding Zeus with thunder and lightning in his left hand. The Overlord's color radiates like a torrent. It can be seen that in the center of the basin, dense black and red thunders are spreading. Boss actually fell into a disadvantage. Far away, Crocodile condensed his body and looked at the center. Compared with Chaos, who was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, Big Mom did not have anything unusual. Judgment. The rest of the people frowned, but they were not panicking. Chaos in the center of the field calmed down. Shin Jun kept a look of contempt on his face, raised his feet and walked towards Big Mom again. Shh. The sound of golden leather resounded as he walked, and at the same time, a stream of steam began to rise from the armor. Chaos's black eyes began to turn into golden eyes. With the maple leaf earrings swaying from side to side, the black vertical hair that fluttered also began to dye gold and grow down to the position of the thigh. In the blink of an eye, a new image has changed. There is no shortage of bells and whistles. But the breath is rising. Boom. The explosion under his feet formed a 30-meter crater, and Chaos disappeared. The sonic boom tore the eardrum, and the invisible figure accompanied by a deafening muffled sound. Chaos appeared in front of Big Mom like a teleportation, with flames splashing from his right foot, and the landslide and the ground cracked on Big Mom. In an instant, the storm was exploited, the whole ground was bombarded wildly, and an invisible shockwave appeared behind Big Mom. I saw Big Mom's eyes were bumpy, as if he was about to jump out of his eye sockets, and his body was hunched, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Chaos's eyes were cold, but there was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. The right foot slammed into Big Mom's abdomen, and 3,000 golden threads fluttered behind him. After adding the last bit of strength, Big Mom couldn't control his body and turned into a streamer. Golden molten fire normal kick. Looking at the riotous venue where the sand was flying, the golden boots and knee pads of Chaos' entire right foot had disappeared, and his skin was as red as a red-hot branding iron. The sky is howling and falling, and new boots and knee pads are automatically donned. Mom. Damn. On the Charlotte family side, category, Perospero, Daifuku, Owen, Cricket, Compart, Mond, and Armand all rushed towards Chaos. But, clap. A blue pillar of thunder fell, and Anilu walked out of the thunder, with long pale golden hair and a shawl, and his eyes filled with electric light, showing a proud color. Boom boom boom. A series of smashing sounds rang out. Crocodile and Stuffy condensed into one body, and Akino fell from the sky like a sun. Bear wearing gloves, appeared out of thin air and put away the Bible. Ivankov rotated 360 degrees and stood beside the bear. Betty Cherry held a lady's cigarette in her small mouth, and she fell down and held the golden flagpole, looking at Category and his party extremely arrogantly. Our boss battle is not something you can participate in. A bunch of fools. Hiccup. Do you want to be a woman, or a man? Or a new human being? A group of lowly bedbugs dare to look up to the god. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? I just want to kill everyone. This queen is responsible for her looks. They're all too weak to be my opponents. The two sides stood opposite each other, separated by a huge crack, and the coats were fluttering around. He completely ignored the crackers and others. The arrogant and domineering demeanor is unbearable for anyone. The depressing atmosphere swept the audience, and the battle was about to break out. X. Chapter 227 Looks like I need to go to Wano country. 20,210,121. Chapter 227 Looks like I need to go to Wano country. Clap. The thunder and lightning fell, like a huge crack, and the two sides looked at each other. The huge storm blew everyone's coats and hair, all showing the temperament of a boss. None of you want to leave today. Corner rice cake. With a cold face, Category rushed out and attacked first. No shame, Sandstorm. Crocodile flew into the air and rushed towards Category, Both sides identified their opponents. As Category and Crocodile moved like this, the names of various moves sounded hysterically in an instant. Candy Waves, Devil Hunter, Hot Wind Fist, Roll Pretzel, Adagio Waltz. Dare to look up to this god, a group of lowly bugs, the punishment of God. Anilu was more rampant than anyone else, soaring into the sky with his right hand and reaching into the clouds. At that moment, the wind surged, thunder and lightning flashed. Sheme Fist, Pressure Cannon, Let's Dance Together, Sun Apollo, Storm, Boom Boom Boom. The continuous explosions, one wave after another, the group of demons danced and swept across the ground, and it was a big move when they came up. The weak people in Charlotte are not even qualified to intervene. Only a few people fought with Crocodile and others, and then scattered in all directions like shooting stars. The battle begins. But the most fierce battle belongs to Chaos and Big Mom. Chaos' golden eyes looked down, 3,000 golden threads fluttered, and he had an aura of wise martial arts and dominance. Looking at Big Mom coming out of the dust, the steam around his body rose like a spiral. Resisting his ordinary kick, although he vomited blood, his breath was not disturbed at all. This kind of defense is terrifying. You must know that Big Mom in this period is not the future, and it is not an exaggeration to say that its combat effectiveness is rising. I'm going to drain your soul. The gun of Elbaf powerful country. Big Mom is angry. Holding Napoleon is a wave. In an instant, the sword chi that opened up the world was torn apart, and the momentum that was like breaking bamboo was completely overwhelming. Chaos flicked his earrings with his fingers, and his right foot swept the army, tearing the air to form a crescent-shaped slash, covering the mighty color of the armed forces. In the sixth form, Chaos never slackens his practice. Moon steps, shaving, lancing feet, finger spears, iron blocks, paper painting, no matter which one, they will form a big move in the end. Think about shaving, stepping on it 10 times in a moment, but if you replace the 10 times with 20 or 30 times, will the burst speed at that moment be a real teleportation? And Lan Jiao, can you cut mountains and seas like a great swordsman? Pointing the gun, just flicking the finger is like a missile exploding? Iron, King Kong is not bad magic? Paper painting, the ultimate freedom. Even if it is a small move, as long as it is practiced to the death, it can eventually become a mediocre big move. There was no accident. Now Chaos's languid feet can't compete against the mighty country of Big Mom, so the strength was shattered, and he was still rushing towards Chaos like a broken bamboo. But it's slower and less powerful. As the terrifying storm swept through, a huge gap swept past Chaos, and a raised hill disappeared just like that. Ha! At this moment, Chaos appeared out of thin air in the sky above Big Mom. His right fist clenched a piece of golden red and splashed with flames. Golden molten normal punch. Big Mom was alert, holding Napoleon in his left hand and slammed towards Chaos. Boom. Ka ka ka. The explosion rose from the sky, a large number of black and red thunders spread, a shockwave tore the surface, and the surrounding ground sunk down and raised hills, forming a basin canyon in the blink of an eye. Zeus, Prometheus. Yes, Mom. Big Mom held Napoleon in his left hand, his lower body sank deep into the ground, his eyes widened and his right hand gripped, covered with flames and lightning, forming a lightning strike to attack Chaos in one fell swoop. With blonde hair dancing wildly, Chaos' handsome face was full of contempt. The other hand. Golden molten normal punch. The sky-burning explosion sounded again, and as the billowing black smoke filled the flames, Chaos flew into the air, pulled away and stood in midair, the corners of his mouth bleeding uncontrollably. His hands were red and a lot of steam spread, and the golden arm guards above had disappeared. With a thought, the turbulent sky shot back the golden arm guard and put it on. At this time, in the middle of the basin, Big Mom got up from the soil, spat out the sand in his mouth, and his entire face was distorted. A mere golden emperor made her so embarrassed. Unforgivable. Big Mom roared furiously. The sound was so powerful that it shattered the eardrums, and combined with the overlord color, it actually caused substantial damage. Chaos had a pain in his ears and frowned. In the original book, Big Mom has 3 common abilities. One is this strange sound, and it is a sound attack with the overlord color. The other is the innate strange power. When he was 5 years old, he could kill a bear with 1 punch. He wanted to help the giants to get rid of the mosquitoes on his body. As a result, he slapped several ribs of the giant soldier with the slap. And that tough body. The giant's blade was cut off by the 5-year-old Big Mom, and even the hail of bullets could not add a trace of scars to her, like a steel balloon. This is just pure physical strength, without covering the armed color. This ability alone can get rid of 99% of the strong on the sea. It is not unreasonable to be able to become the 4 emperors in the future. All are monsters. However, there is a huge loophole in the tough body, that is, if the photo of the nun is damaged, the st-like defense will disappear. Are you calling Chun? It sounds awful. Chaos had a headache, his eyes became fierce, and the air under his feet burst and disappeared. See types of profound truth, karma, Emperor Spear. Once dodged over Big Mom, Chaos's hands were calyx-shaped and merged into one, the whole arm was splashing with golden red flames, and the terrifying power was compressing. This is an advanced version of the 6-type profound truth Emperor Spear. Combined with the gold melting fire mode, the lethality is bursting. The world lost its voice again, the earth shook with a radius of 10,000 meters, and countless crusts rose up. The catastrophic hurricane swept away in all directions. Category, Crocodile, and others who were fighting in the extreme distance, subconsciously pulled away and looked at the mushroom cloud, their eyes full of solemn colors. Could it be the Golden Emperor? On the far side of the sky, a few figures appeared on the cloud layer at an unknown time. Looking at the mushroom cloud that pushed the cloud layer and the surface horizontally, their eyes were full of surprise. At this moment, the center of the sky was turned upside down, the flames soared into the sky in the dense dust, Chaos turned over and flew out from the smoke and dust, landing on a pile of upturned crusts, his blonde hair fluttering. The high-temperature steam on his body rose in a spiral, and the golden light wheel on his back stood erect, showing a cold arrogance. The air of honor. Chaos stared intently at the huge crater that erupted from the volcano, and the ferocious and brutal aura in it did not weaken much. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Chaos calmed his undulating chest, clenching his fists, and a layer of hot sweat appeared on his forehead. With such a strong attack, Big Mom even vomited blood. The breath weakened a little. Isn't this a bit sleazy? Big Mom is not at its peak now either. Do you really want to find pictures of nuns? If one's own armament is stronger, or if he cultivates the Liu Ying technique, then he can destroy it from the inside. It seems that after this battle, I need to go to Wano country. QQ reading. Deep buckle, withering, 10,000 book coins. Starting point, Shenku, das Han is so stupid, I really want to be a jerk, 100 starting point coins. X. Chapter 228 _ if that's the case, it's just a matter of hanging up. 20,210,122. Chapter 228 _ if that's the case, it's just a matter of hanging up. Putch puff. The flames were burning, and the surrounding ground had begun to melt. As a storm swept away, the scenery inside was completely exposed. I saw Big Mom jumping out of the abyss, holding Napoleon diagonally in his right hand, His long hair was burning with boiling flames, and his eyes were scarlet like a demon. Wagyu-oh! Big Mom flew out, and Napoleon swung everything along the way to collapse, forming a great road that overturned the river and the sea. Shah! Chaos disappeared out of thin air, appeared in midair and kicked 2 feet one after another, forming 2 meniscus hate slashes that dived one after the other, followed by the explosion and disappeared again. Flamethrower! Big Mom grabbed Prometheus with his left hand, and collapsed 2 lanterns in one fell swoop, looking down on the audience looking for chaos. Holding Napoleon in his right hand, he waved him fiercely in front of him. Chaos' right fist splattered flames just appeared, and when he saw the oncoming Napoleon, his golden eyes were full of rampant golden molten fire normal punch. The terrifying explosion was rising, and the collision between the knife and the fist caused a large amount of thunder to spread, and the shock wave was even more earth-shaking. One of the streamers flew out, smashing mountains along the way, and was buried in the gravel after leaving huge ravines. Boom! The rolling wind swept through, and Chaos spit out the blood in his mouth, and walked out of the dust with a gloomy face. It seems to have miscalculated. Big Mom, this guy is not a soft persimmon. That being the case, it can only hang up. Betty. Add buff. Betty was fighting with Charlotte Armand. When she heard Chaos roar, she quickly pulled away and appeared in midair, stepping on the moon step and holding the golden flagpole in both hands. The ability to inspire fruit is used, as long as everyone who can perceive it is shocked. A power suddenly emerges from the depths of their hearts, so that everyone's momentum rises upwards. Fighting category with Crocodile, Ivankov and others clearly felt the difference. It feels like the other party is on drugs. That excited spirit can be seen. After an ordinary person is stimulated by Betty's potential, he can fight pirates with a bounty of tens of millions with his bare hands, let alone people like Chaos. Power. The power in the body can't stop gushing out. Surging. See types of profound truth, karma, Emperor Spear. The name of the arrogant move sounded. Big Mom lowered his head and looked at Chaos, who appeared in front of him out of thin air. His pupils shrank and felt a huge crisis. At this time, Chaos's hands released the ultimate light, and the rolling power was continuously compressed. Completely different from before. Boom. The force of the sky and the earth formed a spiral bombardment on Big Mom's stomach. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Big Mom's eyes were bulging and his face was bulging, and he vomited blood from his mouth and nose. Canyon. The eruption of this blow caused the abyss to expand and shake up. The vast mushroom cloud connects the world one after another. The steel balloon-like body did not fully defend this time. It turned into an electric light and flew out, and Big Mom ran through several barren mountains one after another, leaving the Gobi and finally buried in it by soil and gravel. Chaos was short of breath, and the sky dropped the new golden arm guards again, but his hands trembled slightly. This savage blow would have killed someone else long ago. But I'm going to kill you. The gravel rose into the sky. Big Mom's mouth and nose were full of blood, and his eyes were blood red and full of madness. It looked very embarrassed, but it didn't even count as a serious injury. This made Chaos' face sank. Can't hit this old woman hard even if it hangs. Is the difference really that big? Fire in the sky. Big Mom was in a rage. He was still conscious and began to use Prometheus for long-range attacks. The right fist was burning with raging fire. Big Mom rose to the sky and grabbed it against Chaos. In an instant, a pillar of fire that penetrated the sky and smashed towards Chaos with a whistling sound. Swish. An afterimage was left in place, and Chaos disappeared. As soon as he appeared not far away, Big Mom roared, and Napoleon in his hand became hundreds of meters in size, as if a mountain range was rolling down. This makes Chaos a little surprised. It seems that Big Mom, can not only become a giant sword, but also become bigger and smaller. The most important thing is that the other party's sight and appearance are not weaker than him. Continuing to disappear and dodge in place, Chaos began to take the initiative to attack. Ordinary punch. In the face of Chaos' attack, Big Mom did not retreat at all. His left hand clenched his fist and the thunder surged, so he slammed into Chaos face to face. Unparalleled collision. Chaos only felt a mountain force hit, and then his feet sank deep into the ground and couldn't stop moving out, and finally penetrated several towering hills and sank deep in the soil. And Big Mom also went back several meters. The entire hill behind him collapsed, and Chaos stepped out of his body to gasp for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Why is it getting harder and harder to fight? Not scientific. Or did he underestimate the opponent's strength and overestimate his own? After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Chaos didn't believe it. Even if it just doesn't work, he has to inflict heavy damage on the other party. At this moment, Big Mom also raised his head and looked at Chaos fiercely, full of violence. Bang! Chaos leapt over 100 meters and rushed towards Big Mom, and at the same time Big Mom also rushed towards Chaos frantically. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Big Mom holds Napoleon in his left hand, and Prometheus on his head separates a flame around Napoleon. From a distance, Napoleon is a burning great sword, strangling out towards Chaos with a terrifying storm. Golden molten fire and thunder gossip. This time, Chaos did not choose to fight with Big Mom with his bare hands. The golden halo behind him formed a mace and was held in his hand, and the splashing flame was full of destruction. The dazzling white light illuminates the entire sky, and the tumbling clouds of thunder and lightning are pushed away, allowing the soft sunlight to cast down. Chaos opened his mouth to spurt blood and flew out again. Big Mom also turned into a streamer. Neither of the two sides took advantage, but Chaos suffered more. Lying at the end of Kang Tswang Avenue, Chaos' face was pale, and when his mind moved, a huge shadow fell from the sky. It was Sakyamuni. Ascension merged into Shakyamuni, and Chaos was ready to gamble. He admits to underestimating Big Mom, and he is no match from now. Unless the armament enters the third stage, or learns the skill of Liu Ying, or awakens the golden fruit, it will not be able to truly compete with Big Mom. After using the golden molten fire normal punch, Karma fire emperor spear, and thunder gossip several times in a row, the armament color consumes too much. Buzz. The atmosphere rippled, and I saw that Shakyamuni's right eye began to condense dazzling light, and infinite destructive power was being compressed in it. Chaos was on his forehead, his armed color frantically entered and burned. Golden molten fire will kill, gold karmic fire. The Solomon sacred name of the move came out of the Buddha's mouth, and a golden laser that penetrated the speed of sound turned into an eternal meteor between heaven and earth, rushing towards Big Mom in one fell swoop. Emperor's Sword, Wagyu-O Broken Blade. Big Mom roared, Zeus, Prometheus, and armed colors all covered Napoleon, and when the eternal beam came, he waved it in one fell swoop. The entire Cake Island seemed to be in an earthquake, with canyons and barren mountains standing up, and as a red and white sun rose, the whole world lost its voice. Withdraw. When he saw the expanding mushroom cloud in the sky, Crocodile withdrew without hesitation. This was pre-greed, and if Chaos used this move, it meant retreating. Aquino and Stuffy also all retreated. There was nothing Category could do to stop it, because the shockwave that was coming was too shocking. X. Chapter 229 The gun ran away before it was finished. 20,210,122. Chapter 229 The gun ran away before it was finished. Plans can't keep up with changes. Chaos and his party came and went quickly. Playing cards completely out of common sense, the gun ran away before it was finished, leaving only a mushroom cloud and a messy place. The entire cake city was destroyed, leaving only the deep pits and canyons. No matter how you look at it, the Big Mom side suffered heavy losses. Boss, why did you suddenly withdraw? At an altitude of 1,000 meters, a white cloud quickly flew out of the Wangyua Sea, and Crocodile and others above all looked at the embarrassed Chaos. Old Bear, give it to me. Chaos did not answer, but looked at the bear. The bear is still the same as before, and there is no trace of battle at all. Others are more or less embarrassed. It is conceivable that the battle is still full of fierce. Boom. The bear pressed his right hand on Chaos' chest, and as the meatball fruit was used, a blood-colored transparent bear paw appeared behind him. As the transparent bear's paw left his body, Chaos' face suddenly turned rosy. Old one, give me another shot. Hip-hop. Ivankov's nails became longer, and it was a stitch to Chaos' waist. Wootilda. This time, Chaos felt that the whole person was refreshed. With a wave of his hand, Sakyamuni stretched out the golden platform on the cloud, and it turned into some food that automatically appeared on the table. Chaos took the lead and started to enjoy it. These are high-energy foods prepared in advance, that is, the meat of the Sea Kings. Through the return of life, the recovery and consumption can be accelerated. The rest of the people were a little unhappy, but they still sat on the golden chair. It's a bit sloppy this time. Chaos spoke while eating. Big Mom's strength was seriously underestimated by him. On top of that, he was going all out, so that in just a few hits, his armament was completely drained. In the case of returning to life, and the buff blessed by Betty, Chaos originally thought that he could teach Big Mom a lesson, but he did not expect that the gap between imagination and reality is so big. If you want to confront Big Mom head-on, you have to enter the third stage of the armed color, awaken the golden fruit, or the armed color of the Liu Segura technique. In general, the armament color is too weak. At present, Chaos has reached the peak of the second stage at most, and has not yet entered the third stage. How can it be sloppy? Give me another hour to deal with category. Crocodile had a stinky face, and with a cigar in his mouth, he stretched out his hair, and looked at Chaos after reforming his big back. He was fighting hard with category. How could he expect that Chaos would use the golden fire so quickly, making this battle snarky? How majestic at the beginning, and how disappointed now. It's totally different from what they imagined. Stop bragging, you won't be able to do it if you give it another day. Chaos made no secret of his contempt, and Lao Shao was bragging. That's Charlotte category, not other Charlotte members. Crocodile said he could beat him in an hour, but Chaos didn't believe it. He doesn't know how much category weighs. I am all my own here, stop pretending. Everyone knows how much you have. Betty also made up a knife, and didn't believe Crocodile's bragging at all. Fart. Crocodile was angry, and slapped the golden table, leaving a palm print, glaring at Betty and breathing heavily. Okay, a very serious question. Chaos tapped on the table with one hand, motioning for Crocodile to calm down. I have to admit that Big Mom has to brush his, and I'm no match at the moment. Chaos threw down a cigar and admitted his inadequacies generously. This is a fact. He didn't feel ashamed either. But this time he was stimulated. I thought that the development of the golden melting fire mode was enough to be tough with Big Mom and Kaido, but I didn't expect that the gap was still a bit big. A little sad. My opponent also has to brush his. Stussy poured himself a glass of red wine, and smiled charmingly with his lips curved. Her opponent was Charlotte Mond, and another named Charlotte Smoothie, a little girl with long legs, about the size of Anilu, but her strength was a bit terrifying. Growing up in the future must not be underestimated. There is a person in the Charlotte family who is similar to me, What is the name of Charlotte Owen? I will kill him next time. Aquino's opponent this time was Charlotte Owen, but he retreated too fast, so he didn't know who had the upper hand until the end of the duel. But he remembered each other. The next time we meet, either he kills the other party or the other party kills him. The woman I pressed and beat was called Charlotte Armand, and her strength was not bad. Betty folded her arms and leaned against the back of the golden chair, and glanced at Crocodile with contempt, almost making Crocodile violent again. Chaos and the others did not speak, and all looked at the bear. Now it is a summary. The first time to communicate with the Big Mom pirates, although the time is very short, it is also a gain. In the next duel, you can also do it in your heart. One named Charlotte Perospero was hit hard by me, and then was rescued by one named Charlotte Daifaku. The strength of the two of them is not bad, but the speed is too slow. The bear's face was expressionless, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As a result, several of Crocodile's eyes looking at the bear were wrong. This guy did it on purpose. Dress up in front of them? Chaos also seemed to know a bear for the first time. This guy has always been unsmiling like a boring horde, but now he can pretend to be a bee. Whether it is intentional or inadvertent, the lethality is not small. You can tell by looking at other people's eyes. Hip, I have several opponents. Next. Before Ivankov could speak, Betty waved to interrupt. After all, Ivankov's condition is a bit miserable now, with a blue nose and a swollen face, and ragged clothes. He is the most embarrassed of all. I don't even know what happened. Hip, I haven't even talked about playing yet, but I was beaten by more than a dozen people, and I'm still undefeated. Ivankov quit, stood up and glared at Betty. He was fighting more than 10 times by himself. In contrast, Betty and the others fought one by himself, and the two sides decided against each other. This god never remembers the names of those lowly bedbugs, they are too weak. Anirode was so angry that he stunned everyone at once. It turned out that the most arrogant among them was this little one. Zhao Jiang, be honest. Betty pouted, thinking that this child is the most normal, but now it seems that there is no help. In the whole group, after all, it is normal that there is only one self. Stupid woman, I have endured you for a long time. As soon as he heard the name Zhao Jiang, Inilu exploded on the spot. Okay, calm down. Seeing that there was going to be a commotion, Chaos made a sound to stop the swordsmanship again. This 1x1 is really a big talker. Nima has made himself the same as the invincible in the world, and he has no B number at all. Humph. Anilu tilted her neck and snorted arrogantly. This battle made me reflect for a while, so I decided to retire from the rivers and lakes for a while to consolidate and cultivate. Chaos' sudden decision made the seven frown. Boss, we have only been cultivating from Thunder God Island for a while, not to mention that the underground world has not been solved yet. Crocodile is not very willing to practice closed-ended cultivation, and he has not had enough waves. Life should not only be about cultivation, that would be too boring. It's only interesting when you become stronger in battle. X. Chapter 230 sure to make the headlines. 20,210,123. Chapter 230 sure to make the headlines. You misunderstood me. Chaos signaled Crocodile not to be in a hurry and continued, I'm going to leave for a while. As for what you should do, it's fine if you want to go out alone, just take it easy, but don't meet next time. Advance the city in the world's first prison. I don't want to practice until the critical moment to hear the news of your arrest or death. Boss, where are you going? Stuart frowned. Is this to keep them free? Such a big heart? This team doesn't seem to be strong, does it? Aren't you afraid that someone would just run away from home like this? still can't find it. Sometimes Stuffy feels that he understands this man very well, but sometimes this man always thinks that it is one thing to do, and he is often uneasy about playing cards, which is not easy to control. What is Stuffy thinking? Chaos doesn't know. Anyway, he is the kind of person who does whatever he wants. If he is found out, wouldn't it be dangerous? So it's still necessary to be confused. At least not one can guess what will happen next. Anyway, Chaos didn't know what he would do next. You may be walking the dog now, but the next moment may not be to chase the chicken, maybe it will be a gun. It is so wild. Wano country. This is the idea that came to Chaos when he fought with Big Mom. Faced with these thickest armors, he wanted to see if he could learn Liu Sekira. This kind of armed color technique of destroying from the inside is very powerful and important. Boss, you are too sudden. Betty pouted, a little speechless. This man is anticlimactic, and he is not prepared at all. There were no hints and signs before. Just like this battle, at first I thought it was going to be a decisive battle until dawn, but I didn't expect it to wilt so quickly. She just came and felt good. Don't know the state of feeling satisfaction, just beginning and ending. Is it bad? Don't pay attention to the details. Chaos waved his hand lightly and took a sip of his cigar. When you go to Wano, you can take us with you too. Betty rolled her eyes and spoke again. She wanted to follow Chaos. After all, it wouldn't be boring, and she would be thrilled at any time. That feeling was very exciting. If she doesn't follow this guy, she will definitely have to deal with those boring government affairs again, which will be annoying. Neither of you. Except for Stussy. But Stussy needs to deal with our forces and can't be separated. Chaos shook his head and rejected Betty's proposal. Why can this stupid woman? Betty was even more upset. I'm going to practice Loki this time, not in my current capacity. As Chaos spoke, the vertical hair began to turn into a bangs-like hairstyle. At the same time, the facial muscles were adjusted slightly, and even the body size changed from 2 meters to 2.5 meters. Immediately changed people. But still handsome. But it is different from the previous appearance, at most only 3 points of similarity. Can you do a makeover? Chaos rolled his eyes for Betty. Gut. Betty pouted, she knew this was the return of life. At present, in the entire group, only this man and this stupid woman like Stuffy know how. The others are at most proficient in 2 or 3 styles, but Akino has yet to learn one style. After all, Akino's current goal is to learn all the Si styles, so as to find a way to awaken his life and return it. In this way, with the hot fruit, the combat power will skyrocket. Others, don't mention it. When I have learned it, I will teach you when I come back. During this time, you can see for yourself whether to cultivate or go out for a wave, whatever you want. But the next time you meet, each of you will have to get stronger. Everyone was silent, not knowing what they were thinking. Blue tilde. Just as Chaos was about to continue speaking, the sound of a phone bug rang. Stuffy took the phone bug out of her purse, and the growling came as soon as it was connected. Emperor, what do you mean? The sound of Long's uncontrollable anger came, and it seemed that the anger was not light. What do you mean? Chaos raised his eyebrows, put down the wineglass in his hand and looked at the phone bug. He knew it was the dragon's voice as soon as he heard it. I am now in the nations. At this moment, at an altitude of 1,000 meters in the sky, the dragon stared at the phone bug, as if he wanted to pin Chaos in the air with his eyes. Lao Tzu brought like-minded friends all the way to Myriads to support him, but I never thought that this guy, the Golden Emperor, would send pigeons. Nima is over too soon. Don't you know that you are very busy starting your own business right now? Trying to suppress the anger in his heart, Long's whole face was black. Are you here? Chaos looked stunned, as if he had indeed informed the dragon just in case. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and he didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Nonsense, I was about to greet you, but you disappeared in a blink of an eye. Don't be angry, don't be angry. This is the rich man. Find a way to get some gold. Sorry for letting you run for nothing. Long did not call. Chaos may not be able to remember. At least not now. What you're doing is a bit inauthentic. I deal with all kinds of problems every day. But when you call, I'll come all the way to support, and it ends before it starts. Okay, go to Poppy Island in a few days to look for my beauty. 1 billion is a tip for you to make a vain trip this time. Chaos directly interrupted the dragon's words. What was this guy thinking that he didn't know? It's such a trivial thing to be so angry. You don't need to guess to know that it was intentional, and it was nothing more than asking for money. Ah! Chaos looked at the phone bug with contempt. Now that the revolutionary army is developing rapidly, your billions won't even splash a wave. Long coughed, but not embarrassed at all. Everyone is smart and understands. 10 billion, depending on how powerful you are this time. It didn't come in handy, but the action did it. Chaos is not much BB, money is small for him KS. Next time there is such a thing, please call me. Long doesn't mind taking an extra trip. The revolutionary army is indeed spending money like flowing water recently. If the tens of billions are put down, it will last for a month at most. It's a deal, whether it's a waste of time or not. As long as it is a transaction, then both parties must pay something, otherwise it is only one party who pays unilaterally, and this relationship will not last long. Because there is no return value in sight. Long is very smart, what he wants is a long-term plan. Even if the revolutionary army matures in the future, he will not easily abandon the Golden Emperor. After all, the Golden Emperor is not a person, but an organization called the Richest Man Group. No problem. As the phone bug hangs up, Long smiles only because of that eyebrowless face, which makes it look vicious. It seems that the Golden Emperor is the Emperor. There are several people beside the dragon, and it is completely determined at this time. The last time the revolutionary army was short of funds, Long said to go out, and then came back with a lot of gold. Several people are speculating that this may be provided by the Emperor. After all, when Long was building the revolutionary army, he mentioned the Emperor, but he never had the chance to meet him. Now he knows it. The high-profile guy tomorrow may make a lot of waves in the sea. Long looked at the cake city that had been completely in ruins, and whether or not Big Mom was the winner, she lost. Tomorrow, the name of the Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos will be on the headlines of the newspapers. X. Chapter 231 After all, he is the chosen one. 20,210,123. Chapter 231 After all, he is the chosen one. Outside the nickname, Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos of the Richest Group, led by 7 of his subordinates, made a riot in Wangyo Totland and reduced the cake city to ruins. The world's richest man, the Golden Emperor, sniped the Big Mom pirates, left a ruin, and retired. It is reported that Charlotte Lingeling was severely injured by the Golden Emperor. 7 of the Richest Group are responsible for fighting Charlotte Category and others. All 7 of the Richest Group are responsible. The Crocodile, Queen of Joy, Stucci, Sun King Dun Archino, Dancing Queen Bello Beatty, Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, the Shemay King Embryo Ivankov, Thor Inalu. The next day, a news report spread to the sea, making the whole sea restless. For a time, the names of the Golden Emperor and the 7 little hands resounded on the sea again. The heat has skyrocketed. I don't know how it was revealed, everyone has photos, and they are still in high definition. This time, the entire richest group became famous again. Anyone who has entered the New World knows the power of the Big Mom pirates, but now the richest group is blatantly provoking and retreating. It is enough to show the strength of the richest group. The personal richest man, the Golden Emperor, is no longer a loner, but has its own power. But still can't stop those who want to hold the Golden Emperor in their hands. After all, as long as you catch the Golden Emperor, you have everything in the world. Such a delicious cake, no one wants to give up. Marin Vando. Golden Emperor, shame-making. Sarkaski gritted his teeth and looked at the two pictures in the newspaper, wishing he could be mortified. Only after being a woman did he realize how inconvenient it was, especially that the lumps on his chest were very large. The key was the menstrual period a few days ago, so he was tortured. Nothing feels convenient. He only has one idea now, to change back to a man. Then kill both of them. It's just that he can't leave Marin Vando these few days, and it will take some time to get used to it. Just wait. Soon we will meet. His fists were red and the news was burnt out. Sarkaski looked at the sky with a grim look, but now his appearance was not very charming and beautiful. After all, more than half of Marin Vando's sailors believed that Sarkaski was the most beautiful woman in the entire navy. Even a few generals such as Jan can't compare. It would be better if you had a mild temper. However, even more angry than Sarkaski, there are many people. O Totland. Find the Golden Emperor for me, and I will drain his soul. At this moment, Big Mom in the ruins of Cake Island is destroying like crazy, and his eyes are still scarlet until this moment. The newspaper on the ground was so dazzling. Mom, calm down. Now no one dares to approach Big Mom. The Big Mom in rage may kill them if they are not careful. 3 days later, Poppy Island. At the newly built manor halfway up the mountain, Stuffy and his party looked at the black dot that soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky, with different expressions. I'm leaving too. Anilu couldn't help it at first, and turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in the opposite direction. He wants to take a good look at this sea. He also set a small goal, in the shortest possible time, let the brilliance of the god of punishment, Thor Anilu spread all over the world. Of course, the main thing is to become stronger. When he becomes stronger, the first person to look for is Ivankov, for which he will be angry. The next time we meet, I will definitely make that Shame look good. Kicking his own dream, Anilu started his journey as a girl. Hello. Betty didn't have time to say hello, the blue thunder had disappeared into the sky. Did you make a mistake? The boss only walked on the front foot, and this little boy couldn't hold back? Everyone, see you next time. Bear's face was expressionless, he held the Bible and left a sentence, and disappeared out of thin air. This made Betty even more upset. Wootilda. Crocodile squeezed the cigar, puffed out a smoke ring after taking a puff, combed his hair meticulously, and fluttered in the black fur coat behind him. The big guy's temperament was tight. It's time to spread my message. Crocodile's dream has always been to turn into a slave and sing, such as defeating Chaos and making Chaos his younger brother. But now he has a new dream, which is to spread his ideas to the whole world, and he wants to save this rotten and perforated world. The flying sand floated away without leaving the slightest cloud. Shit idea, it's better not to be beaten to death. Betty's face was black. How could this kind of complaints be let go? This guy's idea is what boss said to be a passerby, and brainwashing people to draw a big cake. Aren't you two going? Betty squinted, with the words, I'm not happy, written on her face. After all, she was going to stay on Poppy Island and handle those sesame and garlic skin government affairs with Stuffy. I knew earlier that I would not take this porcelain to work, and now I break my teeth and swallow it in my stomach, and I have to finish my crawling. The more you think, the more irritable. Hip hop, I'll stay for a few more days. Ivankov winked with all manner of style, which made Betty feel sick for a while. I'm leaving tomorrow. Aquino cherished his words like gold, leaving only one back to the three of them. Damn. Betty was indignant and scolded and left. Behind him, Stuffy shook his head slightly, looked away from the sky, entered the manor, and was about to start work. According to the meaning of boss, now the business of amorous women is not in a hurry, just take it slow. Anyway, be a little quieter. It's all waiting for him to come back. In general, let them cultivate more and become stronger, and do not pay too much attention to the issue of power. He also said that as long as he is hard and his fist is hard, no amount of cannon fodder is useless. She can't forget now that when she was eating yesterday, the man raised his chin and said arrogantly, no matter how many enemies there are, they are scumbags. There is nothing that can't be solved with one stare. If there is, then stare twice. Stuffy knew that staring was the meaning of overlord. Some heartbreak. A symbol of the aptitude of a dignified king, it is worthless to be used like this. Really want to come out is one out. But this life is not bad, very colorful. Wano country, located in the New World in the second half of the Great Waterway. The hometown of the legendary Dragon King Samurai, Yoma, is a country that is closed to foreigners and never joins the world government. Even naval ships cannot enter. The whole island is very special. It is an island with no open sea and only cliffs and waterfalls around it. To enter the island, you need to climb the cliff waterfall. The current ruler of Wano is Kozuki Sukiyaki. That is, Kozuki Oden's father. In the future, with the death of Kozuki Oden, the entire Wano country will fall into the hands of the Black Charcoal Snake. At that time, it will cooperate with the small beast Kaido to turn the originally prosperous and harmonious country of Wano into a weapons-producing country. Not much is known about Chaos, the country of Wano. Most of them just read the QQ group of pirate fans, Taiba and some news pushed by Baidu, but some of the main characters know that Chaos still hates this country that is similar to the mainstream of action movies in his previous life. It's nothing more than a little angry youth. This time disguised as incognito, not for others. Just to steal the arrogance of learning Liu Ying's skills. Make up your mind not to cause trouble, everything is based on stealing. As long as it's for B, he can endure anything. Besides, with his talent, it should only take a month. Chaos roughly estimated that it would definitely not exceed 3 months. After all, he is the chosen one. Starting point, Shenku, das Han is so stupid, 400 starting point coins. X. Chapter 232_55 and the Devil's Descendants. 20,210,124. Chapter 232_55 and the Devil's Descendants. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The incident between the Richest Man group and the Big Mom pirates this month is no longer hot. Rather, other news grabbed the headlines. New World Gothic Islands. A tropical island, quite prosperous. Such islands abound in the sea. On a certain street, many people secretly watched the young man drinking alone in the tavern. It's Crocodile. It has been a month since he left Poppy Island. This month he spread his ideas on the sea, but because he was too arrogant, he often clashed with people. There are not 100 or 1,000 pirates killed. That's the brainwashing responsibility of the Richest group, offering a reward of 560 million to Tsar Crocodile. That's right, it's him. Look at that dress, it's very arrogant. I heard that all the responsibilities of the Richest group are very arrogant and domineering. Recently, Crocodile has killed a lot of people. How could such a big man appear on this island? Could it be that the Golden Emperor is also here? Many pirates and thugs are full of greed. Since the Tsar is here, is the Golden Emperor, the richest man in the world, also on this island? As long as you catch the Golden Emperor, you have everything. This temptation is still spreading on the sea. It is not a legend, but it has been certified by the world. Hey! That's the Arquette pirates. What are you trying to do? There was a commotion in the crowd, and more than 30 pirates were seen striding towards the tavern, looking like they were planning to make a move. The Arquette pirates are crazy, that's the Tsar with a reward of 560 million. Many people pointed and watched as the more than 30 people entered the tavern. Obviously it was aimed at the Tsar, nothing more than want to know the whereabouts of the Golden Emperor. The next development is not unexpected. More than 30 people are purely delivering food. This Loic pirate, I don't know how many people die every year. Wonderful, never lacking. As the sun went down, Crocodile sat in the tavern. There was no one around except for the owner and the waiter who waited in fright. There are many mummified bodies on the ground. There are naturally many stalkers outside, but none of them have the courage to trouble Crocodile. Smoking a cigar and drinking wine, Crocodile pondered where to go. Dangling on the sea this month, I have experienced a lot of battles, but there is no pressure. The concept of dissemination is not very smooth. So Crocodile intends to challenge some strong people who can put pressure on him, such as Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. Dong dong dong. Just as Crocodile was thinking about life, there was a sound of sonorous footsteps from outside, and he finally sat on the table next to him. The strongest drink. The slightly dull voice could not hide the confidence and arrogance. This is a tall young man with long golden hair, earmuffs, and most importantly, a military uniform. His resolute face is full of arrogance and domineering. Not easy. Crocodile squinted slightly, feeling the pressure from this young man. Just looking at his appearance, he is a little younger than him. Crocodile just glanced and looked away, he was thinking of other things. An unknown young man, he didn't take it to heart. As the waiter brought the wine up nervously, the young man in military uniform sighed dryly, boldly and cheerfully, showing his male hormones. The richest group is in charge of brainwashing, the Crocodile, with a reward of 560 million, for those with the ability of natural shashafruit. The two people, who were at peace in the past, started to change the atmosphere as the young man in the military uniform spoke. A wave of war inexplicably spread into the air. Crocodile didn't speak, just tilted his head to look at the youth in military uniform. Boom. Without warning, a storm centered on the youth in military uniform spread out unscrupulously and mightily. Crocodile's pupils slightly enlarged, and he subconsciously danced wildly with the black leather coat behind his head. Domineering will, overwhelming. With the tavern as the center, no one can stand within a radius of 1,000 meters. At this moment, all of them are fainted by that strong will. Overlord color. Very domineering and powerful overlord color. Except for the initial shock, Crocodile returned to normal. Put away your useless shock, or you will die. Crocodile's eyes became cold, and he hated the overlord color. Because there is a person who puts chicken and cakes around at every turn, which makes him not very fond of the king's qualifications and overlord's sex, he will think this is a kind of provocation. Like now. Only by constantly defeating the strong can I become the strongest in the world, the Crocodile, you barely have this qualification. The youth in military uniform laughed, very rampant and domineering. After leaving that place, he vowed to defeat every strong man, surpass that man, and eventually become the strongest in the world. He just didn't expect to meet a guy who could barely arouse his fighting spirit on this island. I don't kill nameless people. Crocodile was smoking a cigar indifferently, even if he was close at hand to face this tyrannical color, he was calm and did not fluctuate at all. Douglas Barrett. Remember this name, one day it will become synonymous with the strongest in the world. Barrett showed a sinister smile, and the overlord color swept unscrupulously. I haven't heard of it. Crocodile squinted his eyes contemptuously. Boom. Without any warning, the two elbows collided, and the entire tavern disappeared instantly. Crocodile's coat fluttered behind his back, the D-glyphs flowed, the corners of his mouth were grinning, and he was holding a cigar. Looking at the guy in front of him, his fighting spirit seemed to be aroused. Fight, suddenly. Both sides are arrogant, and even just looking at each other can become the fuse of the battle. What's more, who is Barrett? Even now it can be called a monster, and it will be a real monster in the future. Nicknamed the descendant of the devil, the crew of the Roger Pirates, known as the successor of the Ghost. Powerful, even the companions of the Roger Pirates call it a monster. The most intuitive feeling is that this guy is on a par with One Piece's right wrist, Pluto Rayleigh. This alone shows how powerful he is. And Barrett was born on the Great Route, the country of endless war. He was abandoned by his mother at birth and became an orphan and was adopted by the enemy army. Barrett's childhood was as a teenage soldier under Army Captain Douglas Gray, whose main task was to take the lead on landmines on the battlefield, or to open the way with bombs. Those who have made the greatest achievements on the battlefield will be awarded the Medal of Glory, and young Barrett, who has only weapons around him since childhood, is very eager to get it. But the Medal of Glory will only be awarded to one person, and Barrett was active with his powerful fighting power, but was betrayed by his companions when he was about to succeed. Not only was the medal taken away, but he was seriously injured on the verge of death. Since then, Barrett has stopped believing in others, all for his own victory. Soon Barrett became the strongest juvenile soldier, and he felt more and more powerful to bring him freedom. Eating a devil fruit while on the verge of starvation and exhaustion on the battlefield becomes stronger ever since. And he became a national hero when he was a teenager, and Douglas, the captain of the army, was promoted to general, because of Barrett's military exploits, so he cared for Barrett and promised to let him leave the battlefield to give him real freedom. Barrett believed it to be true and wiped out the enemy in the last war, but what he didn't expect was Douglas' betrayal and wanting to kill him. An angry Barrett destroyed his country and army, so he was hunted by the world government and went to sea. X. Chapter 233 The name of the ultimate move was earth-shattering. 20,210,124. Chapter 233 The name of the ultimate move was earth-shattering. Slowly, Barrett began to become famous on the sea until he met Roger. No matter how many times he challenged Barrett, he lost to Roger, so Barrett vowed to defeat Roger to become the strongest in the world. After that, Barrett joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger. At that time, only Roger could beat him in the entire pirate group. Even the deputy captain Rayleigh could only draw with him, but Barrett was not proud. On the contrary, strength and training. After that, Barrett was called the heir of the devil on Roger's ship. When he learned that Roger was terminally ill, he was greatly shocked, and finally began to doubt Roger's strength when he was worried that the oath would not be fulfilled. So Barrett challenged Roger again, but failed, and this time he quit the pirates. The superhuman type fusion fruit, this is Barrett's devil fruit ability. The ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them fit together. It can also fuse the inorganic matter it touches with its own body, and it can not only fuse with the body, but also rearrange the inorganic matter to create new weapons. For example, he can use scrap iron and rubble to create submarines or weapons. Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, uses this ability to create inexhaustible weapons. The real thing is one person is quite the existence of thousands of troops. In addition, Barrett is more dazzling is his own strength. Because Barrett used to be a soldier, Even if he didn't use fruit ability and domineering, he still had a very powerful basic combat ability. Regardless of speed, strength, or physical strength, it is impeccable, and this is military combat, and it is a physical skill purely for the purpose of killing. In addition to fighting skills, Barrett is also a domineering owner of 3 colors, and is extremely good at Overlord and Armed colors. Whether it is comprehensive ability or devil fruit, Barrett will stand at the top of the pyramid in the future. Judging from the current time period, Barrett should have not left the Roger Pirates for a long time. Under the age of 20. But already a monster. Definitely Nampowan at this age. But he still met Lao Sha, who was hanging on the wall. It's bound to be a battle of dragons and tigers. Boom tilde. The huge explosion shook the whole earth and the whole street disappeared. A stream of light fell, causing a large pit to be formed in a radius of 100 meters. For a while, the gravel splashed, and a tall figure slowly emerged from the dense smoke. Cracks formed on the ground every time he took a step. Barrett stretched out his big muscular hand and picked up a broken wooden stick when he passed by a ruin. Under the cover of a powerful weapon color, it quickly turned into a hand. Black and blue bracelet knife. A piece of flying sand in the distance condensed into a body, and Crocodile glanced at Barrett's movements. The armament color of this level is definitely far superior to him. He vaguely remembered that Chaos had said that armed colors were divided into 4 stages. The first and second stages will not be discussed, and the third stage is the change of weapon form. Has this guy's armed color reached the 3rd stage? No wonder there is so much pressure. But, in the face of this kind of pressure, Crocodile has no fear at all. Don't say it's just a Barrett. What about the Golden Lion and Carp? You must know that he is ready to challenge Whitebeard. A desert treasure appeared in the right hand, and with the armed color covering, it showed a cold murderous intent. Clap. A black and red thunder slashed down. Barrett grinned, and the knife in his hand slashed towards Crocodile with a sonic boom. The metal collided with sparks, and Crocodile retreated with a tremor in his right hand, defending back and forth with the desert sword in his hand. Although he was a little restrained at the beginning, Barrett opened and closed with one knife after another, and he was still unable to overwhelmingly suppress Crocodile. The big back is not messy in the slightest, the black fur coat is fluttering at will, and the D symbol on the back is also flowing, as if everything is under control. 5-5 open strength, it can be seen in general. However, he recognized this man. Barely qualified to fight him. Boom boom boom. The desert treasure shattered, Crocodile elementalized and disappeared in place, while Barrett slashed to the ground with a knife, and a shock wave lifted the surface into a bottomless ravine on the spot and spread to the sea. Condensed in midair, Crocodile crossed his hands, and sand spears appeared on his back and on his head. The ends of the spears were covered with armed colors and rushed towards Barrett. Sand spear burial. In an instant, all the sand spears formed a meteor shower and fell. The whole earth began to rise and fall on its own, and the flying sand and rocks exploded again and again. But among these countless sand spears, the long knife in Barrett's hand suddenly turned into a shield, and he even rose into the sky with the sand spear facing him. This armed color is very extravagant and has its own confidence. Super large desert sword. Crocodile didn't panic, and raised his right hand to the sky, and in an instant, the flying sand spurted out to form a 1,000-meter sword, pressing it towards Barrett in one fell swoop. Boom. The shield and the spear collided and made a huge roar, forming a shock wave that lifted the ground. The billowing smoke obscured his vision. Crocodile stood in the air and let out a sense of color. And suddenly his hair exploded. Barrett on the left did not know when he appeared, and a punch hit Crocodile's stomach, and the elementalization was slow for a moment. The streamer shot obliquely, traversing the 3 barren hills lying on the ground and constantly traversing. Crocodile opened his mouth and spewed blood and lay in any moment, and the next second elementalization. Boom. Boom. ___. The crust of 1,000 meters was lifted, and Barrett's right foot was deeply immersed in it. Looking at Crocodile, who had condensed half of his body in the distance, he grabbed the splashed gravel in his hand and slammed it out, with a sonic boom. Crocodile bleeds from the corner of his mouth and disappears again. 1,000 meters away, Crocodile just condensed his body and kicked it to the left, and Barrett just appeared to resist with his right hand. With his head tilted downward, Barrett forcibly resisted Crocodile's big feet with a fanatical smile on his face. Crocodile elementalized without even thinking about it. Barrett swept across with his right foot, and several hills disappeared with a series of explosions, but then there was a roar from behind. Sand fist. The nearly 100-meter-sized fist seemed to hit the locomotive. Barrett turned around and crossed his hands and stopped in front of him. He turned into a streamer and smashed to the ground. The wind and sand condensed. Crocodile stood on the ground, spit out the blood in his mouth, looked at Barrett who came out of the ruins, and took a sigh with his cigar. "Douglas Barrett, you are qualified to give my all." As the words fell, Crocodile lifted his right foot and stepped on it, and the wind radiated in circles in an instant, and the ground cracked and quickly turned into sand wherever he went. It was just a world of sand in a radius of a kilometer for a moment. A huge sand hand protruded from the ground, slowly propped up and turned into a huge czar. "He's getting serious. Ha ha ha. You'd better not let me down." Barrett gestured to laugh wildly, and walked on the ground with his feet, rushing towards Crocodile like a cannonball. Erased reincarnation, great world. Crocodile turned a blind eye, and the name of the ultimate move roared earth-shatteringly. The Tsar raised the giant hand behind him and pressed it towards Barrett in one fell swoop. At the same time, in the desert land with a radius of 1,000 meters, a stream of fine sand tributaries rose up, strangling it violently and turning it into a sandstorm, trying to destroy everything. In this realm, Crocodile is a god. X. Chapter 234 _ Even if you're shitting, you'll be cut off from running all night. 20,210,125. Chapter 234 _ Even if you're shitting, you'll be cut off from running all night. The Great Root, an island. Rolling magma shells smashed the ground, and the explosions continued to cover the sky. A scream resounded through the sky. "Hip-up, Sarkarsky, don't go too far." Ivankov was disgraced, with blood on the corners of his mouth and ragged clothes. The 236E groups on his chest were beating, and he kept dancing ballet to avoid the pursuit behind him. There was panic on the delicate face. "Shemaine, you can't escape today." There was a hysterical voice from behind, and I saw a large wave of magma engulfing everything, and Sarkarsky showed a hideous face in it, like a magma demon sweeping out towards Ivankov. Half a month ago, he learned that the Shemaine appeared on the Great Route, disregarding Kong's order to leave Malign Fando, and chased him all the way until now. It's been half a month. It's just that this Shemaine pervert is too cunning. As soon as he sees him, he will run away, or else he will be ashes long ago. Bastard Sarkarsky. Ivankov couldn't stop yelling. He had a good time on the Great Airline some time ago, but this guy suddenly appeared and bit him like a mad dog. It's very stressful. I have checked my eyes several times, but I can't do it. So he chose to run for the first time, but he ran for half a month. During this period of time, I didn't eat well, I didn't sleep well, I was all haggard. It's no use chasing me. That's what my boss asked me to do. If you have the ability, go to him. What's your ability to find me? Ivankov spun in the air, then fell gracefully to the ground, and continued to run without forgetting to turn around and curse. The bot was thrown to chaos. and there was no psychological pressure at all. The Golden Emperor will die at my hands sooner or later, and you are the first. Sarkarsky roared, and pieces of magma spewed toward Ivankov like meteors, and everything was destroyed with the explosion. Sarkarsky, don't go too far, I'd be afraid if I became a pervert. Ivankov roared angrily. Sarkarsky no longer replied, but his face was full of killing intent, and he would never return to Marin Fando if he didn't kill the Hotidok in front of him. To make you so perfect, not only do you not appreciate me, but you even want to kill me. Embryo high hormone. Feeling the hotter and hotter temperature behind him, Ivankov was sweating profusely, his fingernails became longer and he was stabbed at his waist. With the injection of excitable hormones, that is, adrenal hormones, Ivankov's breath violently burst. Increase. The speed of escape skyrocketed, and in a blink of an eye, only a black spot remained. Fortunately, Xiao and Uabia learned early, and they have improved abruptly in the past 2 weeks. I have to thank Sarkarsky for this. The Great Spitfire. Stop for me. Sarkarsky's eyes were cracked, and after chasing this pervert for half a month, he still didn't win, which made the anger in his heart grow stronger every time. This pervert is so unkind, he doesn't even have the courage to confront him. As soon as he saw him, even if he was pooping, he would cut him off from running all night, and he was as cunning as a mouse. Hip hop. All that answered Sarkarsky was an echo of piercing laughter. In the following days, the two fell in love with each other and killed each other. Ivankov fled wildly on the great route. In order to chase and kill, Sarkarsky ignored the pirate group he encountered in the middle. The orders from Marin Fando are also irrelevant. Newspapers also deliberately reported on the love-hate relationship between the two. However, the most popular news is that Sarkarsky becomes a woman's face and figure. It is said that the Entertainment Gossip News newspaper also listed Sarkarsky as one of the top 10 beauties in the sea, and the ranking is even more famous. It is also a beautiful landscape. A certain area of the New World. At dusk, the purple-red sunset is still as red as fire. The sea, which should have been undulating, was now frozen to the bone and solidified into a glacier. It was so cold that people couldn't help shivering. The picture keeps shifting, and on the frozen sea, a fiery island spreads rolling waves of heat, fighting against the icy cold. I didn't expect to meet you here. The richest man group is hot, Sun King Dunakino. Kuzan was covered with cold air, carrying a small backpack, pedaling his bicycle and watching the round of red light on the island, which released light and heat like the sun. Aquino was in the Crimson Light group, and the steam was rising and filled with firelight. The whole person could only see the blurred outline. At this time, he looked at Kuzan's hands clenched tightly and enveloped by 2 groups of crimson circles. Call out. Since met. Just do it. Disappearing out of thin air, Aquino took the lead in attacking. People don't talk much. The confrontation between the cold and the high temperature, a large amount of steam radiates around, and the red fists and the ice fists collide, and the whole world is polarized to form a white and red scene. Ice spear. The cold air rolled, and Akiji was holding an ice blade and facing Aquino with a fork. Temperature punch. Aquino didn't flinch, and he punched out and burned everything. In the rolling steam, the two withdrew and retreated, then disappeared and collided with each other. Invisible figure, you come and go, very intense. The New World, the Whitebeard Sea. On an island, a huge transparent bear's paw was compressed, finally emitting a dazzling light, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The terrifying storm swept the surface, and the radius of kilometers no longer existed. The richest man group is in charge of the bug, the tyrant Bartholomezi, with a reward of 96 million. Is this reward a little low? On the scattered barren mountains, 2 or 3 figures looked at the mushroom cloud in the center. Joz has an opponent this time. I heard that the people in the richest group are extremely arrogant and rampant. Now it seems that they are so. They dare to come to our site to make trouble. A tall, dark-skinned young man wearing a dark blue top hat and 2 long knives hanging around his waist looked at the center of the explosion a little unhappy. Foilbeaster, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Next to him were the Fnimarco, Bramank and several young guys. Now these people are just young guys. With the current situation, we have to start from 2 days ago. The bug of the richest man group is in charge. The tyrant Bartholomew is chasing and killing a group of pirates. The group of pirates fled into the Whitebeard Sea area and has something to do with the Whitebeard Pirates. Among them, Joz learned the news and did not know why he had a conflict with the bear when he arrived, and then found this scene. The 2 had been fighting for an hour. Marco and a few came later, and they had no plans to shoot. It's just that the more he looks at it, the more serious he looks, because the strength of the bear seems to be beyond their expectations. It doesn't meet the reward of 96 million at all, and it can make Joz suffer, so at least 5 or 6 must be added in front of 9. Is the Navy blind? Such a strong guy, the reward is not even hundreds of millions. The Great Root, an island. Clap. The blue thunder was free in the air, and Anilo hugged his shoulders proudly, looking at the boy who was 2 or 3 years older than him as if looking at an ant. Carrying a long knife, wearing a plaid shirt, his eyes are as sharp as eagle eyes. Just now, he reported his name as Yorakami Hawk, and said he wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman. The reason why the 2 of them are arguing now is because they just ate and drank in the same pub. But for some reason they looked at each other a little bit unpleasantly. One is arrogant and withdrawn, the other is arrogant and arrogant. The sky is thunder and the fire is on the ground, and it is a boy and a girl, so the drywood and fire are ready to compete. Adolescents are so wild. X. Chapter 235 Armed Color, Ryosegara Technique. 20,210,125. Chapter 235 Armed Color, Ryosegara Technique. Time just passed by without notice. It has been half a year since Chaos retired and concentrated on cultivation. There is a big gap from the 3 months expected at the beginning. In the past 6 months, the sea has not been calm. Among them, several of the richest group are responsible. It is as rampant as it is, and the hot searches remain high. The bounty is even higher. For example, Crocodile was seriously injured after the battle with Barrett. No one took advantage. After recovering from the injury, he resolutely challenged Whitebeard, but the mother who was beaten in the end didn't know him, and was almost planted in the Whitebeard Sea. It was completely overwhelmingly defeated, and there was no resistance at all. This made Crocodile very hurt, but he did not form a shadow like the original, which led to the wrong way, but he was angry and cheered up. After recovering from the injury, he went out to spread the idea, and the waves flew. As a result, the reward has been increased from 560 million to 630 million. The richest group is responsible for brainwashing, and the reputation of Tsar Crocodile is widely spread in the sea. There are many challenges encountered, all of which are others trying to find the Golden Emperor through him. However, there has been no news of the Golden Emperor for the past 6 months, as if the world has evaporated. Then there are Stuthy and Betty. The rewards of the 2 have not increased. Compared with the other 2 women, they are much more low-key. They have been dealing with the business of the red light district and pharmaceutical products. Probably occupies 1 floor. It doesn't mean to expand. In addition to government affairs, the 2 women are practicing. The improvement in strength is no less than those of the guys who are outside. Then there's Loton. He was also injured after the battle with Kuzan, But this time he was not caught because he voluntarily retreated. If Akino would not have escaped in the past, but Chaos had repeatedly explained to him before he left that he would run away if he couldn't beat him. But if you die, then only love can help. So after thinking about it in the end, he still escaped with serious injuries. Leave the green hills without worrying about no firewood. Then there were waves on the sea, and the previous 210 million reward came to 513 million. The most important thing is that he has learned all the C styles, and because of schizophrenia, his talent has improved, and he has also awakened his life in a battle. With the return of life and the hot fruit, Akino's melee combat power will rise, otherwise the bounty will not increase so much. After all, he killed 3 vice admirals, and also wiped out many famous pirate groups in the sea. Among them, the battle with Konji King Jiao was even reported by the news. But the end result is unclear. It can be said that Akino's progress may be the highest of all. And then there's the bear. The name of the tyrant is soaring, and the reward has risen from 96 million to 390 million. It is rumored that his methods are cruel, and everyone who provokes him will die. There are even pirates with a reward of 5.6 billion, and this record alone is enough to illustrate the strength of the tyrant. Needless to say, Ivankov is still fleeing all over the world, and Sarkarsky is on the bar like a mad dog, so that now Ivankov is thin. However, in this escape, the strength is also rising. Especially the escape skills Shaving and Moonstep, which are changing with each passing day, and the daily proficiency is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two fell in love and killed each other. The news has reported several times. It is said that the reason why Sarkarsky became a woman is that the Shemay King did it. Moreover, Ivankov is very insidious. In the past 6 months, he has specially selected some powerful pirates to run, such as the Sea of Beasts, the Sea of Whitebeards, the Sea of Explosion, and so on. As far as Sarkarsky's violent temper is concerned, he will go after him even in the ends of the earth. This has led to several occasions when the Navy almost came into conflict with these overlord pirates, and each time they were in a state of fear and panic. It may be that the goddess of luck is on Ivankov's side. Although she is in danger every time, she is like a dung beetle, always bouncing in front of Sarkarsky. The reward has also increased from the previous 53 million to 260 million. The last is the youngest of the richest group. The self-proclaimed goddess punishment, Inalu. She was supposed to be kawaii like a princess at a young age, but being arrogant and domineering can be described as thrilling. After the battle with Mihawk, relying on the speed of the thunder fruit, he killed in various tricks. He dared to go to Marinfando to shoot the sanction of the gods, but fortunately, he ran away, otherwise he would have stayed. In addition, Sengoku, Ka, Zephyr, Pulsalino and others were not there, so Sora went to Mario, otherwise. Anyway, Stuthy and Betty were very frightened afterwards. The reward also came to 220 million. Anyway, in the past 6 months, except for Stussy and Betty, who were relatively low-key, the rest of them lived colorfully, and they were hovering on the brink of death several times. The only luck is that no one has made a big comeback yet. Wano Country, 9 miles. This place was originally an Ogo zone, but after Kazuki Oden's reform, it became a paradise. There was laughter and laughter all over the street. But the people here are the same as the small island country in the previous life. Lord Gaia, you haven't been here for a long time. In a geisha restaurant, there are a lot of beautifully dressed young ladies in front of the door. One of them saw the man wearing a yukata and a ponytail on the street, with his eyes bent into crescents to greet him. That's right, the man with the ponytail is Chaos. For half a year, he has been in Wano Country. Haha, something is delayed. When the geisha came up to meet him, Chaos skillfully embraced the waist of the water snake, and after entering the restaurant, there was an endless stream of hilarious greetings. Lord Gaia. Long time no see, Gaia-sama. Lord Gaia, is it still the old rules? Of course. Chaos touched a few weapons, raised his eyebrows and smirked. Let's arrange that room for Gaia-sama. In a burst of whispers, Chaos, holding two geishas on the left and the right, entered his own room. Then listened to music and drink. Lord Gaia, I recently learned a new piece of music. Do you want to listen to it? A shy geisha, holding a lute, secretly escorting autumn waves. Then you must listen. With the sound of a lute, Chaos lay on his side and enjoyed the feeding and massage of other geishas, not too happy. He has been here for half a year. Odin has not returned yet, and the current ruler of Wano country is the Kozuki family, that is, Kozuki Sukiyaki, the old son of Kozuki Odin. In fact, as early as 4 months ago, Chaos had already learned the flower Segura technique. After all, in Wano country, this kind of skill is too common, and it is not easy to learn it secretly. Just like on Nine Snake Island, where basically everyone will be armed, the bad streets can be seen everywhere. The reason why he stayed here for 4 more months was because Chaos felt that the armed color could break through to the 3rd stage, and as expected, after continuous practice. Yesterday, I successfully cultivated the armed color to the 3rd stage. Also mastered the Segura technique. Just this small improvement, the combat power brought to Chaos is several times that of half a year ago. The 3-stage armed color, coupled with the internal destruction of Ryu Segura's skills, if he fights Big Mom again, he will let the opponent know why the flower is so red. Months. Do you know how he spent half a year? He has endured to the limit. X. Chapter 236 _ The Sudden Edwai Incident. 20,210,126. Chapter 236 _ The Sudden Edwai Incident. Marinfando, Headquarters Building. Office of the Marshal. The atmosphere is a little heavy. The entire office is now full of people. Sora, Ka, Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, Kuzan, Paul Salino, and even Sakaski were forcibly recalled. There are also some veteran lieutenants. What do you think about this? Sora had a serious face, and looked at all the generals who read the information below. Received news today that the Shy Pirates may be reuniting with Roger Pirates in the Sea of Edvard. This is a huge threat to the Navy. Even if they know that the two sides will not cooperate, they are not afraid of 10,000. They must avoid this possibility anyway. Even if it's only 0.001% chance. Now the Roger Pirates have posed a great threat to the world government, as has the Flying Sky Pirates. If these two guys don't form an alliance, then things will happen. We must follow up on this matter. If the two parties join forces, the consequences will be unimaginable. Warring States opened his mouth for the first time, his brows furrowed. Just in case, we need to respond. He knew that the guy from the Golden Lion had always wanted to conquer the Roger Pirates, and he absolutely couldn't let it succeed. Whether the two sides cooperated or became subordinates, this was not what the Navy wanted to see. Even the slightest possibility must be cut off. Kapu, Sengoku, this time it's up to you to go to the New World and act according to chance. Although the chances of the two joining together are slim, they must not be taken lightly. Sora was also decisive and sent Sengoku and Garp directly. It can be said that it is the top combat power of the Navy. Zephyr, your task is to keep an eye on the Whitebeard pirates. The two overlords have already exceeded the pre-control of the matter. If the three gather together, no matter whether it is good or bad, it will be in danger of destruction for our Navy, and we must not take risks. The three parties meet to achieve the greatest balance. Only when the two parties meet can there be a conflict. As long as the Roger pirates and the Flying Sky pirates conflict, it will be in the best interest for the Navy. Crane looked at Zephyr and expressed his worries. Because Whitebeard is also likely to be dispatched, these three are both enemies and friends, so I can't tell what will happen. After all, from the intelligence point of view, the Whitebeard pirates seem to have also made some moves. There are pros and cons to this matter, and it all depends on the intervention of the Whitebeard pirates. Zephyr, you lead the two demon-slaying warships. Make sure that it is difficult for Whitebeard to intervene in Edward High. If Whitebeard does not move, there must be no conflict. Make up your own mind. Saw also spoke. The two demon-slaughtering warships are 10 top-notch giant warships. The small islands can be easily destroyed by shelling, and it is said that the elite navy is equipped on them. Still led by Zephyr. But in this case, Kong also told Zephyr not to act rashly, because both Kong and Zephyr and others knew that Whitebeard was terrible. If it weren't for Whitebeard's lack of ambition, perhaps there would be no Roger. Everyone's dreams are different, so their pursuits are also different. Ultimately, the meeting lasted for almost an hour, and this time the Navy can be said to be tense and vigilant in all aspects. After all, this information came a little suddenly. The three of you will also go this time. In the end, Sarkarsky, Borusalino, and Kuzan also went. But no one thought that the conflict would come so quickly. A day later, a new world. Edward C. Clap car car. Boom. Lightning flashed, the whole sky was dark, and the rolling clouds continued to sweep, making people breathless. Thousands of meters high in the sky, the pitch-black layers of thunder were separated, and the huge islands seemed to come from 9 days. The visual subversion is shocking. The violent storm broke out, and endless waves swayed in the sea areas suppressed by a huge pirate group. Hundreds of pirate ships are full of pirates, and at a glance, on the rudder of each ship is one of the best powerhouses. The lowest level is hundreds of millions. And in such bad weather, it was another pirate ship that opposed the hundreds of pirate ships. Just like a boat in the sea, it will be overturned at any time. The O. Jackson is the Roger pirates. Jai ha 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 Roger. The king is domineering and dominates the world. The overlord like man above the 9 heavens stands out of thin air and looks down at the whole sea. Ski. Roger was wearing a coat with a long knife hanging from his waist. He felt the boundless domineering of the Golden Lion, and he couldn't help being aroused overlord. At that moment, a terrifying scene appeared. The whole world was silent, and a dark red thunder suddenly flashed to illuminate the entire dim world. The sky is subverted, a sky is withdrawn, and the entire sky is torn apart. Two wills that are invincible in the world and proud of all things are stirring the sky recklessly. The center of the world seemed to surround the two of them. Huge storm covered the cloud cover. In the very distance, warships with the banner of naval justice were rushing towards them. Roger and Sky have met. On the warship headed by the warship, the Warring States period was wearing a navy coat, feeling the earth-shaking sky, as well as the two familiar wills, with a solemn expression. You can feel it so far from Edvahe, as expected of Roger and Sai, ha. Compared to the solemnity of the Warring States period, Garp laughed. At the same time, the other side goes to the necessary place to go to the Edva Sea. A huge naval warship was lined up like a gulf blocking the sea. Kolalala. In front of the Navy warship, a giant ship with the head of a whale on the bow was laughing with an angry man holding a young knife in his hand. Zephyr, long time no see. With a giant-like body and long golden hair, the most striking thing is the pair of crescent-shaped beards. This man is Edward Newgate with the white beard. Whether it is now or in the future, he is a myth, the strongest myth. On the opposite side is the fleet led by Zephyr, whose purpose is to prevent Whitebeard from interfering with Edvahe. Newgate, this is not your territory. With a resolute face, Zephyr stood on the bow in a navy coat, looking directly at Whitebeard. You Navy are really suspicious. Whitebeard picked up a large jug from the side and took a few sips. No way, you monster makes us have to be vigilant. Zephyr squinted. The two of them had played against each other many times before, and they knew each other's abilities very well. It's still you and Sengoku and Appetite. If Carp is that bastard, he'll definitely be rushing up now without a word. So you're here to stop me? After a few more sips of wine, Whitebeard's voice suddenly became serious. You won't be able to pass here for 5 or 6 days. Zephyr's face was expressionless, but his words were sonorous and powerful. Kalala. Looks like I won't be able to witness the fight between Roger and Sai. Whitebeard pretended to be sorry, and Kongunki in his right hand pierced the deck and stood upright. A pure white halo enveloped his hands, and the Whitebeard squatted down slightly, 2 blue veins protruding from both arms, standing on the chest, causing the whole atmosphere to vibrate. Seeing Whitebeard's action, Zephyr tensed up as if he was facing an enemy. Zephyr, I'm not interested in fighting you, but I'm going to give Roger and the Golden Lion a present and see if I can bury them both. Whitebeard grinned and slammed into the atmosphere with both hands. Click. Click. The whole piece of the atmosphere was shattered like a crack in a mirror. The sky suddenly turned pale, and the turbulent sea below my feet suddenly stagnated, not even a single wave. Withdrawing his hand, the air in front of Whitebeard was filled with cracks for thousands of meters. The atmosphere healed in a blink of an eye, and nothing happened. Key Zephyr had an ugly face, and turned around suddenly and hurriedly said, all warships are scattered and evacuate in an all-round way. Kola la. Let's go back to the banquet. Whitebeard looked at the Navy warship that was leaving quickly, turned and walked off the bow. Yes, Dad. Newgate, you bastard. Zephyr yelled on the evacuated warship. General Zephyr, this is the only way to get to Edwai. Why did we leave, and what if Whitebeard came back? Leave quickly, this is an order. After half an hour, all the sea areas shook, and the abyss began to split the sea. At the end of the sky, the clouds covered the curtain, and the tsunami of tens of thousands of meters formed a line one after another, blocking the sunlight as if the greedy beast from ancient times devoured everything. X. Chapter 237 New appearance lineup, The Great Emperor Travels. 20,210,126. Chapter 237 New appearance lineup, The Great Emperor Travels. Distant sky, water and sky meet. 100 meters high in the sky, a golden long rainbow runs from far to near. If you look closely, it turns out to be a golden pollen avenue. The whole avenue is composed of golden roses, snow lotuses, tulips, peonies and other flowers. The flowers bloom like a sea of flowers. The flowers are made of gold. At this moment, the ethereal sound of ding bells resounds in the span, just like the sound of wind blowing wind chimes. At the front of the golden avenue, a silhouette figure shrouded in a golden halo stepped out with one hand on his back, as if shrinking into an inch. He had an air of self-respect. Just like this kind of travel arrangement, it is very similar to those great emperors who have become emperors in mystical fantasy. The golden flower seacheng under his feet is thousands of avenues. Coupled with that shrouded in a golden halo, the face that makes it impossible to see, is even more full of mystery and majesty. What's the matter? The golden avenue stopped, the blurry figure stopped, and looked down at the sea below. In the distance, a mighty cloud covered the curtain. Before it came, a storm hit, making the entire golden avenue emit a louder and brighter sound, and in the golden halo, 3,000 golden threads in the corners of the clothes could be seen dancing wildly. Boom! A wave centered on the golden halo quickly radiated in all directions. these breaths. In the perception of seeing and hearing, the sky is full of tyrannical breaths. The golden avenue was transferred, and the mysterious figure stepped out and quickly disappeared in the air. On the other side, thunder and lightning flashed, and the entire sky was still collapsing, forming a shy ring in the center to the oar. Under that, two golden invisible air hoods were constantly colliding with each other. The Overlord's lustful will has been formed, and all around, black and red lightning with a thickness of 10 meters is bombarding the sea. The scene is terrifying and terrifying. Join me, Roger. Let's overthrow this world and build a new system. The golden lion in midair gave up on me, looking down at Roger and threw an olive branch. With Roger's help, overthrowing the world government will be easy, and he will become world hegemon just around the corner. What's more, he recognizes this man. Ski, I have no interest in ruling, I have my dreams, so I refuse. Roger grinned and drew the sword from his waist and refused. The crew members such as Rayleigh and Jabba behind him smoked cigarettes and held down their hats. Even if there were hundreds of pirate ships on the opposite side, they were not afraid. Only one trainee was shouting, "Captain, we will be killed." Becky's tears flowed from her nose, and she looked at the pirates who were staring at them. The number of people alone could crush them. "Bucky, don't block the captain's decision." Shanks held down the crying Bucky next to him. This kind of scene was simply not something they could stop. Bastard Shanks. The quarrel between the two did not affect the increasingly depressing atmosphere. "Roger, you're forcing me to kill you here. You can't try." Crack. The situation was upside down, endless dark red thunder was covered, and two stalwart figures appeared in the air. In an instant, a ring-shaped shock wave centered on the two of them turned the world upside down, setting off an endless storm and spreading out. The air whimpered, and the sword chirped. "Roger, don't blame me for being cruel. Ski, your ambitions are doomed to fail. The battle is imminent. It's time to start." On the majestic sea, many warships were ups and downs. Garp and Sengoku stood on the bow, looking at the polarized scene in the distance with sharp eyes. At present, there is no possibility of cooperation between the two. It's terrible that the Golden Lion will really catch the Roger pirates. Although they all know that Roger and the crew are very powerful, compared to the current power of the Golden Lion, no matter how you look at the Roger pirates, there is no chance of victory for the Roger pirates. Even if they managed to escape in the end, it would be a huge loss. The current Flying Sky Pirates are the absolute overlords in the New World, and no one pirate group can compete, let alone have the upper hand. From 1 to 12 fleet captains, which one does not have a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. Not to mention that there are other fleet captains large and small and they're powerful men. Even if the Navy were all dispatched, they would not be able to say that they would be able to destroy the Flying Sky Pirates with certainty. Don't forget that the Golden Lion has the power of a natural disaster. In the roaring sky, there may be many floating islands. As long as the Golden Lion gently moves a finger, these will turn into meteorites, making the grass in a radius of 1 million meters impossible to grow. However, at this moment of tension and thrill, a magnificent, majestic and inexplicably tragic music came from the distant sea horizon. Flowers are like brocade, watching the world go up and down independently, nothing more than this. It was like the scene of a dynasty, a king of 95 who was full of mountains and rivers, from prosperity to decline. Even in this apocalyptic scene, it can't hide the weather that points to the country and Shunsheng's rebellion. Whether it was Roger in the collision, the Golden Lion, or the Navy such as the Warring States period, thousands of eyes were all subconsciously directed to the sky. I saw a golden flower sea avenue, across the sky with lightning and thunder, and the brilliance appeared in the sky in an instant. At the top of the Golden Avenue, a sacred figure shrouded in a golden halo, whose outlines could only be vaguely seen, looked down at the audience with his hands on his back. In line with the magnificent and sad ending BGM. Shock the audience. Chaos was in the pure golden light, feeling the shocking sight, the corners of his mouth were slightly outlined, and the vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. The memory of the Forbidden City did not disappoint him. Occasionally choose this kind of grand and tragic tune, which is even more impressive. This is what he recorded in Wano country. The music culture that is closed to the country may not be as good as Music Island, but it is also unique. This memory of the Forbidden City is the best interpretation. Looking at the confrontation on the rough sea and the naval warships watching from a distance, Chaos probably knew what happened. Battle of the Edvard Sea. After this battle, the Golden Lion will go from strength to failure, and there will be an extra rudder on its head that limits his combat effectiveness. And the Roger pirates will make great progress, and they will march out of control to the throne of One Piece. It can only be said that good fortune makes people. I didn't expect to encounter such a big scene as soon as I left the country. It was just tailor-made for him. It's just to be arrogant in front of these big guys. This is the big guy again. Bucky was going crazy, and he was a strong man when he appeared in the lineup. I can't afford it. Roger, Golden Lion, Warring States and others are also wondering, when did such a strong man appear in the sea? It looks very unusual. How have not heard of it? Maybe it's because Chaos hasn't appeared for too long, or this appearance is too visual, so he didn't think of Chaos for the first time. But one person was just stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of anger. Gaia Chaos. Sakazuki hated every word, and it was because of this man's orders that he became what he is today. Even if it turns to ashes, I know it. Not to mention the fancy BGM and high-profile appearances. Although there have been many young pirates imitating the sea in the past 6 months, when compared with the grandfather of the Golden Emperor, the difference can be seen at a glance. Every time this guy appears, it seems to be a new lineup. But they can't hide the bells and whistles in the silver-like gunhead. Starting point, Shenku, you need to add spicy meat, 1,500 starting coins, Xingmeng Yalan, 500 starting coins, Das Han is so stupid, 200 starting coins. Thanks to the first 3 monthly ticket sponsors this sister paper is a bit soft Solter, Blood Shadow Wolf, and other readers who subscribed and voted. Thank you so much. X. Chapter 238 The Way of the Great Emperor. 20,210,127. Chapter 238 The Way of the Great Emperor. Golden Emperor? Warring States frowned, staring carefully at the light and shadow walking on the Golden Flower Sea Avenue. It was indeed the style of that man. It's just that the world has evaporated in the past 6 months, and the Navy has not found any news. Many people in the sea thought this guy was dead. Unexpectedly, after half a year, this high-profile appearance was even more arrogant. Sakazuki, what do you want to do? Carp grabbed Sakazuki and the guy almost rushed out. I'm going to kill him. Sakazuki was heartbroken, because of the shortness of breath, the 2 weapons on his chest were beating. Even though it has been more than half a year since she became a woman, Sakazuki's style has not changed in the slightest, and she wears the same simple clothes as when she was a man. There is no shame in women. For this reason, it is still a man's style to dress and dress, so there is a lot of spring light. Those days of the month are just too bad. Now he just wants to kill everyone in the richest group. The Golden Emperor and the Sheme King are number 1. We can't act in this situation right now. Looking at the sky in the Warring States period, although the appearance of the Golden Emperor may cause some changes, the real effect is not large. After all, with the strength and qualifications of the Golden Emperor, the Flying Sky Pirates and the Roger Pirates cannot be controlled. The strength gap between the two sides is huge. In the eyes of the Warring States period, Chaos is not very strong. Although there was a battle with Big Mom half a year ago, they all knew that the Golden Emperor did not take advantage of it, or that he was not the opponent of Big Mom at all. What the Navy is afraid of has always been the wealth of the Golden Emperor, not the combat power. Compared with the Navy, the Flying Sky Pirates and Roger Pirates, who were at the center of the storm, were still guessing the identity of Chaos. Ha ha ha. Who is your excellency? Roger held a long knife in one hand, and stood on the bow of the boat with a domineering look. He looked up at Chaos standing on the Wahai Avenue. Even if he tried his best to look with his eyes, he could only see a general outline. After all, the light released by pure gold is too strong. On the side of the Flying Pirates, on the bow of the 9th Fleet, the Jelly Queen Anne still has blue waist-length hair, maple earrings, sexy and cool lace clothes, pink shorts, and tight green eyes. Staring closely at Chaos. She always felt that this mysterious figure had been seen before. Even if only a rough outline can be seen. A pair of eyes stared at Chaos. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid I would have already kneeled. After all, these are the sights of the boss. Even if they didn't deliberately spread their breath, they still had a shocking aura. Boom. Chaos stood with his hands behind his back, and did not answer Roger's question, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and the entire roaring sky of Guanyu stagnated in an instant. The rampage swept into the tyrannical collision of Roger and the Golden Lion, and the entire sky in 2.5 often turned into 3 camps in an instant. Overlord. Rayleigh was smoking a cigarette. His eyes narrowed and he could feel the domineering, contemptuous, arrogant aura. Although not as powerful as Roger and the Golden Lion, he is extremely arrogant. It's a fearless, defying attitude. Full of domineering, more defiant and arrogant. Jai ha ha. It was you. The Golden Lion's eyes are full of greed, and he has felt this overlord. It's just that it was too immature at the beginning, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful now. But it is not enough to shake his will. Everyone's overlord color has its own aura and will, which can be easily distinguished. Golden Emperor, Gaia Chaos. The Golden Lion really felt that it would take no effort to find a place after stepping through the iron shoes. I didn't expect that this kid would deliver it to the door by himself. What? The Golden Emperor? Gaia Chaos? As the Golden Lion reported the identity of Chaos, both the Flying Sky Pirates and the Roger Pirates were stunned, and then looked different. It is also an honor for this Emperor to be remembered by your Golden Lion, Shiki. If that's the case, then I don't need to hide my identity anymore. A slightly playful voice came out, and then the dazzling golden light disappeared, and Chaos' face was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. A long golden hair flutters, and the upper body is naked with 8 pachyabs. The position of the right chest and abdomen is golden to form a ferocious dragon tattoo. The key is that this tattoo is swimming as if alive. The flying Yingtingian has a pair of sharp golden eyes under his eyebrows, wearing gold earrings, and a golden halo is still standing behind him, but it has become 2 rounds, the big one surrounds the small one, and the 2 halos slowly move in opposite directions. Turned, but without the golden goose coat. The whole body is tall and slender, cynical at first glance, cold and arrogant at first glance, wise and martial at first glance, and divine at first glance. Handsome, proud, cold, bad. The condescending temperament exuded between the appearance and loneliness of this picture is enough to make all women in the world fly into the flames. Several female fleet captains under the Golden Lion, even the Jelly Queen who had grudges, were slightly dumbfounded. Jai ha ha, Gaia Chaos, become my subordinate." The golden lion waved his hand, and his whole body was filled with confidence and ambition. In his eyes, both Roger and Chaos had the ability to help him dominate the world. "Ski, you're not good enough." Chaos, with his long blonde hair flying, faced the golden lion's solicitation with a bit of irony and playfulness. In this world, no one can make him surrender. As a person who was chosen by heaven as a traveler, he was destined to embark on the road of a great emperor who was the enemy of all the world, and forged a legendary legend. How could he possibly surrender to others? Crazy. "There are pirates in the air," pirates glaring. The originally smiling face of the golden lion gradually began to sink. Vaguely put his attention on Roger and began to shift to Chaos. Compared with the value of the Roger pirates, the Golden Emperor seems to be a bit higher at present. As long as you catch this guy, you can get the wealth that will subvert the world, and it will not be easy to overthrow the world government at that time. Chaos also noticed. But he doesn't panic. Instead, he looked at Roger and his party. They should be meeting for the first time. "Gordy. Roger, I see the future. You should die today. We will meet again. Ski, you might get away with it by leaving. Good luck." A golden halo appeared behind Chaos's head, like the aura of merit and virtue of a god and Buddha, and it looked so sacred and subversive. With the ethereal sound coming from the golden flower sea avenue under his feet, Chaos stepped out one step at a time, with his own style of a great emperor. Since this is the Edwai incident, the imminent disaster should be a natural disaster that will destroy the world. Not to mention the big figures in the Roger pirates and the Flying Sky pirates, the navy that is watching from a distance is enough for him to eat a pot. So Chaos made a high-profile appearance on the stage and didn't even think about doing it. Even if you do it, you only need to wait for the three parties to place orders. These are all bigwigs. If you are not careful, the gutter will capsize. Chaos is not so stupid. Life, the first priority. Want to go? The golden lion would not just watch Chaos leave. But just as he was about to make his move, the whole world suddenly whined, and the originally flickering sky completely lost its light. That moment, the whole world seemed to be shaking. Whether it's the sea or the atmosphere beneath their feet, everyone can feel a great danger. As soon as he turned his head, he was stunned, and saw that the sky was covered with clouds, and the tsunami that connected the sky and the earth was mighty and mighty, and before a storm came, many pirate ships disintegrated. Many pirates were blown away without a body. Retreat, retreat. The sea surface was broken layer by layer, and everyone looked at the shadow that swept over, and all looked terrified and chilled. The Flying Sky pirates, Roger pirates, and the navy couldn't keep their composure. "Quick, get back. Retreat, retreat." Sengoku turned his body and gave orders to the whole army. Starting point, Shenkurein. I don't know where to go. 1,500 starting coins. Xixuan, Xingmeng Yalan, 500 starting coins. Little monster Z, Das Han is so stupid. 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 239 _ Let's get along as brothers. 20,210,127. Chapter 239 _ Let's get along as brothers. Jingle bells. An ethereal and loud sound spanned the sky, and a golden flower sea avenue burst into blossoming petals, forming a rhythm of reverberation in the collision, straddling the sky as dazzling as a shooting star. What's that? Many pirate groups in the New World looked up, looked at the golden light and shadow, and stepped on the meteor-like golden flower sea avenue, like an emperor traveling, full of breathtaking and stalwart mystery. This kind of flying style of the fantasy fairy is incomprehensible to many people, and even subverts the visual concept. Poppy Island, after half a year, has been handled by Stuffy and Betty in an orderly manner, and has gradually returned to its former prosperous state. Now it is also one of the small bases of the richest group. Although no one has ever returned. The left-pinned children have always been Stuffy and Betty. Businesses such as red light districts and pharmaceutical product chains are also booming. At present, it occupies 10% of the world's market share, and the rest is divided up by other forces. A luxury manor high-rise building halfway up the mountain covers a huge area. As usual, Stuffy got up early in the morning to deal with things. As for Betty, I'm afraid it will take a while, so you don't have to guess that Stuffy knows that the stupid woman must still be sleeping. Well? Stuffy, who was dealing with government affairs wearing white light glasses, suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. A golden light spot in the sky was approaching from afar, and a few breaths straddled the sky above the island. People on the streets of various cities also looked up at the golden flower sea avenue that could not be seen. There was a golden halo at the top, and there was a silhouette inside. Crack. A few reporters snapped with their cameras, and they were Morgan's men. Since the Golden Emperor disappeared inexplicably half a year ago, Morgan's has never given up on the hot search of the Golden Emperor. From his intuition, the Golden Emperor must be holding back. So I arranged for a few men to be on Poppy Island. Not only Morgan's sent people, but also many spies from other forces. If you want to catch the Golden Emperor, you must know the trace of the Golden Emperor, so spies are very necessary. Whoa! Clang! The Golden Flower Sea Avenue made a collision sound, like a storm intertwined to form a huge Buddha, and then disappeared into the sky. And that golden halo also fell towards the manor halfway up the mountain. Notify the boss that the Golden Emperor disappeared for half a year and came back. Yes. At first, the spies were not sure that it was the Golden Emperor, but as the Buddha took shape, this Neiman knew at a glance that it was the Golden Emperor. Boss. At this moment in the manor, Stuffy walked out of the office and looked at the light and shadow falling from the sky, and the corner of his mouth outlined a smile. In the past 6 months, I have been using telephone bugs to communicate, so there is nothing unfamiliar. Some of the news from the outside world, Chaos learned through phone calls with Stuffy and Betty. For example, the murderous behavior of the guys in Crocodile. Long time no see, more beautiful than ever. As expected of our appearance. Falling to the ground, the pure gold light disappeared, and Chaos looked at Stussy with his hands on his shoulders. High heels, black stockings, white light glasses, hip skirt, white shirt, proper uniform temptation. The key is that the short blonde hair with curly hair in the past has now reached the waist and is curly at the end. The long-haired Stussy is more mature and charming. Boss, you're even more handsome. Stussy showed a polite smile, and rolled her eyes vaguely, not knowing if it was a compliment from her conscience. After all, Chaos has returned to normal now, with black vertical hair and black pupils, instead of the long golden hair and golden eyes that he used to pretend to be in Edward High. I think so too. Chaos didn't push him at all, he stretched out his hand to push back the embellished bangs, and raised his chin very narcissistically. Stuffy didn't even bother to complain about this man. The two entered the manor one after the other. Back in the office, Chaos sat on the sofa with his feet on the desk and back against the sofa, like a rich second generation who did all kinds of evil. Stuffy stepped on high heels and came to the office bar to make 2 cups of hot coffee. After giving it to Chaos, he sat on the opposite sofa. Boss, this time you came back to practice successfully. Sexy Red Lips took a sip of coffee, and Stuffy looked at Chaos. It's a little later than expected, but it's still a gain. Chaos shrugged his shoulders naked, very lazy. Burn a cigar without forgetting to praise Stussy. The art of brewing coffee is growing. Thank you. stews. I put on the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the long legs in black silk were superimposed to form Lang's legs. He was about to ask other things, but the office door was kicked open. "Boss, are you back?" The familiar grumpy voice. Daily has a very strong resentment. It's Bello Betty. He was wearing a three-point style, with long purple wavy hair and long curly hair. When he saw his bare feet, he knew that he had just woken up, and he had come before taking a shower. "Yo, Betty." Chaos was holding a cup of coffee. Not only was Stuffy more beautiful after seeing him for half a year, but this violent woman was even more sexy and beautiful. The short purple hair has also become long curly hair with big waves, and the body is bumpy and upturned, showing the charm of a woman. The key is the current three-point style, which is very charming. It's a pity that the beauty was ruined by the opening. "Arsehole boss. Do you know how I spent the past 6 months?" Betty glared angrily and jumped into Chaos's arms, shaking violently with both hands around Chaos's neck. Her eyes were full of deep resentment. She has hardly left Poppy Island in the past 6 months. In addition to dealing with government affairs is cultivation. She is the dancing queen below Betty, and her freedom has been restricted like a caged bird for half a year. Every time she received the news that Crocodile and others were flying outside, she didn't know how envious she was. This man said that it took 3 months at most, but it turned out to be half a year. "Miss Betty Bello, please pay attention to your image. You are so familiar that it has caused my reaction." Chaos was very calm, holding a coffee in one hand and a cigar in the other, his head swaying back and forth, and the two groups of snow-white weapons in front of him had a very strong impact. And Betty's big butt is rare and soft. Although he is physically honest, his mind has no desire at all. After all, he had never found the desire of man in Stussy and Betty, and he had to say that he was not as good as a beast. "No way, my own people, too familiar. Bad start. Let's get along as brothers." Hearing the calm words of Chaos, Betty stopped with contempt on her face, but she still left Chaos without concealing the disgust in her eyes. At that size, there is simply no way for her to orgasm. "Please don't look at me like that." Chaos' face darkened, and he looked at Betty with a sip of a cigar. The word, "no," was almost written on this woman's face. "You must know that he is the man who masters the return of life. Why did you learn to return your life in the first place? Do you care about combat power?" Ah. Funny. Even despised him. "Boss. Do you need to get the others back?" Stussy is enjoying the coffee gracefully. These two guys are like little kids. Made her speechless. Alas. As the only normal person in this group, I have too much to worry about. None of them reassured her. "Notify me." Chaos finished his coffee, stood up from the sofa and stretched. "I'll go take a bath first." "Boss, do you want me to accompany you?" Betty fluttered her long hair, closed her left eye and bit her lip, looking alluring. Chaos didn't speak, just curled his lips with a look of disgust. The contempt just now was perfectly returned to Betty. "Arsehole boss." Seeing Chaos leaving only a back, Betty cursed behind him. Stussy shook his head helplessly. X. Chapter 240 I haven't received a lunch yet, don't panic. 20,210,128. Chapter 240 I haven't received a lunch yet, don't panic. Outside the number? Outside the number? The Roger Pirates and the Shy Pirates fought in Edgware High, and the two sides encountered bad weather. The warring states of the Naval Buddha and the Hero Garp go to war. The world's richest individual, the Golden Emperor, appears. The next day, a newspaper spread to the sea, and the incident in Edgware was reported. It caused a commotion all over the world. You must know that whether it is the Flying Sky Pirates or the Roger Pirates, they are all famous. Unexpectedly, the two sides had a conflict in Edwai, but the final result was not reported. It is only said that they encountered bad weather, and the whereabouts of both parties are unknown. A certain kilometer high in the New World, nearly 50 pirate ship fleets and islands are suspended. There is a series of palace buildings on the island in the center. At this moment in the hall, the atmosphere is very depressing and heavy. The golden lion was sitting on the throne with a cigar in his mouth, and his face was not very good looking. Different from the original book, the golden lion did not have a rudder on its head this time, and the power under his hand was only lost by half, and not the whole army was wiped out. Thanks to the last reminder from Chaos, the golden lion made an action a few seconds in advance and used the fluttering fruit to send a large number of fleets into the sky. I even escaped. Just a few seconds is enough to change a lot of things. There has been a serious deviation in this battle. On some cloudless sea. Oh, Jackson. Roger stood on the bow and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep and he didn't know what he was thinking. "What are you thinking about?" A voice came from behind, and Rayleigh was standing beside Roger with a jug, looking into the distance together. "I was thinking about yesterday." Roger took the wine Riley offered him, took a sip and grinned. "What did you hear?" Rayleigh pushed the white light glasses on the bridge of his nose, his expression a little serious for some reason. "That's right. Gaia. Chaos." Roger muttered the name to himself after answering Rayleigh. Yesterday he met that man for the first time, and even though he had a one-sided understanding of it through the news before that, he was very concerned about what the guy said yesterday. "Gordy. Roger, I see the future. You should die today. We will meet again. Ski, you might get away with it by leaving. Good luck." These two sentences reveal a lot. Or does that guy really see the future? For some reason, he heard that there was a strange estrangement between the man and the world, and that feeling was very strange, as if it should not exist. This is the first time that the voice of everything has such a vague feeling. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. He caught your attention? Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then frowned at Roger. "I'm looking forward to meeting him next time, a very interesting man." Roger grinned, gulped down the spirits in his hand, and then wrapped his arms around Rayleigh's shoulders. "If you don't want all this mess, let's go to a banquet." Rayleigh rubbed his forehead, and was forced to leave the bow somewhat helplessly. In this way, the events of the Edversea continued to spread on the sea, and 2 more days passed. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground is clear, loud and rhythmic. Stussy swayed and carried the fragrant wind all the way to the open-air hot spring in the backyard of the manor, and there was a man in the sun, like a salted fish. Boss, Lao Wan sent a distress call. The sun was blocked, and Stussy walked behind the reclining chair and bent down to look at Chaos, who was taking a nap in sunglasses. Chaos reached out and took off his glasses, sniffed the scent of the perfume on the tip of his nose, and looked into the eyes of Stussy, who lowered his head. According to normal circumstances, the atmosphere would become ambiguous. But the reality is true. You're blocking the sun, and your perfume is pretty good. What brand is it? Stussy straightened up and gave Chaos a wide-eyed look. Boss, Lao Wan is about to get the essentials. He just sent a call for help, and he seems to be panicking in hysteria. Stussy brushed her hair from her forehead to her ears, and she still learned words like collar lunch from this man. After all, sometimes this man would say some strange new words, which was very joyful. Since you can still call for help, it means that you haven't received a lunch for the time being. Don't panic. Chaos straightened up from the reclining chair, stretched his waist and wore big pants. His figure was just right, with perfect proportions. Boss, I think you should pay attention. In the past 6 months, Lao Wan has traveled all over the world and the Great Route. I'm afraid this time is really dangerous. He said that he was blocked by Sarkaski. Stuffy was a little helpless. The man in front of him had been back for 3 days, but his private life had been rotten for 3 days. Either linger in the red light district on Poppy Island or take a bath. Become very fussy. Also very salty fish. It seems that my best friend, Little Sessa, has amazing willpower. Chaos pinched his chin and saw Sarkaski's determination to become a man again, and even chased Ivankov for half a year. However, Ivankov is also a ruthless man, and he did not lose face to the richest group. He ran abruptly for half a year and was not caught. Although he almost got caught several times, it also showed Ivankov's ability. The ability to escape is enough to make people admire. Stussy couldn't help rolling his eyes again. This man's habit of giving names to others still hasn't changed. He was an old dog last time, but as soon as Sarkaski became a woman, he was replaced by a Little Sessa. TSK. Goosebumps arose. It's so funny. Sometimes she really doesn't understand what this man is thinking, what is in his head. Why does it seem out of tune with normal people? Zozixi, what about the others? Chaos turned to look at Stucci, and after 2 days of notification, none of those guys came back. Stuffy looked back subconsciously, and finally looked at Chaos' big eyes that became a little dangerous. Zozixi? Call me? I just finished complaining about this man's bad taste in his name, so he will get his retribution on himself so quickly? Otherwise? Chaos blinked, confused. Just why is there a murderous look in Stuffy's eyes? Boss, please take back the Goosebumps title of Zoxixi, or I will stab you to death. Stussy's long eyelashes fluttered seriously. Don't pay attention to these details, it shows that we have a deep relationship. Okay. Seeing that the murderous intent in Stuffy's eyes was getting worse, Chaos shrugged and said it didn't matter. Lao Wan is currently at Whiskey Mountain. This is a contact video phone with a chart inside. Trouble the boss to hurry up, otherwise Lao Wan might really get the lunch. Handing a phone bug to Chaos, Stuffy turned around and stepped on high heels, leaving Chaos with a slender and seductive back, showing the Queen's style. But he couldn't stop sighing in his heart. The man is getting naughty. Whiskey Peak. Chaos looked at the phone bug in his hand and snapped his fingers. Jingle bell. There was a loud clanging sound from the back mountain, and I saw a golden flower sea avenue across the sky, and Chaos soared up. At the same time, in a room, a golden goose feather coat and a light wheel flew out, automatically wearing it and appearing in a ball. The golden halo shrouded Chaos in the sacred and extraordinary. In the end, he stepped on the top of the golden flower sea avenue, and quickly disappeared into the sky with one step. X. Chapter 241 _ a hysterical voice that travels far, far. 20,210,128. Chapter 241 _ a hysterical voice that travels far, far. Whiskey Peak, a town that welcomes pirates, is actually a gathering place for bounty hunters. In the future, it is the first island where the Straw Hat Pirates landed on the Great Route, and it is also a subordinate branch of the criminal organization Baroque Works. These are things of the future. Like other islands, Whiskey Peak now has pirate thugs and bounty hunters on it. It is a fairly prosperous island. But this time, boom, boom. The foot of the mountain was crimson, and many magma fireballs smashed into the ground, causing half of the town to burst into flames. One of them, a figure in ragged clothes, with a pale face and vomiting blood, but kept yelling and swearing, was running away frantically. Ivankov is really thin, and has returned to the true face of a big head, deep purple explosive hair, thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss, very hot eyes. As for the upper body of the goddess and the lower body of the nightmare, they are no longer maintained. Do you know how he spent the past 6 months? Either on the run or on the way, it was a miserable life. How can there be time to maintain that style of elegance? With this skill, it is better to take a good pee, instead of holding back half of the urine, and then running all night. Damn. Looking at the navy that blocked the only way not far away, the leader turned out to be a major general. This time, Sakarsky made a lot of money, and dispatched a lot of elite navies to surround Ivankov. Now all the important intersections of Whiskey Mountain have been set up in ambush. Not even in the sky, this time it was determined that Ivankov could not escape. Fire. Shoot. Ivankov flew into the sky and stepped on the moon step to leave the sky, but suddenly a large number of artillery shells and bullets flew in, and even the major general stepped on the moon step to slash, or kicked the official's foot. These can't hurt Ivankov, but they can hold Ivankov. Even if it's only 5 or 6 seconds, it's enough. Mighty dog. The voice full of terrifying and murderous resentment resounded. I do not know when Sakarsky appeared in the air, the magma in his right hand expanded, and the sound exploded in one fell swoop. A cold air rushed straight to the Ivankov Tianling cover. Death wink. Death wink. PFFT tilde. The explosive force was stronger than expected. A large cloud of black smoke flashed with fire in the air. Ivankov turned into a parabola and smashed the ground. Buildings along the way were damaged, and he finally lay at the end of the ruins and continued to bleed. There is a smell of steam and meat wafting from the body. Sakarsky landed on the ground with lava dripping from his body. He came here when he came back from Edwai, and brought many elite sailors with him. For this moment. Today the mouse was killed. Sakarsky, have something to say. Ivankov was really panicked and struggled several times without getting up. Before the loss, his eyelids kept twitching, so he had an ominous premonition that he called back for help. The most important thing now is to procrastinate. We've become acquaintances in the past 6 months, aren't we just turning back into men? Leave this to me. It's not my intention to turn you into a woman, it's my boss's request, I can only obey as a younger brother. Ivankov coughed blood, his face full of sincerity. Throwing all the bot to chaos, there is no psychological burden at all. Sooner or later, I will also catch the Golden Emperor. Now you only have one choice, change me back, and I will let you die happily. Sakarsky's eyes were grim, and he looked down at Ivankov without giving in at all. Even if Ivankov turned him back, he would kill him. Hifap, since you re-dead everywhere, why did I change you back? Ivankov was very tough. He thought that there would be a way to survive. He didn't expect this guy to play cards according to common sense, and he was determined to kill him. If so, why should he help? He was very unbalanced. There is a big difference between happy and unhappy death. Sakarsky looked threatening, his eyes full of cruelty. Ivankov shivered uncontrollably. Just when the heart is cold, a golden flower sea avenue in the sky spans the sky, accompanied by a magnificent, majestic, tragic ending, flowers blooming like brocade, watching the world's independent ups and downs of music. The memory of the Forbidden City BGM, plus the Emperor's trip. In one fell swoop the entire Whiskey Peak quieted down. Everyone looked up at the front of the Golden Flower Sea Avenue, where a silhouette shrouded in golden light was looking down at the ground with one hand and back. Gaia. Chaos. Sakarsky raised his head and said a word, almost out of his teeth. You can see how strong the hatred is. Ha ha ha. When I heard the BGM, Ivankov's heart dropped steadily. But the appearance of Boss seems to be getting more and more gorgeous. Boom. The whole windy and sunny sky suddenly fell into dense dark red lightning, and then a pressure fell from the sky. Everywhere the navy or the pirate thugs peeping from a distance, All rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. The golden halo slowly descended, and a large number of golden roses, tulips and other petals were swirling around. Sarkaski's coat danced wildly behind his back, and with a gloomy face, he felt the arrogant and domineering will, and a large amount of magma rose from his body. The mere overlord color is not qualified to shock him. Little Sessa, long time no see. You're prettier than ever. The golden halo disappeared, and Chaos put his hands in his pockets to reveal his true colors. He looked at Sarkaski's delicate face and the water snake-waist figure of the 36E murder weapon, his face full of satisfaction. After all, Ivankov modified Sarkaski according to his opinion at the beginning, and it can be regarded as a work of art that he has carefully carved. Mighty dog. Sarkaski was hysterical. His right arm swelled with magma and blasted towards Chaos in one fell swoop. Even the eyeballs are red. Facing such a violent attack from Sarkaski, Chaos clenched his right fist tightly, the golden goose feather coat wriggled to form the arm guard, a layer of flowing black gold liquid appeared on the surface, and there were also flaming cherry blossom petals splashing around. And the body began to rise steam. Armed color, flowing Segura technique. As well as the return of life, and the superposition of gold molten fire mode. As soon as it came up, it was full of fire. Unremarkably, he took a step to the left. Chaos tilted his head to dodge the attack, and approached Sarkaski like this. The next second was frozen, and a shockwave rushed out of Sarkaski's lava body, all the way. The tear formed a broad avenue that spread to the sea, causing endless explosions. BFFT. Sarkaski's face was grim. His eyes were bloodshot and he knelt on the ground, his face quickly turned pale and fell to the ground. Through the surface of the body, it can be found that Sarkaski's internal organs have suffered huge damage, and the violent attack is completely inside the body. Golden molten fire flowing Segura seriously punch. Chaos fluttered past Sarkaski, the entire golden gauntlet of his right arm disappeared, and a golden black liquid flowed on the surface of his skin, which looked a little weird. Ivankov next to him opened his mouth wide and looked confused. After being chased for half a year, no one knows Sarkaski's combat effectiveness better than him, but now he has been punched by the boss. Major General Sarkaski. Some sober naval officers around were also stunned. That was Major General Sarkaski. How could he fall down with one punch? At this moment, Sarkaski was lying on the ground, bleeding constantly from his nose and mouth, and he could see a lot of visceral fragments, and his bloodshot eyes were full of unwillingness and killing intent. He was careless. Little Sessa, become stronger. Hopefully you can catch up with me one day. Chaos never looked back, and the one-handed back only left a stalwart back to Sarkaski. He won't kill Sarkaski. What has changed in the past 6 months is not only his combat effectiveness, but also his mentality. What's more, after killing these people, how could he repeatedly pick up the wool? Compared with those unknown characters, Chaos is more willing to charge the pleasure and vanity from these familiar people. Even if it is repeatedly scouring the wool. As the BGM lifted off, Sarkaski raised his head and groaned hoarsely. Gaia. A hysterical voice that travels far, far. X. Chapter 242 It's like dreaming. 20,210,129. Chapter 242 It's like dreaming. Whoa. Jingle bell. Thousands of meters high in the sky resounded with a melodious and ethereal sound, and the surrounding clouds quickly receded. Ivankov sat cross-legged on the Golden Flower Sea Boulevard, looking at Chaos, who maintained a stalwart standing posture. His filthy pale face was full of doubts. Boss, what happened to you in the past 6 months? Ivankov is still a little stunned now. After all, it was Sarkaski, but he was by the man in front of him, I am Nima. It's like a dream. Cultivation. Chaos turned around, and the imperial demeanor he had always maintained disappeared. He just sat cross-legged in front of Ivankov, glanced up and down, and frowned. In half a year, your strength has improved so much? Hifap. Do you know how I spent the past 6 months? That mad dog in Sarkarsky is chasing me every day and every night. Ivankov seemed to burst out all the grievances and pains, horse tears and snot, as if the past 6 months had been a hell life. Chaos's left ear went in and the right ear went out, and you don't need to guess to know that this guy is adding fuel to it. In general, Chaos is still satisfied. Compared with half a year ago, Ivankov's improved combat power has at least doubled. Being able to escape from the hands of Sarkarsky for half a year, Ivankov can blow for a lifetime in the future based on this alone. In fact, Sarkarsky is very strong, and the punch just now was unexpected, plus the full force of the explosion, it knocked the opponent down. And Sarkarsky was a little angry, and all the details add up to the scene just now. Time is fair. Chaos has become stronger in the past 6 months, and others have also become stronger. The only difference is who is stronger. Sarkarsky's disadvantage is that he suffers from Liu Ying's skills. The powerful attack acts on the internal organs of the body. This is the first time I feel that there is no defensive preparation at all. No one can stand it. Blue. Blur. In the chatter of Ivankov Rory, Chaos took out the phone bug. Hello. Boss, please take another trip. I just got the news that Zhao Jiang was caught by Pol Salino and is on the way to the escort of Malign Fando. On the other end of the phone came the calm voice of Stu Zifeng. She had long anticipated this day. After all, Anilu is too wild. The sky is not afraid of the earth, and the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. This guy is talking about it. Dare to put a god's sanction on Marin Fando, and wantonly stir up trouble everywhere. Some people have long been unhappy with him. Suffer now. Caught by Pol Salino. Relying on the speed of the thunder fruit in the past 6 months, it has been windy, but Pol Salino's speed is not slower than him, and his strength is high. Still too young. Got it. Chaos frowned and hung up the phone bug after knowing the route. Turning to look at Ivankov inadvertently, a creepy smile slowly emerged, which made Ivankov shiver. Boss, what's your expression like? Subconsciously swallowing saliva, Ivankov moved his butt back. Chaos's expression was too sinister and evil, just like a strange girl seeing Zagentai, very lewd slutty. It seems to be fate. Chaos pinched his chin, thinking that it was all a coincidence. As soon as Ivankov was rescued, there was news that Pol Salino had caught Anilu. Obviously, God also wanted to change the navy. For example, the 3 female admirals of the navy. Chaos always remembered this bad taste. Boss, what? What fate? Ivankov's heart trembled even more. So scary. The world will really be smoky because of me? It would be too boring and ordinary to stay the same. As the chosen person, it would be too incompatible with my identity if I didn't reshape the world. Pol Salino, here comes the Emperor. Chaos stood up and opened his hands, looking at the corners of his mouth in the distance. His smile was unusually hearty. Behind him, Ivankov breathed a sigh of relief, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes became even more bizarre. He can't understand this man's thinking now. Sure enough, in the entire group, only oneself is normal. A great route, on a sunny sea. A navy warship was moving smoothly. In the office, Pol Salino was sitting on a chair with his feet on the desk, holding a newspaper and smoking a cigarette. For some reason, he suddenly felt a shock. The most important thing was that his double eyelids began to jump for no reason. Not right. Eyes are jumping, is that a bad thing or a good thing? and for some reason, my heart is still a little flustered. Major General Salino, we're still 10 hours away from Marinvando? The office was pushed open, and a sailor came in to salute. The richest group is responsible for the punishment. What happened to Thor Anilu? Salino put down the newspaper, but he took a lot of work to catch the little girl. Now it is certain that the ability of that little girl is the natural type Thunderfruit. According to the meaning of Marshal Kong and Lieutenant General, he escorts the other party back to Marinfando to see if they can reverse it. After all, Thor is still just a little girl, and there is a high chance of rebelling. If the Navy has 4 natural departments, then the Navy in the future will surely be able to sweep the sea. Still in Akuma. Got it. Salino continued to pick up the newspaper, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't take it too seriously. Boom. Suddenly the hull shook violently, and the things on the desk fell to the ground, and Salino almost sat on the ground with his buttocks. The sound of breaking the air continued to sound, and the sight and hearing spread out, and Salino's face changed suddenly. At this moment, a large number of golden chains fell outside, shrouding the warship in one fell swoop, forming a birdcage to block the sky around, and quickly dyed black and gold from head to toe. The sailors on the deck became vigilant for the first time. But all this happened too fast. Shasha. A large piece of golden sand fell from the finger-width gap, quickly swept the entire birdcage, and instantly dyed all the sailors golden. Salino rushed out of the office, watching the scene of golden sand filling the sky and the black and golden birdcage shrouded outside. His heart pounded and his hair exploded. Catch turtles in the urn. Golden Emperor. As soon as he looked up, 2 figures floated down from the top of the birdcage. The leader, who was in the golden halo, could only see the outline of his body shape, but Salino recognized it right away. Salino. No. It should be Zobobo, long time no see. Chaos's victory was in his grasp. His eyes turned slightly, and all the sailors on the warship flew into the air, holding fire guns or long knives uncontrollably, and aimed at Salino one after another. Pain. There are golden sands wandering around, all of them staring at Salino. What do you want to do? Salino radiated golden light all over his body, keeping the golden sand that elementalization made useless, but now the situation is very bad. In such a narrow space as the birdcage, his speed was suppressed to the limit. Chaos didn't speak, and with a finger, many golden sands formed long snakes to penetrate the deck of the warship, and found Anilu in a coma wearing Hailshi handcuffs at the bottom. This guy slept soundly, and the tip of his nose was bubbling. Heartless enough. Chaos waved his hand very elegantly, and Anilu was sent to Ivankov. Ivankov's right fingernails stretched out, flashing a cold light against Anilu's waist. X. Chapter 243 What style do you want this time? 20,210,129. Chapter 243 What style do you want this time? Tiankan Cloud Sword. In the birdcage, Salino attacked, swiping his left hand to the back of his right hand, and a lightsaber appeared and slashed the black gold birdcage in one fell swoop. The Tiankan, which contained super high cutting power, did not leave any traces on the birdcage. Chaos's current armament color is in the 3rd stage, while Salino's is only in the 2nd stage. No matter how hard or otherwise, it can't cause much effect. Buzz. The golden sand shrouded the sky towards Salino. Although it was useless, it could be bound by a rope. At the same time, the birdcage began to shrink, and black and golden spikes protruded from the inner wall, constantly compressing the space. If it wasn't for being bound by the birdcage, Chaos really had no way to take Salino, but unfortunately there was no if. under the cover of the birdcage, and Pulusalino did not react at the first time. The end was doomed at that moment. The rest of the navy had already been controlled by the gold dust, and they were useless at all, and had been separated from Pulusalino. Gradually, cold sweat began to appear on Pulusalino's face. The space was continuously compressed, and he tried his best to not open the cage. 8-foot Kyanga Jade. Just as Pulusalino zoomed in, Chaos moved laterally into the bird cage, and a golden longsword appeared in his right hand. With the armed color covering, a layer of black gold liquid floated on the surface. Just looking at it, you can feel the lethality right away. Damn. Looking at the longsword that was slashed close at hand, Pulusalino was forced to stop attacking and dodged to dodge. Clang clang. A chain of black and golden skylocks were entangled, and one of Pulusalino's legs was bound. Puff. Before he could move, Pulusalino's body shook, and he looked down at the tip of the sword in his chest. Chaos did not know when he appeared behind him, and pierced it with a sword. But Chaos avoided the key point. Otherwise this blow would be enough for Pulusalino to meet Jesus. Gaia. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and he didn't wait to turn around. The striker knife hit the back of Pulusalino's neck. He only felt blackness in front of him on the spot, and Pulusalino lost consciousness. The birdcage receded and turned into a golden flower sea avenue again. Major General Pulusalino. Many sailors couldn't move in the air, looking at Pulusalino who was being carried by Chaos. All of them looked worried and roared. That was Major General Pulusalino. How could it be so easy to lose? This is not true. Hifap, you're awake. At this time, Anilu also woke up. When he saw Ivankov's big face, he subconsciously punched him. But it was blocked by Ivankov. Now Anilu is wearing Halenshi handcuffs, and he can't use the ability of the Thunder Fruit at all. It's you pervert. Anilu didn't like Ivankov, and quickly jumped away from Ivankov. When he saw Chaos carrying Pulusalino, his eyes lit up slightly. Old one, it's work. Chaos turned around and glanced at Anilu. Compared with half a year ago, his aura was much stronger, and he grew a little taller. However, the little bun on his chest did not improve at all, which was a pity. Boss, what style do you want this time? Ivankov smiled a little sinisterly, looking at Pulusalino who was thrown on the high avenue. His fingernails were sharp and long, like a doctor who controls life and death in the operating room. Chaos pinched his chin and circled Pulusalino twice. Sarkarsky became a peerless beauty because of his manipulation. Whether it is a delicate face or a figure, it is the perfect proportion, no worse than the future world beauty boy Hancock. The reason why Sarkarsky is so beautiful is because Chaos still admires Sarkarsky a little bit. In this sick world, Sarkarsky may not be a hero, but he is definitely a qualified soldier. If you look at the problem from the point of view of the common people, all the senior officers of the Navy want to live under the protection of Sarkarsky the most. In contrast, Chaos did not admire Pulusalino and Kuzan, the two paddling guys. So, turn over the two symbolic parts of a woman, and leave the rest alone. Chaos set down a cigar, took a puff and exhaled the smoke. Hifap. Ivankov twitched his mouth and looked down at Pulusalino's wretched face, a little hesitant. Boss, if this guy is looking for revenge, he's even scarier than Sarkarsky. It's hard for me to run away. Ivankov seems to have seen the scene of being chased and killed by Pulusalino. How can he escape? Even if you think about it with your butt, you will definitely be on the first kill list of Pulusalino and Sarkarsky in the future. Facing the pursuit of two monsters by natural major generals, it is exciting to think about it. But that's killing it. What is the purpose culture of our group? Don't worry, as long as you have one breath left, I can save you. Even if you are locked in the world's largest prison, I can fish you out. Life has to go through many challenges and hardships to see the light. Chaos soothed, holding a cigar with one hand on his back, very confident. Ivankov pouted, gritted his teeth and squatted down to give Paul Salino a tie. In a few minutes, the golden flower sea avenue disappeared into the sky. On the calm sea, the warship was ups and downs, and on which deck many sailors looked at the comatose figure on the ground, and their eyes were a little wrong. The Golden Emperor did not kill them. Just. What should I do? All sailors, look at me, I look at you. They have just confirmed that the two weapons are at least 36E, as well as 2 grapes, and the irregular deep groove scallop, all of which are very real. Major General Paul Salino, like Major General Sarkarsky, has become a woman. But only those 2 parts have changed, nothing else has changed. Such as the original wretched face. Putting the 2 together doesn't match at all, it's really a bit ugly. Even if Major General Sarkarsky became a woman, she was the most beautiful woman. But if Major General Paul Salino woke up, his heart would definitely be unbalanced. Done. All the sailors shuddered. Go back to Marin Vando first. Yes. Get back to Marin Vando before Paul Salino wakes up. The warship sailed fast, rushing towards Marin Vando non-stop. Hours later. Marin Vando. In the naval infirmary, in the corridor outside the door or by the window, there are many lieutenant generals peeping. The big things just happened. I heard that Sarkarsky and Paul Salino were brought back, and Paul Salino was also suspected of being a woman. This is a big event. Thinking that when Sarkarsky became a woman, he had torn down the headquarters building into parts, and the most important thing is that he has now become the #1 beauty in the Navy. So they came to see how Paul Salino turned into a woman. Is it also beautiful, and the country is alluring? At the moment in the infirmary, Sora and Crane had dark faces, looking at the 2 people lying on the hospital bed. Their bodies were already covered with white bandages. But the 2 massive murder weapons that stood up were too conspicuous. With Paul Salino's character, it should be easier to accept than Sarkarsky. Kong tilted his head to look at the Crane. His eyelids kept twitching. The surprise came quickly. However, there have been lessons learned, so it will not be caught off guard like last time. Starting point, Schenku, das Hahn is so stupid, 600 starting coins, deep book shortage patience, 500 starting coins. X. Chapter 244 Paul Salino's Hysteria, Gaia. 20,210,131. Chapter 244 Paul Salino's Hysteria, Gaia. Night comes quietly. Infirmary. The moonlight shone into the room through the windowsill, and 2 bandaged figures were lying on the 2 white beds. Their faces were no longer as pale as they were during the day, but they had returned to their rosy and normal appearance. Suddenly, Paul Salino, who had closed his eyes tightly, opened his eyes and sat up looking at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. The first thing he felt was the heaviness on his chest. He remembers fighting the Golden Emperor. Look around, it's the infirmary. Is it Sarkarsky lying on the bed next to him? Paul Salino frowned slightly, and then his face became more and more wrong. Looking down at the murder weapon standing on his chest, the wretched face gradually lost control. Tilde. The bandage was torn apart, and Paul Salino's whole mind seemed to be struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned. Perhaps it was because Paul Salino moved too much and woke up Sarkarsky, who was beside him. Gaia Chaos, go to hell. Such a beautiful voice. Sarkarsky sat up abruptly, with a faint redness, some conditioned reflex. However, when he saw Paul Salino sitting on the bed in a daze, with 2 sets of murder weapons standing tall and straight, and Paul Salino with a messy bandage on his lower body, Sarkaski's expression also began to lose control. Shock, weirdness, doubt, and most importantly, a little joy. Pulsalino? Sarkaski looked at Pulsalino's body and asked with uncertainty. After all, the face is still the same face, and the hairstyle is still the same, but the two lumps on the chest have a little impact. Gaia. Chaos. Sarkaski's voice completely woke Pulsalino, followed by endless anger. The entire infirmary glowed with dazzling golden light, as if the sun was rising into the sky, and the golden beams spread out in all directions like a meteor shower, and then a blossoming explosion sounded, alarming the entire Marinfando. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Damn, who is it? This is Marinfando. Could it be that the richest group's punishment is coming again? Boom. A streak of golden beams illuminated the night sky, and then the black smoke of the fire continued to rise. Sora and Drew, who were still working in the headquarters building, disappeared from their positions for the first time. Cough 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 tilde. There was a lot of dust in the ruins, and Sarkaski coughed constantly, looking at the golden light group in the center, emitting lasers indiscriminately. It was accompanied by the hysterical growl of Pulsalino. Pulsalino, stop. Sora and Crane appeared in midair, and when they saw the mad Pulsalino, they were a little surprised. They didn't expect Pulsalino's reaction to be even more sloppy than Sarkaski's. After all, with Pulsalino's character, there shouldn't be such a big reaction. Puff. Seeing that Pulsalino hadn't stopped, Sora appeared in front of Pulsalino in a flash and punched his abdomen, causing Pulsalino to retire and kneel on the spot. Gaia. Gaia. Pulsalino held his stomach in his hands. His eyes were bloodshot and fierce, and his expression was much more sinister than the original Sarkaski. Perhaps everyone underestimated the pride and arrogance of Pulsalino. Sarkaski got up from the ground expressionlessly, and upon closer inspection, he could see relief in his eyes, as if he was not so lonely anymore. Compared with Pulsalino, the opponent is obviously more miserable. At least she's as beautiful as a flower, whether in the navy or at sea. She is one of the best beauties, but Pulsalino. Indescribable. Marshal. Lieutenant General Crane. Many generals rushed over and already knew that it was not an enemy attack. Clean up your surroundings. Sora sullenly, carrying Pulsalino, stepped on the moon step and flew towards the headquarters building. Crane and Sarkaski also followed silently. And a large group of people on the ground looked up, but their expressions were different. Major General Pulsalino does not seem to be as attractive as Major General Sarkaski. Calm down first. After returning to the Marshal's office, Sora looked at Pulsalino on the sofa. After a burst of venting, Pulsalino also calmed down. It was quicker than Sarkaski to calm down. I think it's time to re-evaluate the strength of the Golden Emperor. The Crane changed the subject, and this time Sarkaski and Pulsalino came back lying down, making her feel a little apprehensive. The combat power of the Golden Emperor has increased too fast. In just half a year, it was easy to make Sarkaski and Pulsalino lose their combat effectiveness, perhaps because of other reasons, but the result is the result. That guy's armament is domineering, very strange. Sarkaski touched his chest subconsciously, and now recalling that punch, his face was as gloomy as rain. What do you mean? My defense didn't play a big role, and the opponent's attack seemed to be able to directly attack the inside of the body. Sarkaski was very unwilling, and if he hadn't been too careless, he wouldn't have been knocked down with one punch. It seems that the Golden Emperor has gone to practice for the past 6 months. He has reached the 3rd stage. Crane thought. The most basic skills of the armament color are hardening, winding, external release, and internal destruction. Among them, the powerhouses who have reached the third stage of the armed color can use the armed color skills to change the shape of the weapon, form a pure domineering shockwave, and the result of such internal destruction. Internal destruction in Wano country is called Liu Ying. Not only Wano country has this kind of skill, in fact, those powerful characters in the sea can also have it. It's just called differently. To put it bluntly, no matter what skill it is, it was developed by someone. It is not only these skills and skills. Maybe in the future, someone will develop new skills for the use of armed arrogance. When dealing with different enemies, the most effective techniques will be used, which will be more effective with less effort. It is not an exaggeration to say that people who can master these skills are just 1 in 1,000, not just by wanting to learn. Some people can use Liu Ying's technique and even form shockwaves in the second stage, but some people can only use the most basic hardening to increase attack power and defense even if they reach the third stage. Force. Armament and these skills, like seeing and hearing, predicting the future, the voice of all things, reading mental memories, and perceiving emotions, are all extended abilities. Need to see talent. Looking at the Golden Emperor since his debut, he disappears every so often, and his strength will definitely increase after reappearing. Despite the arrogant and high-profile way of doing things, I have to admit that he is very cunning and a difficult guy to deal with. The most important thing is that guy's ability. The risk factor is too great. Crane knows chaos very well, sees through the arrogant and high-profile surface, and goes straight to the cunning essence of chaos. Marshal Kong, I'm going to take a few months vacation. Sakazuki, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke coldly. Well? Sora was slightly taken aback. I plan to practice for a while. Sakazuki's eyes became sharp, and the strength displayed by the Golden Emperor this time made his self-confidence a serious setback. Since graduating from the academy, he doesn't seem to have really cultivated. He thinks that when he first met the Golden Emperor, he was like a chicken, but it's only been a few years. The turkey and dog of the year turned out to be him. Seems to be too lazy. I have the same idea. Pulsalino's eyes were cold. It's not just Sakazuki that is stimulated, it's him. He knew that even if he went to the Golden Emperor to settle accounts now, he might still be the loser. Sora was silent. Thinking. X. Chapter 245 Probably killed. 20,210,130. Chapter 245 Probably killed. Poppy Island, the golden flower sea avenue spans the sky. Chaos floated down with Anilu and Ivankov. Boss. Chaos took the lead in entering the office, and found that the bear was sitting on the sofa, turning over the Bible in his hand. Seeing that Chaos came in and said a dull hello. What about the others? Chaos sat on the sofa, with his legs open and his hands on the sofa. Stuffy, who was originally dealing with government affairs, left his desk and went to the bar to prepare a few cups of coffee, and replied as he walked, "The bear is back now, and Losha is coming soon." But Loton still couldn't get in touch. Boss, I suspect Loton may have been killed. Betty excitedly put down the quill in her hand, looking like I had predicted. Like a god stick. Chaos set down a cigar and frowned slightly. Ivankov and Anilu next to him were letting the bear pop out the damage that had been deposited in the body in the past. Because the backlog of damage was separated from the body, he couldn't help but groaned in refreshment. Although they hadn't seen each other for half a year, they were not unfamiliar at all. Any specific news? To tell the truth, the entire group is just one of Akino's muscles, and they will do it if they don't agree. Totally flathead. The odds of dying are several times higher than others. After all, there are some mental problems. When I left, I also specifically warned, and I don't know if it will help. When a mentally ill person starts to get sick, it is not something that ordinary people can understand. Thinking is different. The most famous battle in the past 6 months should be the battle with Kuzan and the green pepper of the cone. It can be said that Aquino's record in the past 6 months is still very brilliant, and this is not counting other battles. Not yet, but I have launched a channel to find it. Stuffy was sitting next to Ernie Road with a few cups of coffee on the desk. I hope Loton is still alive. Chaos wasn't too anxious either. If he died, there was nothing he could do. As long as there is still a breath, he will save it as a boss. Of course, I will also help Aquino to take revenge. After all, we will be together. It is also fate. The next day. The weather is windy and sunny. The mountains behind Poppy Island flashed with thunder and lightning, and the black pressure clouds kept rolling. On a hilltop, Chaos was smoking a cigar and looking at the blue figure in the air. It was Anilu. Ground Ivankov grinned. Also in attendance were Bear, Stucci and Betty. Early this morning, Anilu challenged Ivankov, as well as Betty and even Chaos. In the past 6 months, Anilu has swelled. I feel like I can. He felt the need to elevate his authority in the group. To be honest, Chaos was a little worried for Ivankov. If this Nima was defeated, apart from only one breath left, he would definitely suffer unimaginable revenge. Maybe I'll see you and play again later. This guy, Enilu, is very vengeful. Otherwise, they will not be angry and try to be strong. In this half a year, apart from picking things up, they are cultivating. The Dwa-color domineering has long awakened. The use and volts of the thunder fruit must have gone up as well. Compared with the lethality of devil fruit alone, hormone fruit is a little worse than thunder fruit no matter how you look at it. Chaos knew about several people's events in the past 6 months, but he didn't know how much each person became stronger. Old one, give me some strength. Betty must be on Ivankov's side. After all, they were the culprits of the culprits. If Ivankov is the first to hate people in Anilu, then her dancing queen, below Betty, is the second. Gotta run. Clap. Boom. The azure blue thunder was densely packed, and the entire venue was earth-shattering. The two have already fought. Anilu was a big move as soon as he came up, and he didn't hold back at all. It's just a blast to death, leaving no trace of energy. Zhang, are you serious? Ivankov's explosive head blew up with black smoke, and a thunder dragon fell from the sky, and it exploded on the spot to form a sea of thunder in a radius of 100 meters. Fortunately, it was avoided immediately. Only one can go out today. Inilu stood in the air, with pale golden soft long hair dancing wildly. His eyes were full of azure blue, and his delicate kawaii face was full of anger. He finally waited for this day. The rice wife. With a flash of blue light, Anilu appeared in front of Ivankov, and the whole right arm was thunderous, roaring and crackling in the surrounding atmosphere. A shy-burning explosion sounded, and when everything dissipated, an avenue appeared in front of Aney Road. And Ivankov has long since disappeared. Hip-hop. 100 meters in the distance, Ivankov stood on one foot and danced ballet. Anilu's eyes widened in anger, and he appeared in midair with his right hand held high, and the entire sky with lightning flashes instantly rioted. Tomatothic thunderbolts covered the sky like falling pillars, blocking all directions and pressing towards Ivankov very quickly. Hip-hop. I flash. I flash. Ivankov was doing all kinds of difficult ballets, spinning jumps, C-shapes, and one-handed grounding. Because the speed was too fast, afterimages were left behind. The thunder pillars one after another could not be hit. It's interesting. Chaos was smacking his cigar, watching the battle with his knowledge, but he didn't expect Ivankov to surprise him at the very beginning. This guy's knowledge in shaving, he has cultivated to this point. It seems that the past 6 months are not in vain. Under the pressure of Sarkarsky, the sea and shaving have been improved and improved. No wonder he is still alive and well. Thunder Dragon. Thunder Beast. God's punishment. Inalu's attack became more and more violent, and at the same time, the name of the move became louder and louder. High hormones. Shemay Fist. Death Wink. Death Wink. Facial afterimage. The two of you come and go, and the name of the move is shouted higher and higher at the end, as if the louder is the stronger. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Both were panting and hurt, and it seemed that neither of them took advantage. The battle ended 3 hours later. It was Ivankov who still had the upper hand, but he was not lightly charged. Black smoke was now spitting out of his mouth, and his whole body was red and the smell of meat spread. The reason why he has the upper hand is that he also defeated Anilu. It was completely Ivankov who used tactics. Every time he successfully evaded an attack, he kept using words to pressure Enel. Can't fight. Can't fight. Just because of Anilu's violent temper, he fought in close quarters on the spot. The key is that Ivankov didn't play cards according to common sense, and all kinds of insidious moves came to him. So Anilu, who was still too young, short-tempered, and unable to stand up to his aggressive tactics, was defeated. At this moment, Anilu was lying on the ground, looking at the gradually clear sky. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Almost, just a little bit. But compared to 6 months ago, there has been a lot of progress. Cough 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 tilde. Old bear, played for me. Ivankov sat on the ground and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at the 3 chaos who appeared, they felt a little terrified. It's only been half a year, I didn't expect this little guy to become so strong. He felt a great crisis. Good, good. The bear squatted down and hurt the 2 of them, while Chaos clapped his hands and applauded the 2 of them without hesitation. In half a year, the strength of the 2 has improved for all to see. Especially Enilu, the progress is obviously much greater than that of Ivankov. Starting point, Shenku, Shenzhuye, 900 starting coins, Deep Book Famine Patience, 500 starting coins, Xingwang People, 123,456, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 246 Shinra Tensei Next Door. 20,210,131. Chapter 246 Shinra Tensei Next Door. Boss, I want to challenge you. After Anilu and Ivankov gradually recovered, Betty, the savage woman, took the lead in challenging Chaos. In the past 6 months, she and Stucci have not been dealing with government affairs, and spent time practicing every day. In the richest group, the ability may not be important, but the combat power must be strong. This is the rule set by Chaos. Don't make trouble. Chaos was blowing smoke rings, and if other people challenged him, he could teach him a lesson. As for the 2 women like Stuffy and Betty, then forget it. By teaching others, you can achieve the effect of killing chickens and warning monkeys. Boss, do you look down on our women? Betty was furious on the spot. She heard Chaos perfunctory. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Chaos stretched out his hand and fiddled with the drop-shaped gold earrings. His eyes narrowed slightly and a little serious. Yes. Betty put her hands on her hips and stared round her eyes. Really ready? In the face of Chaos' question again, Betty hesitated a little. Chaos once said that it is okay to challenge him, but he must be prepared to endure pain. After all, he is not challenged if he wants to challenge, otherwise, where is the majesty of being a boss? As the boss, sometimes you need to do both hard and soft. You are not allowed to use devil fruit abilities. Betty's voice weakened a little. Good. Chaos agreed very readily, and his eyes were full of calm. I don't know why Betty's heart throbbed, and Stuffy frowned. Even Anilu, Ivankov, and Z noticed that something was wrong with Chaos, as if he was taking it too seriously. Then Chaos and Betty disappeared one after the other and appeared on the ruins, while Anilu and others watched in the distance. I am afraid Betty is going to suffer a little. Stuffy opened his mouth, his expression a little dignified. Why do I feel that the boss is a little too serious? Ivankov's heart trembled. What would you do if someone challenged your authority? Stuffy saw it very clearly, even if Betty's challenge did not mean that. But in the eyes of the man, this kind of challenge was a challenge to his authority. Maybe some fuss, but some unwritten rules are the bottom line. Okay. I see. Stuffy's simple and clear explanation, whether it was Ivankov, Inalu, or Bear, understood it. At this time, in the venue, Chaos was still wearing a cigar in his mouth, wearing a pair of gold beach shorts and flip-flops, with a bare upper body and a gold ring on both hands, showing his 8-pack abs and slender figure. Opposite Betty holding the golden flagpole, as she waving her own breath, she kept raising it, obviously adding a buff to himself. Shah. As soon as the ground exploded under her feet, Betty disappeared. Chaos stood still, with his hands in his trouser pockets, and the black gold liquid suddenly flowed from his whole body, causing his whole body to become evil. Flagpole's tab. Betty appeared very quickly. The golden flagpole was covered with armed colors, and stabbed towards the heart of Chaos in one fell swoop, leaving no room for the ruthless attack. Shinla Otiansing. Chaos opened his mouth indifferently, and the flowing black gold liquid suddenly expanded, forming a black gold protective shield centered on himself, spreading out in one fell swoop, moving forward in a mighty way. The huge and pure shock wave came like a tsunami. Betty only felt an incomparable force attacked, opened her mouth and spewed blood into a cannonball and flew out, smashing her hair in the gravel and soil, and her eyes were full of disbelief. The dust and mud in the sky dissipated, and the center of Chaos stood in the air, and the ground under his feet had disappeared to form a large pit, with the range of 100 meters. The black gold liquid flowing on the surface of the body also seemed to burn like a flame. In midair like a flat ground, Chaos strode towards Betty. Shinla Otiansing. The black gold protective shield suddenly expanded with Chaos as the center, and a new 100-meter crater appeared. Betty opened her mouth again and vomited blood, and the rubble and soil flew out, unable to resist the powerful shock wave at all. Leaving 2 100-meter pits, Chaos continued to walk towards Betty. The black gold liquid flowing on his body began to compress, and the surrounding atmosphere made a roaring sound. Shinra. Stop, I admit defeat. Seeing that Chaos was about to make another round, Betty raised the golden flagpole from the ruins in ragged clothes, and now she felt that her whole body was falling apart. One more shot and she might die. But Shinla Otiansing. Chaos was expressionless. The compressed black gold liquid formed a protective shield and expanded to the surroundings. A new 100-meter crater appeared. Betty danced in the air, vomiting blood from her mouth and nose, her eyes turning white, and her internal organs were severely affected. Trauma. The breath has plummeted, as if it will be completely extinguished at any time. After everything subsided, he fell into a coma with blood on his face in the ruins. Breathless? It was not until this moment that the black gold liquid flowing on Chaos' body gradually disappeared. There is no doubt that the black gold flowing liquid is the domineering arrogance of the armed color. Through the compression operation, it is released in an instant to form the purest domineering shock wave. It is powerful, but it is consumed very quickly. Fortunately, the armed forces entered the third stage, coupled with the internal destruction of Liu Ying's skills, so such a powerful attack was formed. It was an armed and aggressive attacking move developed by Chaos in the past months, and it seemed to be pretty good now. The pure and domineering shockwave of armed color also contains internal destruction, which is not weaker than the Shinra Tianxing next door. The ghost knows how long Chaos has developed. Come here and help me. Looking at the miserable Betty, Chaos opened his mouth slightly. Strangely, there was a sound in the ears of the four Anilu in the distance. It was as if Chaos was speaking in their ear. The small use of seeing and hearing, similar to the kind of sound transmission. On the top of the mountain, Ivankov looked at each other from all sides, and he had not recovered from the Shinra Tianxing just now. When he heard Chaos' voice out of thin air, he was even more surprised. "Boss, you are too ruthless." When the four of them came to the center of the battle, they all gasped when they saw Betty, who was so embarrassed with only one breath left. Chaos did not answer, standing on the edge of the 100-meter pit smoking a cigar, looking at the sea of clouds and wondering what he was thinking. Old Bear. The bear behind him began to damage Betty, and at the same time Ivankov also used healing hormones to pull Betty back from the brink of death, but it consumed a lot of vitality, and Betty might have to sleep. "Boss, that move just now was a pure armed attack." After Betty was fine, several people looked at Chaos. Yes. Chaos was no longer serious, but returned to normal, looking at a few people with some smugness, as if showing off. "This is the result of my painstaking practice for several months. How can the armed color be so useful?" Ivankov squeezed his chin, and Anilu and Xing were both contemplating. This is also an eye-opener. There are many armed men with domineering powers, but this is the first time I have seen one using it like Chaos. After all, most of them just increase attack and defense. You don't have to think about it, this move is too domineering, and you can barely use it when you reach the third stage. As soon as Chaos' words fell, Anilu's eyes glowed with a roar, which frightened Ivankov to shiver. "I'm going to retreat, don't bother me." Anilu was so excited that he turned into lightning and disappeared in the depths of the back mountain. He was very interested in Chaos's Shinra Tianxing, which was both offensive and defensive, and he might be able to imitate it by relying on his own Thunder Fruit ability. You are a genius. X. Chapter 247 Installed a predictor of the future B. 20,210,131. Chapter 247 Installed a predictor of the future B. Dusk. The horizon was covered with red clouds, and a small sandstorm dragged a crimson cube stone and quickly flew towards Poppy Island. Beside the sandstorm, Crocodile still has big back hair, a black fur coat, a D-Quicksand symbol swirling behind his back, a cigar in one hand, and a long, transverse scar on his face. As a result, Crocodile's temperament became more condensed. There is an aura of oppression. It seems that half a year of life is also very exciting. 5 minutes later, in the office of the Half-Mountain Man, Stuffy, Betty, Bear, and Ivankov all looked at this crimson cube stone on the ground, with a lot of weird characters engraved on it. After sleeping all afternoon, Betty was alive again. Crocodile was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar. Chaos yawned and walked in from the outside with a milkshake in his hand. He just returned from the red light district on Poppy Island. He just glanced at the Scarlet Stone and sat opposite Crocodile. "Why did you bring back the guiding stone of Zoo?" The opening of Chaos made Crocodile's smoking pause, and his eyes were stunned. "Boss, do you know what this is?" Betty also came over and sat on the sofa, and Crocodile was mysterious when he brought this thing back. Said to wait for Chaos to come back and then explain. It's obviously just to whet their appetite. Historical text, But this one is the guiding stone to the final island of Ralph Drew. There are 3 other pieces in this world, and each of the landmarks records a location on the historical text. When these locations are known, put 4 on the map. When the dots are connected, the last island that emerges in the center is Ralph Drew. This piece should belong to the country of Zoo, something the fur tribe guards. With his back on the sofa, Chaos only needed a little sifting to know where the steel was. The one in Zoo is the most likely. Historical texts heard, but what is Ralph Drew? Everyone was a little confused. It's been a few years since I counted the time. Let's explain it like this. Ralph Drew is an island with 100 years of blank history on it. The location of the island needs this kind of scarlet historical stone tablet to find it. In about a few years, the Roger pirates will go to this island, and then Goldie. Roger will be recognized as the pirate king, then he will be executed by the navy, and at the moment of execution, he will report that Ralph Drew's Ashma said that he put his treasure on it, and the world entered the era of the great pirate. All pirates want to find Ralph Drew and the treasure left by Roger, the pirate king, and the sea will be more lively than now. As for the treasure left by Roger, it is called the Big Treasure, One Piece. Some pirates want to find treasure, and some pirates want to be the second pirate king, so be it. Now that Lao Sha brings this thing back, it may take 2 or 3 years for the Roger pirates to come to the door. In addition, the fur tribe is also related to the Roger pirates. Chaos understated it and said it easily. But Ivankov and the others heard different things. All of them were stunned with their mouths slightly open. Crocodile was holding a cigarette, and he was also confused. This steel was indeed snatched from Zoo Island. He heard news about the 3 ancient weapons on it, so he brought it back for research. As for what Chaos said about Ralph Drew and gathering 4 steels to find the route, he had no idea at all. He just wanted to use the news of the 3 ancient weapons to pretend to be coercive. What kind of bad thoughts could he have? As a result, before it even started to wear, Chaos turned over his panties and said something he didn't even know. This Nima. Crocodile's face was a little blue. Boss, you are not fooling around. The knowledge points are a bit big, and it also involves the future. So Ivankov is a little worried. Time will tell. Chaos showed an inscrutable smile, raised his head and blew smoke rings, and had a mysterious look with his legs crossed. Boss, can you really predict the future? Several people present knew that Chaos would predict the future, and certain things were indeed predicted. This is too fantastic. No matter how many times you experience it, it doesn't feel real. Hee hee. Chaos didn't answer directly, just hee hee. Then he looked down at Crocodile. Why did you think of bringing this thing back? It's not too valuable. I heard that there are 3 ancient weapons on it, so. Crocodile's face was downcast, and he felt lifeless. Don't you know that Pluto is in the capital of 7 waters? I'm talking about the Sea King and the King of Heaven. When Chaos and Crocodile answered this question, apart from Stuffy, Betty, Ivankov, and Z on the sofa were even more confused. Wait. What are you 2 talking about? 3 ancient weapons? Pluto is in the capital of 7 waters? Betty held the desk with both hands, and looked at Chaos's face from a distance. You can even feel the breath of both sides. As soon as Chaos reached out and pressed Betty back, he said calmly, "Didn't I tell you? Oh, you weren't here at that time." Chaos patted his head as if remembering something. At that time, there were only Crocodile and Stuffy in the capital of 7 waters, so Betty and others really didn't know. My God, is the Pluto of the 3 ancient weapons really in the capital of 7 waters? That's a weapon that can destroy the world. Boss, what are we waiting for? Betty and Ivankov were so excited that even the bear was a little short of breath. If you master ancient weapons, you can get revenge. Calm down, isn't it just a mere ancient weapon? It's not very powerful. Pluto is just a warship. It's true that a single shot can destroy an island. The real Pluto is not in the seven waters, but only the blueprint. Chaos breathed out smoke rings lightly. Boss, that's Hades, the three ancient weapons. Even if it's a blueprint, we can grab it and make it. Betty was breathing quickly, as if she had just done some kind of combined exercise, and her cheeks were flushed. You also know that those are the three ancient weapons. Is it so easy to make? Chaos was speechless. Boss, do you still know the whereabouts of Tian Wang and Sea King? Xing's eyes were bright, and even though he tried his best to suppress it, he could still hear the trembling in his voice. Poseidon, the Sea King, is a mermaid. He hasn't been born yet. We have to wait a few more years. Chaos has nothing to hide, after all, Xing has not yet been born. Sighed Hilda. This time everyone opened their mouths slightly, even Stuffy. Boss, are you kidding me? How could an ancient weapon have life, and it's still a mermaid? Betty smiled a little fake. She suspected that Chaos was running a train, and she didn't even have a red face when she lied. The king of Fishman Island, Neptune, and his queen, Princess Otterheim, will give birth to a mermaid princess named Shirahoshi. You'll know in a few years. Chaos remained calm. I don't believe it. Betty refuted the first time. After all, this is also very impactful. Where's the king of the day? Xing asked again, but he was also dubious in his heart. Forget it, believe it or not. Stussy, since Lao Sha brought this thing back, let's keep it. I'm not interested in the stuff, but the process involved. Chaos got up and stretched without answering the bear. After all, he didn't know what the Heavenly King was, and it was most likely in the hands of the Heavenly Dragons. Like this kind of uncertainty, he won't pretend. What if I get slapped in the face later? As Chaos left, Crocodile and others fell into contemplation. How many secrets does this man have? Why does it feel so mysterious? Suddenly became taller. X. Chapter 248 Immediate social death. 20,210,201. Chapter 248 Immediate social death. Dawn breaks. A new day is coming. A few of the Stucci reappeared on the top of the hill, while Chaos and Crocodile were facing each other in the ruins. How long do you think Lao Sha can last? Ivankov pinched his chin and looked at the two people in the middle of the field. It must outlast this stupid woman. Anilo squinted and glanced at Betty, not concealing the contempt at all. My Lady Queen at least has the courage to challenge that man, how about you? But that stinky man hits hard. Betty despised everyone, and then looked at Chaos with resentment. Liang Xiangzu, that bastard who doesn't understand at all. I'm not an opponent yet. It was rare for Xing to speak, and he had already calculated it in his heart. Hey hop, I'm afraid of being beaten, I've had enough in the past 6 months. Ivankov was a bachelor, and he said it for granted. There is no shame at all. If it were replaced by a little self-esteem, there would never be any mention of the history of humiliation in the past 6 months. I'm still young. Anila held a small steamed bun, holding her head high and arrogant. He also calculated in his heart, not an opponent. Don't look at me, none of you are rivals, and neither am I. Seeing everyone looking at her, Stuffy shrugged and smiled. Humph. Betty snorted, others don't know she doesn't know. This stupid woman is hiding her clumsiness. I am afraid her combat power is either the second or the third in the entire group. She usually looks harmless to humans and animals. It's on. At this moment, the atmosphere in the center of the field is getting more and more depressing. Crocodile's fighting spirit is constantly rising. With a cigar in his mouth, He looked at Chaos arrogantly. "Boss, I won't show mercy. Lao Sha, you seem to have become more mad in the past 6 months. Good, good. Our richest group is more mad, arrogant, and wild than everyone else." But Tilda. Chaos didn't say anything halfway through, but his eyes became a little dangerous. Just like seeing Betty yesterday, it was a very serious expression. A large amount of high-temperature steam began to rise from Chaos, and he reached out and shot a mace from the sky. The spiked fangs were 7 meters long and 1 meter thick. Just looking at it is horrifying. With the black and gold domineering, flowing and covering, the whole mace began to splash flames, and even the surrounding atmosphere was buzzing. "I only have one move, you hold on." Burning most of the armed color, the whole mace is like compressing the power of landslides and fissures. Once it erupts, it will be devastating. Crocodile has felt it. So it got real. "Boss, if you are going to lose, then I am the boss of the richest group." Crocodile has never forgotten his original dream, that is to defeat Chaos and become the boss. Erased reincarnation. Great world. Bizarre. Flying sand swept across the sky, with Crocodile as the center. 1,000-meter radius quickly turned into a desert area, and a vast figure crawled out of it, a full 500 meters high, with a huge D symbol spinning behind it, almost identical to Crocodile. It was carved in a pattern. Desert strangulation. With Crocodile's last roar, the Tsar raised his fist like the top of a mountain, and it even covered the armed color and slammed it down towards Chaos. At the same time, the entire desert land formed several huge tributaries, intertwined with each other and strangled towards Chaos. Chaos didn't know when his feet had flowed with armed color, because the ground under his feet was trying to absorb the water in his body. This Nima is a combination of several big moves. It has to be said that the power is terrifying. But golden molten fire, flowing Sakura, thunder gossip. Chaos also held a mace in his left hand, and he swung towards Crocodile with his hands together in one motion. In an instant, a vast torrent washed out, and the whole world was red and white. Boom. A mushroom cloud that connects the sky and the earth stands up, connecting the top and the bottom with 3 halos surrounding it, pushing the atmosphere and the surface horizontally, and the sky collapses and the ground slumps forward. Visible to the naked eye, the tributaries and the Tsar's right arm all collapsed, and the terrifying torrent trend continued unabated, such as the surging rivers must try the dust, leaving the canyon channel to separate the sea and disappear in the end. End. Cough 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 tilde. Ba ba ba. In the pile of dirt and ruins, Ivankov and others climbed out and looked at the avenue that formed the abyss of the canyon in front of them, all with their mouths wide open. This is this. Betty was at a loss for words. If the boss used this trick yesterday, wouldn't she have to go to see God directly? From the heights, the abyss of the canyon is only 200 or 300 meters wide. As for the length, it has disappeared to the sea level, and even the sea level has formed a trench. The entire abyss was filled with scorching heat, and the ground melted into magma. There is a bottomless pit in the very center. That's what mushroom clouds form. A golden molten fire attack will cause a huge explosion and form a torrent. The destructive power can be said to be unreasonable, and some are just the purest lethality. It is so wild. In the abyss of high temperature, Chaos flew out with the bruised Crocodile and fluttered in front of everyone. Cough 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 tilde. He couldn't stop coughing, and the pungent smell of blood fell on the ground drop by drop, and Crocodile's face was pale, and he hadn't recovered. He is defeated. The defeat is very neat. He couldn't resist that power. Even elementalization can't compete, because there is a strong armed color in that attack. TSK tilde. It's miserable. Anilu clicked his tongue and shook his head in schadenfreude. Old bear. Stuthy looked at the bear as white as Anilu, and couldn't understand the meaning of looking at the bear. The bear didn't speak, and squatted down and began to use his ability to pop out the damage in Croctor's body, and then Ivankov gave Croctor a needle in his waist. "Boss, you are too heavy. I don't mind treating Losha like this, but you treated me like this yesterday, isn't it too much? You don't have the gentlemanly demeanor of a Petifa Zangksu. You will be struck by lightning like this." Betty had complained since she woke up yesterday, but the anger in her heart had not diminished, and she felt the same way when she saw Crocodile's miserable appearance. "The more you think, the more angry you are. I wanted to use this trick yesterday too." Chaos squinted, calmly took out a cigar, lit it, and twitched his hair. Betty's face stiffened and she stopped talking. After confirming the eyes, if Chaos released this trick to her yesterday, she would die directly socially, and she would not even have a chance to rescue her. So, this guy is showing mercy? But Betty was still a little skeptical. "Don't look at me like this, challenge my authority, and be prepared to pay the pain. This is also because we have a deep relationship. If it were an ordinary person, you can see that I can't beat him to death." "Gut." Betty pouted, not wanting to talk to Chaos. She is a lady. And she is still such a sexy and beautiful lady, and other men are eager to kneel under her short skirt, but this man beat her badly yesterday. "While you are all here, tell me about the Liu Ying technique." Under the treatment of Z and Ivankov, Crocodile has recovered a little, but his face is still a little pale, but compared to the dying just now, he is now alive and well. "Boss, Loton is not here. Can you please not lift the bar?" Chaos looked at Betty with a dark face. "This stupid woman is enough." X. Chapter 249 _ It seems that the world has not forgotten this emperor. 03 Watch. 20,210,201. Chapter 249 _ It seems that the world has not forgotten this emperor. 03 Watch. Seeing Betty being honest, a set of tables and chairs flew from the sky. After the group sat down, Chaos raised his right hand and began to emerge a layer of black gold liquid, flowing like mercury, and there were also cherry blossoms splashing around. As you all know, there are many kinds of skills used, so I won't talk about it here. Today, I will focus on the Liu Ying technique, that is, internal destruction. Everyone looked at Chaos's hand with novelty, wonder and doubt. In their cognition, the armed color domineering is at most covered on the body, but it is the first time to see and hear about the flow like Chaos, as if there is life. The armament color I use now is Liu Ying's domineering. Being able to pass through the surface of the object and directly destroy the inside of the object. When Chaos waved his hand, a tributary flew out from the golden table, and rolled up a head-sized stone from a distance. Under a pair of eyes, Chaos stretched out his index finger, and the black gold liquid flowing gently poked his fingertips. It didn't touch the stone, and the distance between them was about 5 centimeters. "It's over." When he saw Chaos, he lightly pointed his finger, which only took a second. Without even touching the stone, he withdrew his hand. "Gone. Gone. Dot. Cut the stone and see." Looking at the pair of puzzled eyes, Chaos felt particularly good when he was holding a cigar. Clap. ZZ. Inilu's right hand flickered with electric light, forming a blue thunder sword. Facing the stone is everything, without the slightest obstacle. But after the stone was divided into 2.5, everyone took a deep breath and widened their eyes. Just because the inside of the stone has turned into powder, only one layer of the outer skin is intact, and the entire interior has been destroyed into slag. How is it possible? Betty muttered to herself, and the others were taken aback. Destroying the inside without harming the outer layer is really a skill. Listen well, I hope you can learn it too. If you learn this skill, it can greatly increase your combat effectiveness. Chaos coughed, making everyone return to their senses and began to teach. He is not afraid of these people becoming stronger. As the chosen person, if you don't even have this pattern in mind, you are destined to fall into the lower ranks. What's more, he has always been fascinated by self-confidence. Everyone listened intently. Back in time 2 days ago. New World. The Sea of Beasts. Gallant's Island. On a certain island, half of the sky is red. The fire is burning, the ground melts into magma and hot air rises. There are many pirates watching on the hilltop in the distance. Many people were sweating and swallowing their saliva, looking at the two figures, one big and one small, facing each other in the magma field in the center. Their faces were full of various emotions. I didn't expect Lord Kaido to come in person. The Sun King can't escape now. At the very center of the moment, Kaido stood in the magma with anger wide-eyed, looking at the silhouette of the figure in the high-temperature steam on the opposite side. This guy has killed a lot of his men these days, and he has also lost a lot of money. But he didn't want to kill this guy. Or rather, the love of talent. Dare to make trouble on his territory alone is enough to prove the courage. In addition, the strength is not bad, and he is qualified to be his subordinate. Are you Kaido? Akino's red eyes looked at Kaido through the steam, neither humble nor arrogant, without the slightest fear. On the contrary, it is full of arrogance inside and out. Some time ago, some pirates from the Beast Pirates provoked him, so he came. Going all the way to the base camp, and met the Beast Pirates boss on the island before reaching the Ghost Island. If so, then kill it here. It's so tugging. So crazy. Ha 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 tilde. Whoever you are, become my subordinate. Kaido doesn't care about Akino's arrogance. After all, he has always been easygoing and informal, and cherishes talents very much. He likes to recruit as long as it is useful. I just want to kill everyone present. Akino spoke very calmly, without any murderous intent. He not only wanted to kill Kaido, but also the members of the Beast Pirates who were watching from afar. This kind of calm tone makes the rampant force sublime all of a sudden. There are not many cruel words, as long as it is determined whether it is me, and then publicize the results. 2 sentences are enough. Let's go. 10,000 degrees C. Sun Apollo. After shouting the name of the tallest move, Akino disappeared on the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed the magma distance of more than 30 meters, and appeared in front of Kaido holding a ball of crimson light in his right hand, which was more than 30 meters in size, like a small sun. Light up the entire sky, and bombard Kaido with a mighty force. Kaido laughed. The clothes on the body began to melt, and the right hand clenched tightly to cover the armed color, directly hard steel. Boom. The violent air flow formed a halo impact, the magma splashed into a meteor shower, and the crust continued to lift up in a radius of several hundred meters, and finally collapsed mightily. Akino's feet were deep in the magma, and he kept moving laterally to leave traces. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, his right arm was trembling. In the distance, Kaido also backed up, shaking his smoking fist and laughing. Come again. After speaking, he rushed to Akino. This guy could give him a little pressure, which is worth looking forward to. Son Garuda? Akino's body suddenly swelled in a circle, and he returned to life, holding a huge scarlet monster in his right hand, and shot out again in one fell swoop. Mushroom clouds rise up. The whole place was red. The violent heat wave swept through, and everything disappeared and melted wherever it went. One of the huge figures shot backwards, leaving a lava gully and lying at the end. It's Kaido. The whole body was steaming, and there was a faint smell of meat. Time goes back to the present. The above is the knowledge about Liu Ying's skills. This kind of skill is called Liu Ying in Wano country. There are many strong people in this sea who can use this kind of skill, but the name is different. Also, your armament colors are a little weaker. After Chaos spent a little time showing Liu Ying's skills, he looked at the crowd and frowned slightly. Because the armed colors of Crocodile and others are only in the second stage. In the battle of the real powerhouse, domineering is the first priority, and all that is needed is consumption. Blue tilde. A phone worm sounded, and Stuffy took it out of the small bag on the table, and after the call came a female voice. It's Coco, Stussy's subordinate. Lord Stussy, we have found out the whereabouts of Lord Aquino. Where? Stuffy glanced at Chaos subconsciously. On the Ghost Island, Lord Aquino was captured by Kaido the Beasts 2 days ago. Got it. Hanging up the phone bug, all eyes were on Chaos. What are you looking at me for? Chaos was a little stunned and felt inexplicable when he played the cigar ashes. Boss, when are we leaving? Betty rolled her eyes. Tomorrow. That guy Kaido is probably trying to dig my corner, or maybe he just wants to use Aquino as bait for me. Chaos yawned, not taking it too seriously. It's time to let the whole world know that my Golden Emperor, Gaia Chaos, has returned to the arena. Boss, the news of your return is no longer a secret. Very well, it seems that the world has not forgotten this Emperor. Chaos stood up and carried his hands on his back, looking into the distance. An air of invincibility, loneliness, and incomparable heights spread over his body. Very pretentious. It reached 900 monthly passes last month, and owes 3 shifts. I ran into trouble recently, and I will make up the chapters I owe after I come back to life. Starting point, Shenkumengetsu, sweeping the world. 10,000 starting coins, Tears of the Night, 100 starting coins. X. Chapter 250 _ As soon as this BGM sounds, you know that it is the adult who is here. 20,210,202. Chapter 250 _ As soon as this BGM sounds, you know that it is the adult who is here. Ghost Island. The base camp of the Beast Pirates. The whole island is shaped like a huge horned skull, and it is full of horror just looking at it from a distance. There are many ships docked at the coast, and many pirates are dressed like barbarians and Vikings, wearing armor, belts, fur and feather cloaks, including armor, swords, gloves, trousers and boots. Now the Beast Pirates are not very strong, just like the Big Mom Pirates, they are still growing. In the future, the famous Big Kanban 3 disasters and Felubao have not been formed. During this period, there were many pirates that were stronger than the Beast Pirates. The sky, which was originally a clear sky, did not know when the clouds covered the curtain, and the whole world suddenly became dark. Everyone on the island raised their heads and looked at the cloud layer with black pressure and lightning flashing. Under countless gazes, a huge Buddha's head lifted up from the clouds, as vast and boundless as if the whole world was surrounding it. Slowly, the Buddha's figure was completely exposed, sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, with an endless light wheel standing behind him, and holding the flower Buddha ceremony with both hands. In the ethereal Sanskrit sound, the Buddha raised his right palm and pressed it towards the Ghost Island. Go down. At that moment, half of the Ghost Island was shrouded in it. Help. This is. Many pirates in the 100 Beasts Pirates slumped on the ground in fright, and some even rolled and crawled in fear. Boom. The pitch-black palm with the thunder and lightning sparked a mighty gust of wind, and even if many people resisted, it would be useless. The roar of the landslide and the ground cracked, and many hilltops and houses began to collapse. The weaker ones were directly killed by the electric light, and some were blown away by the strong wind. With the rolling explosion, the Buddha's palm was completely pressed on the ground. In a castle in the middle of the Ghost Island, Kaido is sleeping soundly. He could smell the alcohol even from a distance, Obviously he was drunk. But now, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the dark clouds around him with thunder and lightning, his frenzied dancing and a little dazed. The giant Buddha's palm with thunder and lightning was lifted up, and the world seemed to see light again, but what was left was a huge ruin, shaped like a palm. But the power is not as great as imagined, and the dead pirates are just weak. Master Kaido? Lord Governor, we were attacked. A large number of pirates climbed up from the ruins around, except that the image was a little messy, and they did not suffer much trauma. Kaido didn't speak, just looked up at the huge Buddha in the sky holding the lotus gesture. A tyrannical aura spread from his body. The rolling Sanskrit is still resounding. A beam of golden light seemed to come from outside the sky, hitting the ground directly and falling figures from it. Rather than a figure, it is better to say that it is golden light groups. In the light group, you can vaguely see the silhouette of the figure, whether it is slender or tall, all of which are sacred, extraordinary and gorgeous. Cooperating with Sanskrit and the Buddha who is bathed in thunder light in the heaven and earth behind him, that is the divine residence. The surviving beast pirates on the island are all demented. Just stupidly looking at the secret figures in the beam of sunlight. Jingle bell. Clang clang. Another ethereal sound of metal collision sounded, and I saw that in the distant sky, a golden flower sea avenue spanned the sky, and finally stood in the air like a golden rainbow. At the top, there is also a group of light and shadow, and you can vaguely see that tall and slender figure, looking down at everything like an emperor. With the appearance of this group of light and shadow, the light groups in the air fell to the side, and only one outline could be seen in a row, and the real face was difficult to detect. Kaido. With one hand on his back, Chaos looked at the lush black-haired shawl on the ground, a pair of curved horns on the top of his head, a beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a scale tattoo on his left arm, which was lifelike. The upper part of the body is naked, with a purple shirt hanging on the waist, and the lower part of the body is wearing dark green wide trousers. The devil who stepped out of the abyss. Just this face, very domineering and ferocious. Gaia Chaos. Kaido was not as violent as he imagined, but rather calm. It's just that those tyrannical eyes were full of anger. And also recognized Chaos. Second meeting. Chaos was shrouded in golden light, and the halo behind him was spinning. The figure landed a few feet off the ground, walked towards Kaido, and at the same time, a BGM full of oppression began to resound, and Chaos finally stared at the strongest creature in the future world 3 meters apart. There is a huge difference in body size between the two, but the surrounding beast pirates did not dare to pant, only feeling that a mountain was pressing on their shoulders, swallowing their saliva subconsciously. Then he stepped back step by step, leaving the venue to these two men. That sense of oppression with no glory, shock the original, makes people feel suffocated from the soul. A demon god and a holy one just stared at each other 3 meters apart. I love this piece of music. Kaido danced wildly, and suddenly no glory shocked the original, he felt that it was tailor-made for him. As soon as the music played, I knew it was the grown-up man. However, I am very upset. Without any warning, Kaido made his move suddenly. The sturdy arm like a pillar of Optimus produced a sonic boom, which blasted towards Chaos's head like an electric light. There is no need for the other party to answer at all, this is Kaido's arrogance. Anyone who wants to do it can do it, he doesn't care at all. Chaos's eyes narrowed, his fists and arms boiled, and the blood all over his body was excited in an instant, and the extreme excitement filled his entire soul. The strongest creature in the world in the future, I hope that I will not let myself down. A fist the size of a stone mill collided with a fist the size of a steamed bun, and the entire space thundered from the blue sky, and a shock wave turned into a halo that blew across, and the explosion continued. The huge force made Chaos frown as if the sky was falling, and the ground under his feet collapsed directly and exploded again and again, and finally stopped more than 10 meters laterally. And Kaido also took a few steps back, and the giant eyes the size of the copper bell revealed surprise. Chaos shook the numbness in his arms, and his eyes became completely sharp. Kaido glared angrily, and he was actually forced to retreat. Boom! The violent momentum swept into a sky-shattering hurricane, and the entire sky was dimmed in an instant. A dark red thunder slashed down, and the demon-like tyrannical will pressed towards Chaos in all directions. The Majesty is the only one, and this will is full of violence and power. Chaos's straight hair fluttered on his shoulders, feeling this mountain-like will outline the corners of his mouth, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. A whiff of white mist began to float up and down, and instantly appeared on Kaido's knee directly on top of it. With the same knee, it exploded like a meteor, and Kaido and Chaos collided. Boom! The originally riotous sky began to form a black hole like a leak, rolling the entire cloud layer, like a world-annihilating natural disaster. Supreme, full of arrogant and domineering will, looking down on all beings and spreading from chaos, tyrannical and domineering attacked Kaido's overlord. As the whole leaky sky ripped apart, one sky was clear and one firmament above the sky. One after another black and red thunder roared, and the surrounding sea formed an overwhelming trend of unscrupulous surging. In midair, Crocodile and several others stared grimly at the scene of the situation changing color, and quickly left the collision center.